all started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Good morning and welcome to the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Mitchell Salazar with big wave surfer Jake Telekamp here for day number 4 of action at the USA Championships at Lower Trestles. It's been a first awesome, great 3 days of competition, and all of a sudden we're into Friday, the day before the finals, and a lot of implications right here. Mitch, Jake, good morning to you, and what are you looking at in the lineup right now?
A bit of fog. Yeah, we are going to see if we're going to be on fog delay. Hopefully not, but before the fog rolled in, it was really glassy, light offshore wind. That southwest swell filled in nicely throughout the day yesterday, and conditions are looking good.
Right.
When you can see them.
We see Pua de Soto right there on screen, and as you were saying, conditions are great. Unfortunately, this fog just rolled in around 30 minutes ago. We haven't heard a horn yet so far, and it's close to being 8 a.m. in the morning. This is one of the shorter days of competition. We are supposed to be finishing at around 4 p.m., but with California State Parks, we cannot run either before 8 a.m. or after 5 p.m., so hopefully not too much time constraint right here, Jake.
Yeah, and that's been great for the local community to be able to get in surfs before and after the contest. And let's just take through a look at the schedule today. So we're going to start off with boys U18 until 9:40, go into girls under 14 quarterfinals, back to the girls under 18 quarters, and then we'll be into boys under 18 round 3 at 12:40, girls under 16 quarters from 1:40 to 2:40, and then finishing the day with the boys U16 round 3.
Right, so it's going to be a good day of action, especially for the U18 boys who will be surfing twice if they're making it through each of their heats, and then finals day tomorrow morning. There's the athlete zone right up here to the north part of the scaffolding at Lower Trestles. And Jake, for the people that haven't been here the last 3 days, some stand-up performances yesterday from Jackson Dorian. I would have to say the best performance of the event so far for the gentlemen, and then Pua de Soto yesterday afternoon. Great ripping as well, but we're looking at some of the names right now. We did see Heat 1 of Round 2 Boys U18, which should be the first heat of the morning. Kai Kushner, Lucas Ostin, Grayson Grant, and Dane Matson, a local boy, against 3 surfers that are known to surf these waves well.
Yeah, so looking at this first heat, Kai Kushner out of LA has been surfing really loose, and Lucas Ostin had a really great first round heat. Believe he dropped a score in the 7 range. Grayson Grant just came from the ISA World Juniors event in El Salvador, where he represented Sweden.
Yep.
And then Dane Matson, local boy, younger brother Cade Matson, who is a USA Surf Team member and always a strong performer. So he's got that big brother pushing him, like we see with Griffin and Crosby Colapinto. So really excited for this opening heat. It's going to be a good one.
And so far this week, we've seen excellent performances from both the men and the women. We've seen everybody compete all the way from the boys U12, girls U12, up to the boys U18 and the girls U18 yesterday afternoon too. And as we've been seeing so far with the consistency and the performance level at Lower Trestles from these young surfers, we're expecting a lot of big things from them too. Going into these last 2 days of competition where not only tensions are high, people are looking to qualify for the USA surfing team too.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, and conditions, too, have kind of slowly risen throughout the week, so we're going to see those performances peak tomorrow, so it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and a lot of these kids still, 15, 16 years of age. So say in the U18s, they have 2 to 3 years of competition left. But there's some people that are aging out. And unfortunately, yesterday we saw a few of those people go out of competition. Cole McCaffrey ended up losing in the first heat of the morning, and he was a standout surfer in the previous days in the free surfs. Unfortunately for him, his chances of making the USA surf team not looking great now. But some people like Kai Kushner, who just represented the USA in the boys U16, now charging for the boys U18, he could potentially have 3 years in that division.
Yeah, there's a lot of people kind of double dipping and surfing up a division, and it's really cool to see. Sometimes they're a bit smaller in stature than the older surfers in the division, so they really have to push hard on the rail and surf outside themselves. But Kai Kushner, big kid, he'll do great in this heat. And another standout performance I wanted to mention yesterday was Bella Kenworthy.
Yep.
Dropped a 9 and an 8, one of the highest heat totals of the event thus far. And on the women's side, I'm looking forward to her surfing again today.
So there's the competitors area on your screen. We see a couple of the young athletes just enjoying their morning, and obviously everybody wants to go for the win and in a fog delay right now, but this is where you kind of see the camaraderie between a lot of these competitors that maybe don't see each other that often in a year of competition that is not only diverse in the geographical settings they're in, but also in the level of competition they're in too. Some people compete more in the amateurs. A lot of people at this level already compete in the pros too, Jake.
Yeah, and the platform that USA Surfing has provided has given them that professional experience before they get there. We have live scoring, webcasts, WSL and ISA Tier 3 judges.
Priority.
Priority, yeah, exactly. So it's giving them like the foundation and blueprint of how to take their surfing here on the amateur level to the next rank. So it's good to see.
Yeah, and as you see there, a little bit of wind. Hopefully it'll help us get that fog out of the contest area. We are still on a fog delay, and we do want to thank some of our sponsors, Pliables, the official presenting sponsor of USA Surfing Championships here at Lower Trestles, Sunbum, Murph Electric Bike, Bike Legal, Toyota, Got Milk, Hydro Flask, Carver Skateboard, Coach's Oats, and Aura Ring. I know you've been very adamant as a big wave surfer yourself of getting enough rest, and with Aura Ring, you can not only analyze your sleep, you can perfect it too. And so far, I feel like a lot of these kids have gotten their sleep to the perfection during this event.
Yeah, a 5-day event like this, spending all day in the sun, it's really important to rest and recover after each day of competition.
It'll take a toll on you, won't it?
Mm-hmm.
So still on a fog delay this morning.
If we're not started by 8:40, we're going to shave 2 minutes off of all the heats today.
So if we don't start by 8:40 a.m., we will have to take 2 minutes off of every single heat today. Thank you to Andrea Swain for that info. And we're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back for the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when we were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country. started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
The 2022 USA Surfing Championships is presented by Pliables, welcome to Pineapple Land, Toyota, chase the Stoke, start your journey, Carver Skateboards, the original surf skate since 1996, Coach's Oats, and Bike Legal, the personal injury firm of USA Surfing. Back at the USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables, Mitchell Salazar, big wave surfer Jake Telekamp with you this morning. We're going to start things off in the boys U18 division. Round 2, Heat 1, Kai Kushner, Lucas Austin, Grayson Grant, and Dane Matson. 4 surfers from San Diego and LA in the water right now to start things off. And Jake, what a heat this is just to start things off. These are 19-minute heats, by the way. We did shave off 1 minute off of every single heat due to the fog delay, starting at around 8:38. So we do have a little bit of a time delay just because of that, but either way, these surfers should be able to adapt easily.
Definitely. And to our audience at home, those photos of them are from when they were microgroms.
Right.
They're grown men now, or I should say, young men.
Yeah, each surfer at least 16 years of age. Mitch, Jake, very good morning to you. And Jake, we have an awesome day of competition, day before the finals, and a lot of implications not only for people that are looking to qualify for the USA Surfing team, obviously a lot of bragging rights for the people that are aging out too.
Definitely. USA champ title is something you'll remember for the rest of your life, and that's what we're here for, making memories, right?
Right, especially when you're able to compare yourself against the greats of all time, Carissa Moore. How about Kanoe Igarashi? Griffin Colapinto is coming off of his second CT win this season. So far, no waves ridden by any of the 4 surfers in the water. The next heat's going to be local boy Hayden Rogers, David O'Keefe, Kyan Yang, and Luke Ginaldo. So another stacked one. We do have 6 heats of this round, and if they make it through, they will be surfing again today at around 1 p.m. or just after it. So Jake, a little bit of a lull right now in the action, but it seems like the ocean is taking a breather.
Yeah, before the fog delay, we were seeing some really good waves coming in. That southwest angle is definitely kind of favoring the rights, I'd say, more so today. But we had light offshore wind this morning, which is looking a little cross-shore now, but definitely some fun waves on offer, and these surfers are going to light it up.
Yeah, and 3 of them were actually at the ISA World Juniors a few weeks ago. Kushner and Austin were representing the USA. Kai surfed for the U16s. Lucas was in his first year competing in the U18s at the ISA level. And Grayson Grant from Encinitas competed for Team Sweden. And Dane Matson just missing out on qualification for the USA Surfing team this year. And he's looking to get a little bit of redemption right here at his home break of Lower Trestles. The local boy from San Clemente, as you're mentioning, his older brother right now in the Challenger Series, started off with a great result at the Manly Challengers, and now Dane looking to make the Matson name proud.
Yeah, and he's set to do that. He's so good out here. Definitely has more of a progressive approach. I'd say leans more on the side of airs and blowtails than traditional carves, but he's got it all. Big bag of tricks. I'm excited for this heat to kick off.
Yeah, and definitely one of the more progressive surfers in the event. And speaking of progression, Grayson Grant also, during the free surfs, he's one of the standouts when it comes to the variation of airs, the great progressive maneuvers, and obviously coming from Encinitas, resembling the style of the great Rob Machado, too, around that area of Cardiff.
Yeah, surfing those reefs down there, it's going to iron out your style than if you're growing up on a diet of beach breaks. So, yeah, I'm excited for this heat. It's stacked. This could easily be the final. So, to start off round 2 with this level of talent, it's going to sad to see whoever loses out, but whoever makes it through into the quarterfinals is truly going to earn it, or to round 3, I should say.
And there we see the profile of Lucas Ostin from Oceanside, California, 16 years of age, and this kid loves to surf everything from point breaks all the way to barreling beach breaks too. And you talk about one of the more progressive surfers in the event too when it comes to not only fruition during these pressure kind of like situations, he's also an excellent example of what it means to be a hard worker and evolve. Here we go, first wave of the event. For day number 4, Matson on the left goes for the blowtail and won't be able to complete it. So a slow start in this one. 13:35 remaining on the clock. That's just going to be a throwaway for Matson. And it seems like the sets are far and few between, just like Surfline predicted.
Yeah, but when they come in, it's in the 4 to 5 foot range. So yesterday we saw some heats that were a bit slow on the slower side. Surfers having to move to the inside in order to get their scores, but then all of a sudden there would be bombing sets out the back. A couple wash throughs, but a couple really nice looking long rights. So look as that tide begins to fill in. Hopefully we'll get some more swell on the way. So replay of Dane's last, he blew the fins out and grabbed that outside rail, which is pretty stylish, but a little too much sauce on that turn, digs the nose, and it's going to have to go back to the drawing board with a 1.5, and I'm sure he's happy that at least he got his feet in the wax. And
it's a good attempt, though. I mean, you look at the, kind of spiciness or the aggressiveness that he has, especially on the first turn. Judges will eat that up all day. The amount of risk, the difficulty of that maneuver, especially with the variation grabbing the rail, not something you see every day, Jake.
That turn was off the Scoville scale. Spicy. So
you've been watching too many hot takes, it seems. 12 minutes to go, early stages, but neither white, yellow, or red have a wave. And Matson in priority number 4 at the moment, just hunting for something on the inside. Seems like Grayson Grant having a look as well on the left. People are prowling for this. Nobody wants to let it go. It seems like Ostin's in the spot, and Blue has to give way as he is not in the priority situation. Here we go, White with a beautiful wrap right there. Goes up for the lip line floater, much better for Mostin. What a beautiful combo to start things off. Not only is he competitive, works with some of the best in the game. John Daniels among them, one of the better coaches right here in Southern California. And we have more waves approaching. Kushner in the spot. He's going to go on the backhand, his strength. Great technique right there just to set things up. Hits the lip once. And as I say that, a bit too stuck behind. At least he's on the board, and now Grayson Grant having a look. No. And, woo, will that have been a block? We shall see. 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, so Ostin winning that opening exchange, but we got another wave approaching the lineup. We'll see if Blue and Yellow can get into this. They don't.
So it was considered a block on behalf of Grayson Grant. Priority has shifted to Blue. Just under 11 minutes. Great shot right there of the left over on the athletes area. And you can see a couple of the surfers that will be coming up later today. We got some replays for you. And it seems like the surfer in white going to start off with a great score. Kai with the one turn on the backhand in red. And some more waves approaching. As Yellow looking on the left. It seems like Blue's interested on the right. Local boy Matson up and riding. Great first turn right there. And can only fit in the one. It seems like a lot of the surfers are kind of out of position. And Yellow having to look now. Same thing for him. Maybe the fog delay made things a little bit more difficult to see out there, but it seems to me that a lot of these waves are going by unridden because they just can't find the takeoff spot, Jake.
You know, I went for a surf after the event yesterday, and I did find that with that south swell direction, it is breaking not the true A-frame of lowers. It's kind of breaking all over the reef. So Red, Kushner, he only got the one turn on his last wave, so he's hoping for a little more length of ride. And unfortunately, kind of the same scenario as his first wave, just one turn and done. So we'll see what scores those come in at.
Well, at least he has a couple of small scores on the board. Waves approaching, and seriously, wow, it is nonstop now after the first wave of the set broke a few minutes ago. Yellow might be in the spot for this one. Grant, he's paddling, committing to it, and going to be up and riding here. On the backhand, gets the floater in. Doesn't really engage the way he wanted to right there with the second turn. Much better with a third, a little hung up. But that's going to be his opening score, just under 9 minutes remaining. Still waiting on the scores from every single surfer in the lineup. There's Bryce Zelaya, one of our competitors that will be coming up later today.
Another San Clemente local boy.
And our judges and our cameramen definitely not getting the day off today. It is nonstop now. These surfers don't want to let anything go by. And maybe something to the south. Seems like red and white interested in this. White's going to commit to the paddle here. Ostin still waiting on his opener. Should be the best wave of the heat so far. Looking to back it up. Great carve right there. And a beautiful finish, too. He's stoked with it. 8 minutes to go. Cannon Carr approves. Just a silent clap right there. So he's stoked on his teammate doing well right now. Boy, what a start to this heat, Jake.
Yeah, Lucas Housen just really showing his maturity by surfing smart on his first two waves. Nothing too crazy, but completes both rides on his feet. And just that strong rail surfing that he's come to be known for. Connects well there, but that was the turn that really got me going. And, yeah, he gets the finish here at the end. Kind of some filling in the dots there. But the little Larry to finish. And then here's Kushner's last, so he goes vert. It's really great turns. Unfortunately, just can't get a second one in. And then kind of the same deal with Matson. Does a nice turn there and tries to get up into the lip, but realizing he's too late, he flicks off the back. And, yeah, Kushner, you know, he's from L.A. I'm guessing they surfed Malibu quite a bit. And then Grant here, he gets a little bit longer ride, as you said. You know, didn't really connect with that second turn like he would have liked to, and then kind of gets hung up there. But it's a start, you know. He's laying the foundation for a good heat.
And then this is Ostin's second. Should score well, too, the three-turn combo.
Yeah, he's just such a powerful surfer. Every time he connects with the lip, water goes flying off that rail.
So his opener comes in at a 6.17. Kushner with the 4.17 and a 3.33. Now we're waiting on Matson's single turn, Grayson Grant's opener in yellow, and Lucas's second. There you see Hayden Rogers with his coach, technical director of the ISA, Eric Kramer, who you know, not only runs that program for the ISA, but also does individual coaching on the side too. So double dipping right here, and he's definitely working hard, that gentleman too, looking to bring surfing into the Olympics for the long run. There's Kyan Yang in the background with his father, Robert. He'll be coming up in the next heat. James Daniel right there in the yellow. So a lot of the surfers getting here early. Just under 6 minutes, still waiting for a couple of scores. Grant's comes in at a 3.8. Now waiting for White's last and Blue's second wave too.
Yeah, the judges, they do have live, like, instant replay today, so they'll be able to, you know, watch the scores and see what the differences are between each, and then judge accordingly off of that. So taking their time, which is good. All right, there we go. Last of White, a 6.67.
Wow, what a big score. And then all of a sudden you see the Olsen family right here going to be stoked on that one. Great shot of the four surfers with how calm it is right now in comparison to the amount of waves that we saw in the last few minutes. Swell height today, 4 to 6 feet. Swell direction from the south-southwest. Not a ton of wind this morning, which is good. We did have a high tide earlier this morning. The low tide, though, much lower than it has been in the last few days, Jake.
Yeah, it's going to be a long walk on the cobblestones to head out today.
And the water temp did drop off a little bit. So did the air temperature with that northwest wind that we had last night. Blowed all night, and it definitely feels a lot cooler this morning in comparison to the last few days. There's Blair Barton from the East Coast. Looking good. He already served yesterday. Will be coming up later today in our last heat of this round, heat number 6. Kai Martin, Bryce Elia, Oliver Zietz, and Blair Barton. 4 minutes to go. White in the lead with a pair of 6s. Red in second, looking to improve on a low score of a low 3. Blue in third, needing a 5.08. And yellow, Grant, who opened up with a 3.8, needs a 3.71. So priority might be the most important thing right here for the success of the surfer in blue, needing a score in third, Jake.
Yeah, I think catching that first wave and going down, it kind of put him out of the rhythm of this heat. Him and yellow kind of had a block situation, maybe another wave that could have been ridden, but still, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, needs a 3.93. He's got priority. I'm sure the nerves are starting to fill in a little bit. But, he's a veteran competitor. I've been watching him surf in heat since he was 8 years old, so he knows what he's doing.
Couple of Santa Cruz posse right there. James Daniel, Adam Bartlett. Here we go, 3 minutes. Priority is with blue, and he's on the other side. And now Kushner utilizing the second priority against Grayson in yellow. He's up and riding, looking to better his 3.33. Beautiful start. Sets it up right there with the second one. And now is going to get a finish, too. Will he be able to ride out of it? Yes, he can. He likes it. Now the response by Matson. He's going to need a big score right here. And unfortunately for him, that won't be it. 2 minutes 30. And now the opportunity for yellow. Grant up and riding. Great looking wave. We're talking about the best surfers under the age of 18 in the U.S. And he's one of them. Solid combo right there to start things off. And a great finish, too. Body language says yes. Needing a 3.71, but that was before Red's last two. So just over 2 minutes to go. It's anybody's game right now, Jake.
Yeah, that was a critical fall there for Matson because red and yellow are going to improve their situation. Hopefully he'll be able to get back out there and get one more opportunity. But he really needed to finish that score.
A minute 45. So we're still waiting on scores. And people are nervous on the beach. You see Jack Zeitz right there with the clock right behind him. James Daniel with the FedEx hat. The Santa Cruz posse well alive here at the USA Surfing Championships. Waiting for the scores of a couple of surfers. Here's White, the current heat leader, Ostin. Gonna make it back to the open face. Looking for his first maneuver right here. Takes to the sky and can't pull it. So just over a minute to go. Kushner and Red waiting to hear his score. They're going to try to get in as quickly as possible, as well as the score of yellow, Grant. So Blue's second score comes in as a 2.43. His last shouldn't really improve that much either. It's really going to be the question on whether or not yellow is able to get the score above red. Split peak. We're going to stick with yellow. Grant on the left. Just the setup. He's got a great air game. He's going to go to it right here. Section stands up. Throws the tail and spins the reverse. Still riding right here. Looking to fit one more turn in and cannot. Goes down to the cockroach position. And we did see Kai split the peak with him. And still waiting on a few scores. 10 seconds remaining. Last chance for Matson, red here in blue. And this wave is going to count. On the left, the local boy needing something big. Goes for the air, can't pull it. So it's up to the judges right now as red drops a 7.33 on his previous wave. That is the best of the heat. That means that now yellow, Grant needing a 7 And this is a split peak situation. Kai looking to better a 4 right here, Jake.
Doesn't quite complete that final turn, but we'll see. We're going to probably go on a brief hold as the last couple numbers drop in, but that 7.33, that was clutch for Kai Kushner.
It definitely was, especially on the forehand, too. He's dropped a couple of great scores right there. Teddy Whitteman and his father. Excited about that first heat of the morning. So it seems like Austin, either way, will be making it out of this heat, whether in first or second, as Kushner was needing a 5.52 to take the lead. The next heat's already out there, but as you mentioned, they are on hold. So waiting for Grayson Grant's previous wave and his last one. Will it be enough? We'll be right back with more action. Heat 2 coming up at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future generations.
Thank you for preserving this environment.
Thank you for providing access to our favorite playgrounds.
California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
The 2022 USA Surfing Championships is presented by Pliables. Welcome to Pineapple Land. Sunbum, trust the bum. Go-Go Squeeze, squeeze out the best. Hydro Flask. And Riviera, eat, drink local. Welcome back to the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Mitchell Salazar alongside big wave surfer Jake Telekamp. Heat 2, boys U18 action in the water. Hayden Rogers in red. David O'Keefe from Newport Beach in white. Kyan Yang from Encinitas, California. And Luke Ginaldo from Huntington Beach in blue. Hayden Rogers, the local boy out here, Jake.
Yeah, he's been kind of lighting it up all week. We've been seeing him in the free surfs and even in his opening round. So look to him to, goofy foot, so he may favor the left, but his backside surfing is just so strong. So he can go either way.
And he definitely has a great air game, too, does Rogers. O'Keefe, one of the best backhands in the business on the lefts. Grew up in Newport Beach, so ended up surfing 54th, 56 quite a bit. Has to be good at surfing those heavy waves, especially with the barrels. And then can't talk enough about the backside of Kyan Yang either from Encinitas. Luke Ginaldo surfs with a great crew in Huntington Beach, and especially riding for Hurley and getting coached by Brett Simpson. One of the best in the business right there. 17 minutes, and remember these heats are 19 now. They've been shaved down due to the fog delay earlier. If it does happen again, we're going to have 19 minutes until we finish the round where the heat started with 19 minutes, and then after that, they'll go to 18. So hopefully that doesn't happen, fingers crossed. But it is a possibility, though, Jake.
Yeah, on day 2 we had a lightning delay, and so fog delayed today. So Mother Nature just giving us a little bit of everything here at Lower Trestles.
Do want to thank California State Parks as well for the support. And as California State Parks implements, we cannot run either before 8 a.m. or after 5 p.m. and only one day on the weekend as well. That's why we opted to choose for Saturday. Tomorrow will be finals day here at Lower Trestles. 16 minutes on the clock. No waves ridden so far, but some waves coming through right now, Jacob.
Yeah, so not a priority situation at the moment. So kind of like the amateur events at a lot of different venues where there is no priority. It's kind of a mad scramble to get that first wave. But once priority is established, it becomes how you wish your local lineup was ran, where the surfer sitting out the back the longest gets first pick of the lineup.
Gentlemen's rules, right?
Yeah, something like that.
15:30 to go. Couple of waves approaching the lineup right here. Seems like the surfer in red kind of having pole position for both the right and the left, excuse me. And now waiting to see where this wave will break, because it seems like it's veering much more towards the right, but there's a good left on it too. So it's going to be blue and red. So blue got up real quick. He'll go down to priority 4 once he gets back out. But the local boy Rogers with a fantastic finish right there. Boy, take it easy, young fella. 15 minutes.
I think his spray is still falling after that turn.
And now Yang on the outside in yellow. He's going to opt to go left. So priority established out the back. It's going to be white, then blue. And now Yang up and riding. Couple of searing turns right there on the back end. Great bottom turn right there. And he's going to get a finish, too. Ooh, a little wobbly right there. But gets the 2 for 1 at the end. So Yang with a great opener. Rogers was with a great opener, too. And now O'Keefe on the backhand in white. The surfer from Newport Beach. Not many people have been successful from there as of late in recent years. And he's going to get his first wave on the board, too. 14 minutes to go. There's Rex Hennings, Jeremy Carter. Local boy Hennings will be coming up later today.
Yeah, he'll be in Heat 4, the boys U18, and surfing in boys U16 as well.
And now red, Rogers on the rebate. Already opened up with a strong wave. On the backhand again. He knows his lineup better than anybody else. A product from right here in San Clemente. And wow, this kid is going as strong as he can on the backhand. 13 minutes 30. Matt Myers likes it. So does Rex Hennings. Boy, and the waves are pumping when they come through, Jacob.
Yeah, it is absolutely firing out there. That south-southwest swell just hitting the cobblestone throne of Lower Trestles so well. And Hayden Rogers off to a quick start. I'm interested to see what that first wave comes in at, because he dropped so much spray in that turn, and length of ride really isn't in the criteria, and he had 2 nice sections for 2 big maneuvers, so look for that one to go, I'm guessing 6 or above.
Still waiting on his first one, too. Just under 13 minutes, paddle battle between yellow and white. Yang and O'Keefe, and they're good friends, too, but in the water, they know what's on the line. Seems like it's pretty clear that yellow is further outside. Here we go, a couple of replays. The opener of red.
Yeah, so look at this second turn. So just a quick carve down here, and then she just sets it up and absolutely connects with that lip. That was huge. And then Kion Yang went left, and we've been talking about his backside all week. Super strong going this direction. Nice release on that second one. Just really strong fundamentals. Really seamless. No extra pumps between turns. Just smooth as can be. So nice wave there for yellow. And then O'Keefe kind of caught that. There's a little bit of a chop with that south wind on the lineup. So he kind of digs a rail on both of these first turns. And the third as well. So O'Keefe is, he got his feet in the wax. He finished this wave off well, but it was a difficult wave to ride, so did well to make it to the end there.
And then blues opener, Gonaldo on the backhand.
Yeah, Gonaldo, just such a confident surfer. Seeing him warm up today before the contest, he was looking really sharp. You could see him through the fog with that orange Hurley wetsuit. And then here's Rogers' second wave. He had really nice flow on it. He doesn't ever seem to be pushing too hard for the section, matching the power of the wave perfectly, and then ditches the fins there. So a little bit of a progression and flair.
And get a variation to the first score of Rogers in red, a 7.67 for the two-turn combo. Yang in yellow, a 6.93. Ginaldo in blue, a 5.17. And O'Keefe in white opens up with a 4.5. Just under 11 minutes to go. Still waiting on the second of red. Should easily extend his lead by a decent margin, too. And you talk about the premier division in the USA Surfing Championships. Not only are the boys U18 the best surfers in the nation, they're potentially going to be the best surfers in the world eventually, too.
Yeah, all these kids in this event are Olympic hopefuls. Coming through this program, being on the USA team, competing in the ISA World Juniors is the goal. And then after that, qualifying through the CT or through the Pan Am Games or the ISA World Competition. It being some of these surfers last year, there isn't that feeling, I can come back and get him next year. Kian Yang is one such surfer where this is going to be his last USA Championships, and he'd love to end his amateur career with a win at this level.
And he's already won a couple of the stops earlier this year. There we saw Luke Tema coming up. He'll be in yellow in the next heat, the surfer that won bronze at the ISA World Juniors. And in the white, that'll be the surfer from around this area, actually, Logan Rad.
Logan Rad's from the New Smyrna Beach, Florida, actually.
Spends a lot of time in the summertime here at Lowers. Tanova Jaraska is who I was thinking of, excuse me. And then you got James Daniel from Santa Cruz coming up as well. So another great heat. 9 minutes to go. Rogers drops a 6.27. Yang in second place with first priority needing a 7.02 for the lead. Ginaldo in third. At the moment only needs a 1.77 for second place. And O'Keefe needing a 2.44, but that's also irrelevant because if Yang gets anything better than a 2, even a 3, the requirement is going to be much bigger than that, Jake. And speaking of the high standards that the judges are keeping them at right now, I also feel that the waves have a lot to do with that. If you were at a beach break, maybe something that was much more competitive, much less difficult to get a big score in, you'd probably see a bit more comparison in the scores. Here at an open face like Lowers, especially with the quality of the wave, we're talking about one of the more high-performance waves in the world.
Totally. Everyone talks about that coping on the lip at Lowers, which allows for the progressive maneuvers this wave has come to be known for. Ever since Christian Fletcher back in the 80s was doing airs out here, it's become the hotbed of talent for Southern California. And you can see the judges that they're critical in the sense that they want these guys going up into the lip. If you get one of those longer kind of more open face waves that only allow for lateral turns, you're not going to see those excellent scores.
Here we go. Red Rogers in priority 4. The heat leader going left now. Good combo to start. Goes into reverse, but as you can see there, the wave quite flat, so not going to replace his low score of a 6.27. Here's Ginaldo. At the moment needs a 1.77. Going to get that on more right here. So cheeky two-turn combo right there. And then this wave with still plenty of scoring opportunity at the end. He'll get a great finish. Father Marcel, a great surfer. Older brother Sage, a QS competitor right now as well. So Ginaldo making the family proud. 7 minutes remaining. Seems like the surfer with higher priority here gonna let this one go by. It's gonna be O'Keefe in white. Before the last exchange was needing a 2.44, but most likely looking for his best score right here on this right. Solid start for the surfer in white. A little bit more cautious right there. And needs a great finish. That's more like it from David. So he'll get on the board. And out the back, it seems like Kyan might be in position for one of the best right-handers we've seen all morning. Paddling into this one. He's going to be up on the forehand. Coming from Encinitas, loves to surf on the backhand, but as you can see, the forehand just as groomed. Great carve right there. Up into the lip with the foam climb. Setting up the inside right here. And needs a great finish. That's more like it from David. So he'll get on the board. And out the back, it seems like Kyan might be in position for one of the best right-handers we've seen all morning. Paddling into this one. He's going to be up on the forehand. Coming from Encinitas, loves to surf on the backhand, but as you can see, the forehand just as groomed. Great carve right there. Up into the lip with the foam climb. Setting up the inside right here. And so far, everything just clicking for the surfer in yellow with a great finish, too. Yang backing up the 6.93. Rogers on the left now. Stalling, it seemed like he was going to look for an air. Might find the section right here at the end. The local boy pumping down the line. Gaining speed. Throws the rotation but can't pull it off. Just under 6 minutes to go. Seems like Ginaldo might get his best right here, Jake, but the answer back from Kai and Yang just as important.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the number for Kai and Yang comes at. I feel like him and Luke Ginaldo kind of had similar numbers coming in, so it's going to be close after this exchange. So the surfers in the next heat begin to head out, so they get a 5-minute paddle out. And as soon as the heat ends, they paddle straight into the lineup.
So Tanner Vodraska from the 805. Loves to surf down here at Lowers too. His older brother Talon, a great surfer. Here we go, Reds last, Rogers.
Yeah, you know, this wave, or this is wave before it, just such a smooth reverse there. It's a shame that wave went out to sea on him because he was on his way to a big number with that turn. And then Luke, so he kind of gets stuck behind here, but the way that he threads this inside section is just amazing. So throwing a lot of water on that one and then connects nicely there. So you could tell from his body language he liked it. And then David O'Keefe from Newport Beach has to come around the first section, sets himself up nicely, patient, drifts the fins on the first one. Kind of a slashing turn there. And then, as you said, a little bit cautious through that section, but does well to connect nicely. He really maximized the scoring potential on that wave. And then Kyan Yang's wave, he was all alone out the back for this one. And he had to really get on the gas. Searing carve there back into the whitewash. One of those difficult whitewash foam climbs. Fades back. And he's doing well, staying close to the power source. And then ditches the fins for the finish. So, and then here was the last of red. I don't think this wave's going to factor in. He's just kind of having fun right now with the lead.
Kind of an interesting game plan, though, Jake, if you think about it, because he's comfortably out in first. You'd be thinking, okay, maybe just wait, especially with the shortened heats, too. And not that he's not going for it, but it's also a bit risky, right? Because you know the talent level of everybody else. You know what they're capable of. And now you're thinking, okay, what if somebody overtakes me in first? I get dropped down to second. Someone only needs a 6 or a 7. It's not impossible for them to take the lead, as Ginaldo drops his best, a 5.77, momentarily moves him up into second. O'Keefe gets a 5.17, his best, but still waiting on Yang's last. Only needs a 4.02, easily going to be that and more. 2 minutes and 45. It's a 5.73. So Yang in second. That drops down Ginaldo to third, needing a 6.9, and White O'Keefe in fourth, needing a 7.5. A couple of big numbers required.
Yeah, that was a clutch wave there for Kyan Yang. You know, he needed to finish on his feet. It was a difficult wave to ride. Had a lot of different sections, kind of going from steep to flat. But here we go. We got Luke on the backhand, looking for the 6.9.
So a decent start right there, Jake. A little hung up. Needs to pick up the pace, and it's just whether or not this wave's going to allow for that kind of surfing, right? A 6.9 is a good number, already in the upper good range, and so far everything's just indicating like this wave not offering up the scoring potential that he needed.
Yeah, with 2 minutes left, I think maybe after that first turn where he didn't connect, probably would have been better to kick out right there. Because in order to get a number like a 6.9, you need to be surfing strong from start to finish.
Well, and those free surfers are going to get yelled at by the beach announcer, being too close to the competition area, and he is far down too. Split peak, red, white. We're going to stick with white on the right. He needs a 7.5 or better to knock out his good friend, Kyan Yang. O'Keefe with a great combo right here. Needs this wave to offer up something on the inside. He'll kick out. Was it enough with the 2 turns on the outside for the 7.5? Just over a minute. Yang holding down priority 1. Nobody else out there with him. as Rogers split the peak with the surfer in white on the left. 55 seconds. Here we go, Jake. It's all or nothing now.
Yeah, this is crunch time. We'll see if the last of white either bettered the 5.17 or was the 7.5 he needed. So Kyan Yang is waited on bated breath. But it looks like he's going to go. Our surfer in yellow from Encinitas. Take it away, Mitch.
Yup, he doesn't want to leave anything up to chance now. A searing carve, a down carve right there, and maybe caught in between maneuvers because that wave was reeling down the line. So maybe a small mistake there from Yang. 20 seconds to go. Waiting on Blue's last, which just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. And O'Keefe's last, which was needing to be a 7.5 or better. Here he is. 10 seconds to go. It's his last chance. Slides the fins. Great turn. But needs a huge finish right here. Would have to be one of the better maneuvers we've seen all event long. Keeping it on rail. Let's see what it can do here with the end section. And another carve, but it just doesn't seem like it will be enough. Going to be Rogers and Yang moving through into round 3. We'll see him later today. And it'll be Heat 3 coming up here at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Another great day of action, day 4, right before the finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future generations.
Thank you for preserving this environment.
Thank you for providing access to our favorite playgrounds.
California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
Back at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables, Mitchell and Jake here with you for heat number 3 in the water. James Daniel, Logan Rad, Luke Tema, and Tanner Vodraska. So another great heat in the water right now. A surfer from Hawaii, 2 Californians, and 1 surfer from Florida in the water. And as you can see, beautiful conditions this morning. We were on a fog delay. And now things are underway with boys U18 surfing. Boy, and what a day, Jake, it's been so far. The first 2 heats of the morning haven't disappointed. A couple of 13-point heat totals, which means like something close to excellent in terms of scoring. And obviously the waves have shown up too.
Yeah, we've seen both heat 1 and 2, one surfer kind of run away with it from the start and just really be in rhythm. In the first heat, it was Lucas Houston. In the last, Hayden Rogers. So we'll see if that trend continues. If it turns out it'll be a battle for second place in this one as well. But as you said before, this is the best U18 surfers in the nation. We got a surfer from Northern California, Surf City North, if you will, Santa Cruz. And then Surf City East, New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
Let's not even get into that debate, too, because then you're going to have everybody from Huntington Beach just call you out, too.
That's right. But, yeah, all these surfers had to qualify through their local regions in order to make it into this event. So even just qualifying is a huge endeavor, but to win this event is so difficult.
And here we go, the surfer from Velzy Land on the island of Oahu, Luke Tema. Got bronze, at the ISA World Juniors and the boys U16. Now here in the boys U18, surfing this wave well. Couple of searing carves. A little bit more variation right there with the body torque too. Now up into the lip, and he's going to get a great finish. So on the board, the surfer from Hawaii getting a solid start there, Jacob.
I noticed his board looks a little bit longer than some of the other competitors, and that's kind of translating to longer, more drawn-out rail carves. Surfing looks really sharp.
So Daniel making his way back into the lineup. Rad out there in white. As still waiting on the opener of yellow, Tema. 16 minutes to go. And you know, the interesting thing about this event too, Jake, is that you're seeing people qualify through different regions, ESA, USA Surfing here on the West Coast, the HSAs, and this is Tanner Vodraska, who qualified through the West Coast region of USA Surfing. Luke Tema had to qualify through the HSAs.
Yeah, from the North Shore. So this was his opening ride, the first kind of score of note in this heat. Not an easy wave to ride, a lot of lump and bump to it, but he just surfs so clean and smooth. Finishes strong all the way through the inside. He's halfway to Churches at this point. And you can tell he liked it. So we'll see what that number comes in at. But what a great way to start the heat. You know, we had to go to 19-minute heats because of the fog delay. And there you go. First of yellow, 5.67.
Decent score to start things up. Mid-ranger. Vodraska with just a 1.93. And both Daniel and Rad haven't caught a wave yet so far. The tide is dropping now. We do have a low tide of 0.1 feet later today. And that's going to allow for a bit more consistency with these sets. Seems like white had a look right there, but since we're in a non-priority situation between both white and red, no harm, no foul. Seems like Daniel might be in position for here. For this one on the right, look left, gonna go right. A bit flatter to start, but this kid's backhand is one of the best in the business. Hailing from the long right-hand point breaks of Santa Cruz. Get a flow, much better right there, actually engaging with the lip line. You know, and you see a lot of these repetitions just come into play when you're surfing waves like Steamer Lane, like Pleasure Point, and all of a sudden you come down to a wave like Lowers that might not be as powerful as those ones, and you're right at home. Here's the surfer from Florida, Logan Rad. Not a ton on offer right there, just under 14 minutes to go. Now we're going to wait for the opening score of the surfer in red. Should be a decent one.
Yeah, you know, it was kind of a flatter wave, kind of shouldery, if you will, but he did well to finish it, and, you know, he picked his turns there well, able to get up into the lip a couple times. But, yeah, coming from Santa Cruz on your backhand, you're going to be like Nat Young, you know. You're going to have a really strong backside approach, and as you see it here, really smooth rail carves. And he kind of puts this turn on repeat all the way through. This one's probably the best turn in the wave. Nice hook under the lip. But no pumping, no bobbles. Just good way to start the heat. Confidence building wave as he finishes on his feet. So nice wave there for the surfer from Santa Cruz.
And then Rad's respawn here in white.
Yeah, so he connected really well with the first turn, but unfortunately did not get the finish. You can see that south wind chop occasionally catching the surfer's rail. And, yeah, that's where he goes down right there. So good start to that wave, but you got to get the finish to get those big scores.
Right. And as you were mentioning, a lot of these waves that have the flatter face, they're deceiving, Jake. Like, all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, this wave's going to line up on the inside. Next thing you know, you're doing 5-6 turns that are the exact same, and that's why you see the score from red not go up even into the good range. It's a 4.0 for James Daniel. Vodraska opens up with a 1.93. Now waiting for white's opener, it's a 3.5. So Tema with the best in the opening exchange of 5.67. And, you know, noting the past champions here at Lowers, not only within the USA Surfing Organization here at the championships, Kalohe Andino being probably the most known one, but boy, at the CT level too, I mean, you're seeing some people that maybe never won another event besides here. Luke Egan, Richie Lovett won at the CT level, Silvana Lima, a former champion out here for the women's side, and Stephanie Gilmore, the greatest of all time, had struggles certain years, but ended up winning too. So not only does it show your best surfing, it also presents your flaws, Jake.
Yeah, 100%. You can't hide any blips or gaps in your style out here. And wave selection is just so key, and that's why you see surfers like Kalohe and Dino surf out here all the time, truly dominate. Felipe Toledo as well, and resident of St. Clemente, probably the last near decade. Because you want those waves at the steeper face, and sometimes it's not necessarily the longest wave that will get you the win out here, but the one that provides the opportunity to go up into the lip and show off those progressive maneuvers. And so last of red was a 4, and as we said, that number because of the shouldery nature of that wave. So he'll go back in the lineup. At least he's got a number on the board, but he'll look for something with a little more wall to it. So Set approaching the lineup right now. A couple surfers look interested. Red on the inside. So with this southwest swell direction, we've seen a couple waves that break wide of the peak, and Jackson Dorian has been using this peak to
his advantage for
yeah,
sure.
100%.
Here's James Daniel on the backhand. Oh, great combo right there. What a strong opening combination right there for the surfer from Santa Cruz, and a beautiful finish. Be stoked about it, young man. Both competed both, in the U18s and the U16s. Lost out in the first heat. He surfed in the U16s. That was really his chance to prove himself in that division, but looking great so far in the boys U18.
Yeah, you know, as we said, he needed those vertical sections, and he found them on his next wave. 2 really big turns there, and then does well to get the finish. So 3 vert turns, 1 kind of turn to connect the dots, and I really love how he drifted the fins on the first, but the second one, he just hits that section so hard and then gets the finish right here. So nice wave there for Luke.
But James, you mean?
Oh, James, sorry.
Already 3 heats in, and you're getting a little bit of, you know, that kind of surfer's eye, Jacob. We have been here for a couple of days, and you know, it was a little chilly earlier this morning, but heating up now. It's been in the 80s every single day we've been here down on the bike path at Lower Trestles. So, you know, I don't blame you.
Yeah, we got blue skies behind us, so hopefully this fog will continue to lift and get you guys a little more sunshine on your screen.
Well, definitely don't say the F word. We don't want to jinx it again. So scores coming through for Reds last should be his best. Needing a 1.68 for the lead only, but that's only because Tema, currently in first, has a 5.67, his sole score. Rad in white with a 3.5, and Vodraska in blue with a small throwaway at the moment. 8 minutes to go. Priority is with blue. Vodraska, who now with 8 minutes to go and the shorter heats, you'd be thinking he's going to need something to at least match the 5.67 and the 5.83 of Red. Daniel, he takes the lead, gets the best score of the heat. Yep, on the inside he caught it. A score that maybe a lot of people weren't thinking of, Jake, and all of a sudden you see something pop up. Everybody's on the outside, and next thing you know, Daniel's dropping the hammer right there, gets the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that was smart heat management to spin around after that 4 and get that wave underneath priority. So important with these 19-minute heats today to get a couple scores on the board, because we've seen some long lulls, and they've plagued a lot of surfers. So James Daniel surfing smart, and now he'll look to improve upon that score line and tighten his grip on the lead.
7 minutes to go. And as we're seeing those small waves go by unridden, these gentlemen have earned their spot to compete for the prestige of being called a USA Surfing Champion at the end of tomorrow. And James Daniel doesn't want to let that dream go by without being accomplished. He's looking on the inside to try to better his 4. He knows how capable the other 2 surfers in 3rd and 4th are in getting those big scores that are required at the moment. So Tema in 2nd only has the 5.67, sitting with 2nd priority. Vodraska, who only has the 1.93, sitting with priority 1. And if you were a surfer out there right now thinking that a lot of these lows not only prevent you from getting those big scores, but they're also preventing everybody else from getting a score above something of 4 or 5, are you sitting right now and waiting for a few minutes, or are you taking the first wave that you can get?
So I would hate to lose out this event of getting to surf lowers with only 3 other people in the water and having sat through the entire heat. So I'd be rolling the dice, going on as many waves as I can. If I was low on the priority scale, I'd probably be doing what Luke is, sitting on that inside right, waiting for the wide ones.
I got yours spelled right. And do it again just so I know for sure.
But, you know, I grew up in Seal Beach, California, and I'd come down to lowers quite a bit, and I've always been fond of that lowers left. The shorter paddle back out, that steeper first section. But we've seen the bulk of the scores come in on the rights. That southwest swell direction seems to be kind of favoring that direction. And but these surfers, you know, they can go both ways, and they can get big scores even on smaller insiders, as we just saw James Daniel with the 5.83.
So just under 5 minutes to go. Vodraska has waited a long time to get his 2nd scoring ride. You see him move a little bit further inside right there. And Daniel, the heat leader with 4th priority, knowing that he dropped a 5.83 on an insider, the best wave of the heat, he's looking to get something similar or even better to that if he can, on something that nobody else wants. Meanwhile, Tema in 2nd with 2nd priority needs a 4.17 to recover the 1st place spot. And Rad, who has a decent score on the board, a 3.5, with 3rd priority sitting all the way outside on the left, knowing that if it's a split peak situation, he wants to be on one of those 2 waves available. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid strategy if you're in that lower priority of looking to the lefts. But with 3 minutes, 40 seconds left, hopefully we get another set to finish this heat out. In Heat 4, we're looking forward to Levi Young, Rex Hennings, Diego Ferry, and Kepa Mendia. Kepa lost out in the U16s yesterday in a wave-starved heat, so look for him to get a quick start in the next one. But we got a set approaching the lineup, Mitch, and all the surfers are kind of streaking in different directions to meet it.
And the goofy footer Rad in white, gonna go left, up and riding, needs a 2.18 at the moment. Great start right there. Beautiful body torque, a 2nd one. So gonna get the 2.18 that he needs with just under 3 minutes to go. Still a lot more meat left on the bone though, up until the lip now. And a solid finish, he likes it. So Rad on the board, but the answer back from Tema goes down. Wow. So if that was the beginning of the wave, a missed opportunity, and now Vodraska with the answer back. He's stoked with that one too. Should be his best wave. Blue split the peak with Rad on the 1st wave of the exchange. So now Daniel, the heat leader, outside with priority 1, 2 minutes and 20. Let's see how this plays out, because Rad got a decent score. Vodraska's going to get his best, and here's Blue's last, Jake.
Yeah, so this is the flip side of the coin to Rad's left. And, you know, this surfer, he needs something big at this moment in this heat, and he delivered on that turn. That was huge. And we know, because we caught the end of the ride, they finished on his feet, so we're seeing what he did to start this wave off. Surfed it really well, kind of went out to sea through the inside, didn't give him a big section to finish on. but he did well. So if he gets back out in time and can get a second score. But Logan Rad, as you said, beautiful body torque there. You know, really extended through these first 2 turns. Some fill-in work to the inside. This wave steepens up for him. Cracks it there, ditches the fins, kind of a board slide over the whitewash coping. Looks to the judges, and with the finger snap claim.
A bit conservative right there on the right, though, was Vodraska, especially towards that middle section when the wave stood up, so it's going to keep the score down. Just over a minute. Rad drops a 4.67, his best wave. Tema only a 1.07. He gets dropped down to third. Here's Rad on the way back out. On the left again. By himself. Now looking to better a 3.5. Great layback right there. And another strong finish. He loves that one too. 45 seconds to go. And now out the back with priority is James Daniel. Arada was needing a 5.17 to move up into the lead. Tema now down to third. Needing just a 2.51, but that's also not considering what Tana Vodraska just dropped, a 6.43. He's in second. Yellow now in fourth, up and riding, needing a 2.7 or better. Strong start. So as of right now, you would have to be thinking that he's going to get the score that's needed. But now the real question is, what's going to happen with White's last wave too? Boy, 10 seconds to go. This heat's going to be over, and now Daniel wants to get into the mix. On the backhand, the current heat leader. Couple of searing carves on this right. And a decent finish too. Whoa, so judges have a lot of work to do to determine who's going to make it through out of this heat.
So this one's after the buzzer. Well, that was a pretty cool way to come in from that heat, but.
So it seems like Heat 3 going to come down to the wire. They're going to be on hold for a little bit. Don't go anywhere. These are the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Heat 4 coming up of the boys U18.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future generations.
Thank you for preserving this environment.
Thank you for providing access to our favorite playgrounds.
California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
I need that one. Okay.
Back at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. James Daniel stoked. He just made it through. Control the heat from beginning to end. And the Santa Cruz product, who came in as a replacement surfer in the boys U18, making it through again. Through another round. We'll see him later today. And boy, what a heat that last one was.
Yeah, that was crazy. Came down to the final buzzer.
So back in the water now, Heat 4, Levi Young, Rex Hennings, Diego Ferri, and Kepa Mendia. One surfer from Florida, a surfer from Maui, Hennings the local boy, and Diego Ferri from the island of Oahu. So it's going to be another great one. And here at Lower Trestles, Mitchell Salazar, Jake Telekamp with you. And Jake, not only have we seen 3 heats that have been intense, we're going to see another one right now that's just going to be as great because 2 surfers from the Hawaiian Islands, 1 surfer from Florida, and Rex Hennings, who got in as a replacement surfer too. In the water, he knows the spot well.
Yeah, Rex yesterday got the call that a surfer had didn't show up. He was at his hotel, got the call that the heat had just started, got on an e-bike, ripped down here, paddled out in board shorts. There was 9 minutes left of the heat, and came through in second place. So it was a pretty crazy moment for Rex Hennings this heat, starting off, I'd say a little less stressful than the last one.
And here's Blue, Kepa on the forehand, lost out on the boys U16 yesterday. And it's going to be a small start for him. Now White, the local boy, having a look here on the right. Ferry on the left. It's going to be a split peak. We're sticking with Hennings, the surfer from San Clemente. Beautiful start right there. Up into the lip to finish that wave off. Only the 2 turns, but good surfing. And then Diego finishing off right there too. Let's see if they deem that last turn complete or not. 17 minutes to go. These are 19-minute heats. Close to being 10 a.m. this morning. We did start a little late because of that, the fog delay. So now it seems like everybody else just thinking about the victory and never wanting to get 3rd or 4th. It's all about the marbles today, Jacob. You're looking to get into finals day for tomorrow.
Yeah, so the boys U18, they'll come back and round 3 at 12:40 p.m. or a little bit after that because of the delay. But so this was yellow. This was the other side of Rex's wave. Almost goes down there, gets caught behind, so can't see the score going into the good to epic range, I guess you could call it. But does well to finish. I'm sure that was good for the nerves. But this was the wave that got me pretty excited. Nice, strong opening turn there, and then he just throws so much water on that second turn.
So let's go down to Ryan Simmons with the winner of the last heat. It seems like he's with James Daniel.
With the last heat's winner, Luke Tima. That was sketchy out there. There wasn't a lot of waves in the dying moments. You had the first good score, and then you ended up going left on that last one. Talk us through the last 5 minutes of that heat.
Yeah, I had got my pretty fast start. I got the first wave, and I was feeling comfortable. I thought set would come pretty soon, but it never really came. And then I got one pretty decent wave, and I just fell on the first turn. And so I was just... And I saw the kid go right and get a good wave, and I knew I needed a score, and I just saw a little nice left, and the kid with priority over me was going to go right, so I had to go left, and luckily it was the score.
Well, let's talk about recently. You just came off the bronze medal down at El Salvador in the ISA World Junior, and then you had to go through some hardship right there. Just tell me that having the success in El Salvador, is that keeping your confidence in these heats out here when it goes lowly and kind of squirrely out there?
Yeah, kind of. I had a few buzzer beaters in El Salvador, so kind of helped me learn how to handle the pressure more and, yeah, just be able to get the score in the last seconds.
All right, well, one of the best out of Hawaii, Luke Tima, on to round 3. You'll surf again later today. Good job, and congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Ryan. And it was actually Luke Tima who came up with the win during that last scramble. So James Daniel ended up in second. Another great heat back in the water right now. It's Rex Hennings, the Blade, who's been doing some great things out here in the first few minutes of heat number 4, being coached now by Matt Myers, their first event working together. And Matt, a former judge, his opener was a 6.67. Now we're going to wait for his second score, which should also be a good one. Here's Levi Young on the forehand. The surfer from Maui. Solid start right there for him. Working those rails well. And Levi gonna milk this one as far as he can down the line. Just under 14 minutes. Now the answer back by the Floridian Mendia. Kepa goes down. It seems like the nerves might be sticking in. So now joined in the booth by Ryan Simmons, head coach of USA Surf Team. First of all, Ryan, congratulations on the bronze medal as a team down in El Salvador. Now here at the USA Surfing Championship, some great surfing so far. Seems like we might have some action here. Diego in yellow Nope.
Ooh.
That is a paddle, though, so priority will switch. 13 minutes to go, and boy, what a heat in the last dying seconds right there. Tema gets the win.
Yeah, Luke Tima there taking the win in the last moments. We just talked about it in the interview. You guys were listening to that. Yeah, you know, and he held his composure and was able to split the peak with the higher priority surfer. So making good decisions out there. And we talked about he's coming off the bronze medal, and he was a bit humble about the experience right there in the post-heat interview. But you know he's just way better and more solid and more confident coming off the bronze medal that he won for Team Hawaii.
Absolutely, and you're speaking about the awareness that he has within the heat too, right? The amount of not only progression that he has in comparison to a lot of these other surfers that are noticing what's happening within the heat. He's one of them, and the interesting thing is that he's only 15 years of age, and he's doing well in the U18s. Here's the heat leader, Hennings. Already has a couple of sixes on the board, and the local boy looking good so far, choosing only the rights. Knifing turn right there, and a strong combo to even things up here on the lowers right. And an even better finish, too, so this should score well. Hennings looking like one of the favorites right now, Ryan.
Yeah, the local boy there got in this U18 as an alternate yesterday. And you can see there, frontside Cuddy. I think he's working with Matt Myers now. Matt coaching a lot of the young crew. And a lot of success with a lot of his surfers. So maybe a little bit of Matt's mentorship sliding into Rex's game here. And it looks like it's paying off. Here we go. Who's this? Kepa Mendia, son of former pro surfer Peter Mendia.
Yep, and it seems like a little bit of a wetsuit malfunction right there on one of his legs, maybe.
Going the Aki, one leg cut, but right below the knee. So Kepa working the frontside cutties. And he's going to have to try and get a big finish, but not that big as he just blows the tail out. And, yeah, there's Dad and Corey, interested spectators in this heat.
And it doesn't seem like Peter very content with the way his son finished off that last wave. And, you know, he had a close heat yesterday afternoon in the boys U16. Just barely got edged out, had a wave right at the end. It wasn't the score that was necessary at that point of the heat. But now in the boys U18, he's got another chance to do well here. Here's the replay, Ryan.
Yeah, Kepa coming around the corner. There's a nice rail turn there, setting up this inside. We were talking to Kepa the other day about being cognizant of about not chasing too much down the line and a little bit of it there where maybe he could have fit in another cutback before the finishing maneuver, just utilizing that patience on this wave. But they're kids and they get on that toe edge and they get down the line and they get anxious. But, yeah, you know, he would have been well served to finish with a nice just, you know, old school maneuver in this low-scoring heat outside Rex Henning. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity, Mitch.
No doubt, and you look at the names in this heat too. Some great competitors that have been around for a bit longer than Kepa Mendia has had competitive prowess in himself. Levi Young, former competitor of the ISA several times for Team Canada.
He just was down there at El Salvador. So yeah, you know, those guys that all of the competitors that came in hot out of El Salvador, you know, they're on fire right now. Levi surfed good down there. Obviously, Rex, the local. Diego, he's always a standout from the South Shore of Hawaii. And then Kepa, one of the best from the East Coast. Yeah, that heat yesterday, Kepa, he had a good total. So, you know, as the coach, I'm looking at, even if they lose, but he had like a 12.3 total. That's pretty solid. So that'll factor into the decision-making.
Especially for the U16, right?
Yeah, but he moves up.
Oh, this is the last year U16.
Well, no, yeah, last year in the U.S. Champs, but Kepa's one of those surfers. He's the 06 birthday, so he will be in U18 next year.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're also looking at that. We have a few of those U16 surfers from the East Coast in Kepa, Logan, Braden, and Benji, and they're looking to get their new spot on the team. But I don't think all four are going to make it, so it's touch and go.
Oh, boy, I can't even imagine the amount of texts and phone calls you probably get either.
It's actually been pretty cool. You know, everybody's been pretty solid. They're stoked on the new program with me and Asher moving forward, taking off after Brett moved away. So, you know, everybody's in unison. Everybody kind of knows what we want to see, and the rankings and the results kind of play out to where it kind of takes it out of our hands.
It's very transparent, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. This year it is.
So 8 minutes, 30 to go. Hennings extends his lead, drops the best score of the morning so far, an 8.23. Kepa currently in second with a pair of threes. Levi Young opens up with a 4.67, and Diego, that kind of weird opener, a 3.83, and it's very uncharacteristic of Diego Ferri because if I'm honest, the first 2 heats that he surfed in this event, great surfing on both the right and the left, but this morning he's a little bit out of sync, Ryan.
Yeah, another, you get through that first round, you get into the second round, and it is kind of like moving day. They will have another round later today, but this is the important round where if you can get through the second round and into the quarterfinals, maybe you can breathe a little easier, where this is sort of an intense heat, and we've seen this with all of the competitors. There's definitely some nerves going on out there.
Yeah, it's almost even a breakthrough, isn't it, when you get through this round and you all of a sudden know that you're going to have a great shot at making the team, and that's a paddle from Levi Young.
Ooh.
Can't get into it. We'll go down to priority 4, and he's not stoked. Yeah.
Frustration. It's a little flustered or frustrated, one or the other. But, yeah, so Kepa, with the pair of threes sitting in, he's in the second spot, so that's where that would have been well served to finish that last wave solid. But, we can talk about that in here.
And here comes Rylan Beavers, another standout from the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, just a solid competitor, Rylan Beavers. Doesn't make any mistakes. He's got that little bit wider stance that I like. He's good on the rail. He's got the air game. He's a solid competitor, and he's the kind of one to look at.
Reminds me of the style of Tanner Hendrickson.
There you go. There you go.
Maybe not as aggressive or as progressive as Tanner was.
Little smoother, but yeah.
Wider stance.
Similar style.
Likes to throw the tail. So just under 7 minutes to go. Henning's in the lead. And there we are, Mitchell, Ryan. Congratulations, Simo, once again on the bronze medal. And
yeah.
I think you've done not only a great job this year so far, but in the years leading up to it when you were still head coach of the U.S. team a few years ago.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I had my stint from 2012 to 2016. We had some success. I stepped away to do some stuff on the tour with some of the traveling pros. Worked with like Kaylee Gilchrist, Tia Blanco, Jake Marshall, Nolan Raposo. It was fun. I got to go to Spain again, Barbados, Tahiti, and now back in the saddle here with Asher, and we're excited with the future of USA surfing.
And now you got to deal with these young superstars in the making right here. Carl Berger from Florida coming up next. One of the better goofy footers from the East Coast recently, too.
Yeah, he's exciting. He's kind of got, I talked about it, a little bit of a Brazilian style, and he looks up to the Brazilians. So Carl, he's going to be a last-year surfer next year. He's the 05 birthday. He's looking pretty solid to remake the team, but this still as to be determined. But, yeah, we're liking what Carl's doing.
He's got the swag about him, too.
Yeah.
5 minutes 35 to go. Priority is with yellow, and he needs to be on the set right here.
Important wave for Diego, and yourself.
He's going to use priority, and he's on the forehand. Ferri. Oh, a slip.
What was that?
He goes down, and a missed opportunity outside now. Red having a look on the left.
Levi trying to paddle away from the crew to get this left. It could be a good call. These lefts are kind of stacking up today like we saw Tima in the last heat on the buzzer beater. Here we go. Turns the rail over Levi Young. Deep off the bottom. Little fin drift. And
so a two-turn combo, Ryan, and it seems like somebody might have split the peak with him. Could have been the heat leader Hennings, but he's so far out front. It's really a battle for second. Here goes Rex. Live action. Already has the 8.23 and the 6.77. Would like to get rid of that low score if he can. Throws the tail. What an explosive maneuver. Up into the lip line. Great reaction time. So just a 2, but this kid has got it all working for him.
He's letting go right now. He's feeling loose. Here we go. Kepa needs a good score. Turns the rail over. He's going to come around the corner here and bit stuck there, but he's going to drive down the line, build that board speed back up. He's got this frothy wave. He's going to try and get the 2-hit combo. And so let's just let all these next scores drop. Diego, he's not really going to be in the mix with the slip, but he's back out the back in priority 1. But we're really looking at Levi's last and comparing that to Kepa's last because they're battling for the advancing position, but Diego's going to try and get into this thing.
Here goes Ferri on the backhand. This is where he's produced his biggest score so far in the event. Beautiful bottom turn, top turn combo. Needs this wave to stand up on the inside, though. Great flow. And a lot of pacing right here in this midsection. This wave going flat, but does well just to fit in a few right here to get the finish. So that'll be his best score. Under 4 minutes to go, Simo.
Yeah, I like the first 2 turns for Diego right there. He really went down and up and used the bottom of the wave and then used his inside rail on the backside hook. So that wave's going to score well. and we're still waiting on the last of red. Actually, pretty much everyone has that score coming in.
And here's the heat leader, Hennings again.
Whoa, he got out the back quick.
He's nonstop, that is for sure. Just a quick one there, so that won't go into his top two. This is an important wave from Young on the forehand now. The product of Maui. Older brother Cody, a great surfer as well, competed in the USA Surfing program.
Yep.
And now Levi on the forehand. Great combo. This wave looking good for him. Could easily be his best if he finishes it off right here. Still working those rails. Good pacing, but needs something explosive right here just to put the cherry on top of the cake.
How good was the wall on that wave? So he picked the eyes out of that one in this dying last 3 minutes. So the judges have their work cut out because there's at least 6 scores to drop right now. 2 for red, 2 for white, 1 for blue, and 1 for yellow. And we'll just see how it all ends up with about 2:20 on the clock, and it looks like it's still pumping. So it got through the fog delay, and now it's just absolutely perfect lowers.
Oh, and look at this for yellow.
I
If he
know.
can make it out the back and catch this left, he's going to put himself in a good position to make it out of this heat. Seems like he may have even heard us right here because he's looking at this first one. Boy, but there's still a few waves coming out the back. Here's Kepa now on the right. You'd be thinking that he needs a big score now. So just a setup right there. That wave's going to close out. 2 minutes to go. And now Diego, decision time. Gonna let that one go by too. Didn't like the looks of it.
Okay, it looks like that left, the 2 turns for red came in 5:17, putting him in second, and now we're waiting on blue and yellow's last rides and red's long right. So he could even throw away the 4.67 for Levi Young. He's really worked on his competitive strategy in the last year and a half, Levi Young, and he's surfing solid. Here we go.
Blue up and riding. Kepa way down the line, not even on the peak anymore. And is going to need something big. This wave so far flat. And may have to take to the air right here to get a big score. Gaining speed and will do so. Can he pull it off? No, he can't. 60 seconds to go, waiting on a few scores. Red's last and then yellow's last too, which should be his best. And now Diego may be looking a bit too desperate. Doesn't want to use priority in the wrong way right here, Simo.
Yeah, he's hoping that left was a 6.02 that we still don't have the score, and he's hoping white didn't better the 4.67 with about 40 seconds. Yeah, there is a little bit of intensity, so Ferry's going to go right here.
Decent turn to start things off. Goes up into the lip the second time, much better, but just the 2. He loves it. And now the heat leader, who's been unstoppable this heat, going a bit too big right there at the end. And it seems like this heat is going to come down to a close. It's going to be up into the judges' hands to see who makes it out of the heat. But you know what? Levi not letting things happen right here. Just a little closeout re-entry for him. Not a ton, but he's going to finish off this heat at the moment in second. Will it stay that way, though? Who knows? It's a toss-up. Henning's definitely going to take the win.
Yeah, solid 8.23.677. That's a really good total for Rex.
So is it going to be Levi Young or Diego Ferry moving up into the second place? Don't go anywhere. We'll come back with the results of heat number 4, heat 5 coming up. This is the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Back at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. It was a stunning heat, the last one coming down to the wire. We still don't have official results. Hennings going to take the win, but waiting on whether or not Levi Young or Diego Ferri going to advance. Diego still waiting on his last score. Was needing a 5.48 or better to move through. And on the beach now, waiting for the number. Will it be enough? So Hennings, no doubt, going to take the victory with a 15-point heat total. Not excellent, but very close to it, Ryan, and one of the best we've seen all event long. Let's go down to Jake with the winner of the last heat, Rex.
A little bit of a stressful first heat. You tell us about what happened.
So yeah, I got a call that I woke up to in bed saying that I had 30 seconds left to get down to a heat. At first I was like, oh, I won't make it, and then like last second I went and then put on my board shorts because I had time to put on a wetsuit and just jammed down here as fast as I could. Got here with like 8 minutes left, and then yeah, finished the heat with a couple small scores, but it was enough to make it halfway through.
Okay, and then so you go out for this heat today. It's a little bit less stressful. You got a wetsuit on, and then take me through that heat. It was kind of a dream scenario with excellent scores.
Yeah, so I was really stoked. I have lots of confidence, not much to lose since it was just lucky to get out the opportunity yesterday. And I don't know, I was trying to pick my waves good and like stay calm the whole heat, so I felt like I did good and stuck my maneuvers.
Nice. Take me through that big right with the blowtail on it.
Yeah, so I don't even know. I had like tons of speed. It wasn't a really good section, so I just like spun it to see what would happen, and it kind of worked out. It was kind of weird. I was shocked I landed it.
Awesome. Thank you, Rex, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake, and congratulations to Rex Hennings, the best performance of day 4 so far, Ryan, and that's the one blowtail that Jake was talking about. This kid has got it all, and he's looking for the win here at his home break.
Yeah, he's surfing good. That was sick maneuver. His foot just hung on the rail of that Matt Biola's Mayhem shape. Looks like it's going good.
It does, and you know what? I like the epoxy use right here at Lowers. Just a little bit more buoyancy, a lot more flotation. So heat 5 in the water now. Rylan Beavers, Wheeler Hasberg, McConna Fransman, and Carl Berger. It was Levi Young making it out in second in the last heat. And here we go, the surfer from Rocky Point on Oahu, McConna. Older brother Dylan, a great surfer as well.
Yeah, he came through the system also.
Yeah, and McConna has definitely grown up into being a man now, Ryan. Here goes the Floridian, Carl Berger. That is a ride, so he's going to establish priority here. And now Beavers on the forehand. Decent start right there. Nice turn in the pocket. And as you were saying, this kid has not only the consistency to pull these kind of turns off, but the effortlessness of just being able to surf a wave at the way it's allowing you with the pace. So Beavers starts off well. Stand by for the opener of yellow, too, as Hasberg, the surfer from Encinitas, is also waiting for first priority.
Yeah, Carl there just a bit anxious, you know, trying to drop in late, and we've seen that a little bit in the event where it's kind of a no-no when you're on the peak at Lowers. Why are you dropping in with the wave breaking down your back? So you just got to have that ability to kind of wait and find a good wave. But as we said, a lot on the line right now, so could be a little bit frazzled in the head. They're going to have to settle in. But, yeah, you're right. Ryland, he surfs with an intensity, but also he surfs relaxed where you can see he's not over trying.
Right.
And a lot of the surfers are doing that out here, and you can't do that at Lowers because it's such a slopey wave. You got to settle in here. And let's go over this last of yellow. McConna, this first turn was really good. Nice drawn-out rail gouge. Deep off the bottom, little late float. And you called it there from Rocky Point, North Shore, Hawaii, and this is the Ryland wave. Nice quick snap there for Beavers up and over. So this feels good early in the heat, you know, already multiple combination of maneuvers right here. And finishing this wave solid through the inside.
Yeah, I really like the way he's just able to get through each turn with the same amount of speed as he did before.
Yeah, he didn't over surf that wave. He surfed it to as much energy it was giving back, and it's a 5.83, and that's a perfect score to start the heat.
Yeah, great way to start things off for the surfer from Hawaii. In red, Beavers, Fransman opens up with a 3.73, And Berger just a throwaway as we're looking at Hasberg with priority 1. He's going to wait out the back. We're going to stick with blue. Carl Berger from Florida. That wider stance on the forehand. Good combo right there for the goofy footer. Nice carve, but just can't hold on. The wind's definitely picking up, and Hasberg outside. Seems like he's looking right. Ooh, loses priority right there. It's going to go to yellow Franzman, and a missed opportunity for Wheeler.
Yeah, you don't see that too much. Wheeler's pretty solid. Surfs for Canada and the ISAs, so he also has had multiple World Juniors under his belt, but here we go.
McConnell with a great-looking wave. How about the pace with that bottom turn right there, too?
Love that bottom turn.
And, oh, a strong finish for the Rocky Point local, looking right at home right there. Wow.
That was sick. Here's Wheels. He's going to have to get going here as the boys are dropping numbers. Long bottom turn and a little bit slopey. He's out of there. Lefts seem tough right now, hey?
They definitely do, especially with that northwest wind picking up. Boy, but you get that one air section and one maneuver can make the difference. Unfortunately, you know, everybody else besides Berger, not a goofy footer in this heat. McConnell Franzman has a great backside air game, but I wouldn't bet that he's going to be looking at those lefts entirely this heat. Here's the replay of the last of red.
Yeah, quick float, kind of set up behind it, but that actually put him in a good speed for the wave as he's multiple down the line hacks, kind of mixed it up right there, down the line off the top, so there's the variety in Beavers. He knows what the judges are looking for, and a nice little fin drift snap. And here we go with, this was McConnell's wave, Mitch. That long bottom turn you were talking about, you got to love it. And then he just hammers and blows the tail out. Perfect timing, old school hammer, not sliding the tail around, and we've seen that today. Oh, this could be live action.
Yep, Wheeler on the backhand. His real first wave. Sets it up with the first turn. Up into the lip. A little bit cautious right here because the lefts are hard to surf. So let's see if he can get a great finish. He does. What a maneuver to end the wave off. So that's going to be a good number for him. 13:20 to go.
Yeah, he needed that at that point, right? Not having a score and then listening to all these numbers drop. Carl got a 4.07 on his left. He had that little bobble, that weird ridge on like the third, fourth section. And that was due to the wind affecting. So we're waiting for that wave for McConnell.
But Beavers drops a 5.17, Ryan, so a good backup for him. As you mentioned, Berger with the 4.07, but it seems like Yellow is just going to get a massive score off of this last one.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably 7.5 plus, but let's see what the judges think.
There it is, 8.5 points
for
McConnell Franzman. And, I mean, the first bottom turn, top turn combo was great, but really the big part of the score came from the second turn.
Huge maneuver. I mean, had he just done that without the first maneuver, it probably would have went in the 7 range. So, yeah, I mean, any way you slice it, just really good surfing from McConnell Franzman from Rocky Point, North Shore. In the lead with the other Hawaiian in second on a pair of 5s, a 5.83 and a 5.17. So Berger already looking for the 6.94, almost a 7. And, well, Wheeler's going to get his best ride, and we'll see what he needs sitting out there in the white jersey. Solid wave that last of Wheeler, though. He really used the bottom and his rail. I think the judges might like it.
He's a very complete surfer, too. Can surf well on the right, can surf well on the left. Has a great air game, too, and very underrated in barrels. Spends a lot of time in Mex as well. Loves to surf Pascuales with Alan Cleveland Jr., and he drops a 5.6, so it's competitive with Beavers' pair of 5s.
Yep, exactly. So Ryland, you know, he got the 5.83 and the 5.17 just with solid surfing on those rights, but he might have to elevate the level a little bit, and he probably knows that. Just in the rest of the time in this heat, he might need a wave in the 6 range as McConnell's running away with it right now, and you probably expect in the next 11 minutes McConnell will throw that 3.73 away. You don't know for sure, but most likely.
It's the goal, right?
Yeah.
And at least having that in the back of your mind, it should be something that you're striving for.
So this is interesting to just see how Wheeler and Carl can kind of handle the pressure of Carl needing the 7 and Wheeler getting the 5.6 and knowing he's up against some veteran competitors in McConnell and Ryland.
And I was about to bring that up as we're going to see the replay of the last of Wheeler Hasberg. His best, the 5.6, Ryan.
Yeah, you got to love the bottom turn, top turn combo, and you called it. I was thinking exactly what you said. He surfed this wave reserved, but enough to get a good score. And you're right, it is a bit, that was sick. Nice finish there where he had a little bit of a steeper section. And then this was the long bottom turn. You got to love a deep, long bottom turn. He smashed that. And then this was the huge finish. Netted him the 8.5 from Akana. You got to love that right there.
Wow. That's as good as it gets. Remember Chaz Chittister, Rocky Point local too?
Yeah.
That's just like him right there. He probably learned that turn from Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz grew up in Seal Beach. So surfed with his dad a lot on the north side. Todd, he rode the longboard. He always trunked it, even in the middle of winter.
Wow.
Yeah,
Sounds like it was
good with
freezing.
their family.
10 minutes to go, and you know, you brought up that point of how people are going to react under pressure, especially the people that maybe have nothing to lose, right? Wheeler competes for Canada at the ISA level, still does the whole program of USA Surfing, though. But now you go up against the people that actually have something to lose, like Carl, like Rylan and Makana. What are they thinking of when they're looking for a good result to not only impress yourself, but to impress their peers and the pros back home? Here we go, split peak. We're going to stick with White. Hasberg on the backhand real quick. And now Berger on the right, also on the backhand. He needs a 6.94 or better to move up into second place. So it would need to be the second best wave of the heat. Some decent surfing. This wave hasn't really set up the way he's wanted to. And it just doesn't seem like it's offering up a lot of scoring potential up until right there. But just can't finish off. 9 minutes to go, Simo.
Yeah, not sure what Carl did at the start of that wave. Maybe we'll get the full wave replay, but had a couple maneuvers down the line looking for the 6.94 or really just anything better than that 4 he has. So here we go. This is the start of his wave. Nice little float climb. Slashes there. So actually 3 pretty decent turns to start for Berger. And places it there in the corner. And finishes on the inside. So interested to see this wave score.
So as long as you're bettering your low score too, maybe you don't get the score that's required, but if you're bettering the low score, you're still doing your job. 3.93, so just under his previous. And it seems like that slopiness of that wave just didn't add up to the explosiveness that the judges were looking for.
Yeah, and he never was able to turn the rail over. He was a bit where he got like placing the board vertical.
Here we go, Hasberg on the left. Great start right there. Needs a 5.41 or better. And as we mentioned before, equally as good on the left as he is on the right. So doing some good work right here. This wave needs to stand up for a decent finish, though. And let's see if you can get that number that's required. Just under 8 minutes to go. Priority still with the heat leader Fransman outside.
Yeah, well, this is a battle. Wheeler needing the 5.4 right now, 5.41. So 7.5 remaining. Interested to see where that score goes compared to Ryland's mid-5s.
So Fransman with priority 1. It seems like Beavers did catch a wave in that exchange too. We'll get it to you. 11 points, not a bad heat total. There's Blair Barton with Shea Lopez. Barton in his last year, as you were mentioning, has an excellent air game, by the way, Ryan, and I'm very, very excited to see him go left here in this heat.
Yeah, it's fun to watch the 04 birthdays. Kai Yan Yang, Blair Barton, and unfortunately Ryan Huckabee had to pull out of the event. He hurt his ankle, so we want the speedy recovery for Huckabee. But yeah, it's fun to see those surfers that are going to be moving out of the prime system, turning 18 and into the QS and all that, where they've got nothing to lose. So they're looking for the win to finish out, you know, their career in the junior ranks. So go big. That's what I would tell them.
Yeah, and Huckabee just missed out by a few decimals of a point last year in winning this event against Sheon Crawford. And he was close to not only getting the score, but also cementing himself as the #1 seed coming into this event this year. Hasberg drops a 4.83, still not enough, needing a 5.41 to move up into second place. Berger in fourth, needing the 6.94. And Beavers recovered second priority. He's still in second, looking to improve on a 5.17.
Yeah, but that wave, that 4.83 for Wheeler, that'll feel good. And then hearing the beach announcers, we've got Rick Erkeneff, and Jake will probably be up there with Rick now. And then when they tell him he needs the 5.41, he's probably feeling like a little bit of confidence. Even though he didn't get the score, he surfed the wave well, and he knows he has the 5.6, so he just needs the right wave in the, well, just 6 minutes remaining there. So Carl still looking for the 6.94, and he just got back out the back and got third priority. So this heat far from over.
Hasberg in third. And as you were mentioning with priority 4, that is the only thing that might be affecting him right now as we're seeing the next heat about to paddle out. Kai Martin, Blair Barton, Bryce Zelaya, and the person who's not in the shot, Oliver Zeitz from Kauai.
Kai Martin coming off the final at the QS at
Yeah.
Ala Moana.
Big result for him.
Yeah, huge result.
The youngster who could go into the Challenger Series too if he does well in the next 2 events that he would have to compete in for the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region.
Yep. He was one of the standouts down in El Salvador for the Hawaiian team. Every time I saw him in a heat, he was dropping 8s. It was really cool to see. He seemed to be clued in. I'm not sure where he ended up finishing. I think it was in the top 10 eventually.
I believe 9 maybe.
Yeah.
2 heats before the final. He lost out on Saturday instead of Sunday. But that one afternoon we had down there where the rights were rolling, Luke Swanson, Shion, Kai Martin. I mean, they were all dropping those excellent scores as you were mentioning.
Yeah, well, Hawaii had a great team. They had a good coaching staff and Shane Dorian and I think Kai's dad, Chris Martin.
Yeah.
And they had this year they had a lot of solid surfers, and the waves being pretty heavy, I think that kind of played into Hawaii's hands. Obviously, more power in Hawaii, and the surfers over there are dealing with some heavy conditions. So it was really cool to see that team come together for them to win the gold medal. You know, probably a lot of the surfers their first ISA since we had a couple years off.
Pua de Soto, also a member of that goal-winning team.
Well, and Eve won the gold for the girls. That was insane. Nora Leota had a really good performances. I mean, pretty much the whole team. Great job.
Well, you know who's impressed me so far? I didn't think she surfed extremely well at the ISA World Juniors, but in this event, Malia Moana Lima has been on a tear.
And if you've been watching or if you've been down here and maybe you'll see her surf today or tomorrow if she's still left in the event, she has one of the meanest frontside snaps we've seen out of the girls' division.
I would say so, especially when you're comparing it to the boys, too. It's up there.
Yeah. No, it's explosive. It's electric. It's right up there with the best of the best, Malia Lima.
3 minutes and 25 to go. Franzman still in the lead, but holding on to that low score of the 3.73. Beavers in second. Hasberg with priority 4 needs a mid-5. And Berger, the surfer from Florida in blue, needing a high 6. Let's call it a 7.
Yeah, look at Ryland holding off Wheeler on this wave. So a little tactics there.
So some smart strategic surfing right here from the Hawaiian. Beavers on the forehand, looking at better, a 5.17 as I say that, a slip.
Yeah, we've seen that. I've seen 3 foot slips in the last 2 heats, so I don't know what's going on with the water. Is it slippery? Are they not waxing up? I mean, they do have to walk across the cobble, but at this point late in the heat, you almost would seem that your foot wouldn't be slippery, but I don't know, just weird, uncharacteristic fall there for Beavers. Actually leaving the door open a little bit for White now in priority 2.
Seems like Carl Berger might have actually gone left, too. And here's the replay, Simo. Needs a 6.94.
Wow, is he going to big layback jam? But taking a little bit of time, but call it complete. Judges will dock him for having to kind of ride out of the white water. But it was a pretty cool maneuver as Ryland, let's just see, foot slip there as he went up. His foot slipped right off the back of his tail pad. So just some random weird fall.
Uncharacteristic, that is for sure. 2 minutes to go. A couple of the ladies watching on as their fellow competitors at this event in the water. They'll be coming up later today. Girls U14 quarters after this, and then girls U18 quarters after them.
Wow, so girls U14 quarters, that'll be fun after the next heat.
So just over a minute and a half right here. Hasberg now with priority 2 as Franzman has been patient. Only caught 2 waves so far in this heat, the 3.73 and then the massive score of the 8.5.
You know, there's been a lot of waves, though, for Makana to go and better the 3.73 in the last 6 minutes. He's been fairly patient, but he's not completely safe in this heat if he doesn't better the 3, and these guys get some big numbers.
Seems like Berger's looking left right here. He's up and riding. Needs the 6.94 or better. Carves it. Start things off. This wave difficult to surf, though. It has those multiple peaks on it. And just the body language, you can see everything right there not working for Carl Berger. 50 seconds to go. Hasberg now with priority 1 as Franzman took off. A good-looking wave right here. Needs a mid-5.
Let's see if he can get over on the corner, Mitch.
He's going to go right, looking at it, and he's paddling for it. 40 seconds to go. Up and riding Hasberg from Encinitas. Needing a score.
Wow.
Drops the wallet. Great start. This wave a quick one, though. Needs a big finish. Up into the lip and rides out cleanly. He loves it. 25 seconds. And now the answer back from Beavers. On the response, he needs to at least better the 5.17 to make the requirement higher. Ooh, great start right here in this wave, lining up well. So Beavers looking for a finish. He'll get it too. Rides out cleanly. What an end to this heat, Simo.
Yeah, I mean, Wheeler went for it on the first maneuver. He went to the layback blowtail over the section, so that was critical, and then he had the finish. And then Ryland going to try and answer back and better his 5.17. He may have done that. We'll let the judges settle that, though. Stand by. You could tell Ryland even a bit on that last wave, surfing with some nerves.
And then Yellow, the heat leader, also with a wave, looking to better the 3.73. This is the replay of Makana's last.
So he finally got into a wave. He used that first priority. He was being patient. He's up and over. He's just trying to better the 3.73. Nice rail carve. I like his style. Nice low center of gravity. Keeps his arms close to the body. Yeah, I probably think he's going to be safe after this one, Mitch.
Well, a great finish, too. And then the flurry at the end between Wheeler and Ryland.
That right there was pretty sick to do that maneuver. And then he had a little bit of chase work. And then the nice lipper. And he's acting it out for the judges. And then let's see right here behind him. Nice rail gouge. Yeah, I like that combo too. Little quick carve to the float. And nice fin drift. So
what a finish to the heat right there. Heat 6 coming up. Don't go anywhere. The boys U18 action just heating up here down at Lower Trestles for the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
The 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables in the water. It's Heat 6 at Boys U18 action. Kai Martin in red. Bryce Celaya is in white. In yellow, Oliver Zietz and Blair Barton is in blue. Here we go. Surfer in white, having a look. Celaya, the local boy, on the forehand. Rolling in on this one. Just slides the fins right there on the first maneuver. Little bit of a combo, showing the variation. And one of the younger kids in this U18 division, Celaya, a product of Western Surfing Association as well. And he's going to finish off his first wave underneath everybody else's positioning. Mitchell Salazar, Ryan Simmons with you for the call here in the boys U18 Heat 6 of round 2. Barton now, the East Coaster, up and riding on the left. He's got a great air game. And this wind is just offering up these sections. Just going to be the one and done, though. So he'll look back out and try to catch another wave after that, Simo. Let's go down to the beach with the winner of the last heat in yellow, Makana Fransman with Jake.
Hi, I'm here with Makana Fransman from the North Shore of Oahu. He just dropped an absolute hammer in that last heat. Makana, this is your last year in the USA Surfing Championships. How much would a win here mean to you today?
I mean, so much to me. I've been doing this contest since I was like 12 years old. It's always been my favorite contest of the year, and yeah, it would be a great win for me.
So you just competed with the Hawaiian team down in El Salvador. What was that experience like, and how is the confidence from that event carrying over here?
I actually didn't make it to the team, yeah, but yeah, it's all good. Hawaii has so many good kids. It was definitely hard for them to pick, but they picked the right kids for sure.
Yeah, my apologies. From the surfing I saw you out there today, I definitely thought you would have been on the team. But so you got in that 8 in that heat with that one huge turn. Take me through that wave.
So yeah, that wave looked like the best wave of the set, and I had the priority to take it. Luckily, because my competitor missed the wave before, he had priority. So I got the chance to take that wave, and I saw the wall just standing up, just perfect lowers wall. And yeah, I just did what I do. Got like 2 good turns in and felt really good.
Awesome. Is there a wave at home on the North Shore that reminds you of Trestles?
A little bit. I just surf Rocky Point mostly every day, lefts and rights, and yeah, once in a while with the right swell direction. Kind of reminds me of here.
Sweet. Awesome. Well, we'll see you in round 3, and good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome heat.
Thank you, Jake, and congratulations to Makana on a big win. Moving into round 3, we'll see him later today competing as well. Back to the action in the water. Heat 6, the last of the round, going into girls U14 quarters after this, Ryan. And a lot of expectations for these young ladies as we're seeing the replay here of the opener of White Zelaya.
Yeah, he's going to feel good about getting this wave under his belt, Bryce. And you called it. He's been just climbing the ranks quietly over the years. I've definitely been watching his progression. And, you know, getting into the USA Championships at Lowers is a huge accomplishment in itself, just qualifying a lot of people that don't get in. And you could see Blair here on the left. And I'm just wondering why the boys are going left after we've seen the last few heats where people going left have lost. Not sure if that, you know, they think they can do something different than what the other kids are doing, but just wondering from the coaching perspective.
Especially on the first wave of the set, too, right?
Yeah, I thought he was actually going to go right. It looked like he had the inside, and that is what we're seeing on the left. Because of the north wind affected, there is a lot of chop and bump where the rights clean up in the bay a little bit, a little easier to surf.
No doubt. 14 minutes, 30 to go. Salai opens up with a 5.67, a great start for him. Barton with just the 2.33, and it seems like there must have been a block on Kai Martin over Oliver Zeitz because Oliver Zeitz, because Martin, somebody that doesn't really play that kind of game at the beginning of the heat. He's usually off to a great start himself, Ryan.
Well, he's one of the surfers that sort of gets a good score early most of the time. And, yeah, without them having ridden a wave, it should be a no-priority situation. And we can see on the board right there, priority 1 to White. So there was something that happened. Priority judges are up there on top of that. Tim Mano and Dave Porch doing a great job.
And Oliver, a great surfer, had a good result last year here in the younger divisions, actually in the U16, now in the U18s himself. Older uncle, Sebastian, former CT competitor. And
okay, so he's the nephew?
Yes.
Right on, right on.
A very similar style, too. If you see them actually set up in their bottom turns, they kind of have the little shift of the feet, too, that you'll subtly see.
I love Seabass. We miss him on tour, don't we?
Oh, yeah. And I would have to say one of the more underappreciated surfers of his era, too.
Yeah, you could say that for sure. I agree with you.
13 minutes to go. Celaya seems like he's going to back up the 5.67. He's up and riding. The local boy pumping down the line, gaining some speed, just using the rails right there and comboing it up. This is a hard wave to surf with a lot of down-the-line momentum. Not going to get the finish, but at least he has a second wave on the board.
Yeah, would have went really far to button that thing up, though, without falling. It would have been a nice score and putting some pressure on some big names. But in this position, maybe for the first or second time, Bryce, so he's trying to elevate and really stomp it. I think he's riding the Timmy. Looked like a Timmy Patterson, okay?
I believe so.
Local shaper, one of the best.
And Martin on those firewire boards that he loves.
Okay.
He's drifting away from everybody else. He's going to go right on the back end here. Kai Boy just came off the final at Ala Moana Bowls for the qualifying series event. Ooh, beautiful combo right there to start things off. And he might not be the tallest surfer in the draw, but boy, does he have power, the Hawaiian.
He's one of the most solid competitors I've seen over the last few years
Oh,
out of any region. Kai Martin, a name to watch in the future for sure.
Here we go. Zeitz on the backhand. And a great surfer from Kauai. Beautiful start right there. A smaller wave, though. So let's see where the score goes, despite the great surfing from Oliver. And as we're seeing right there, those laps just not offering up a ton of scoring potential, especially on the smaller ones, Ryan.
He did well to surf that wave, but you're right. The wind is affecting the left, definitely. But I like the first turn, Oliver, and you're right. He does have similar style to Uncle. So I think Kai's going to get a good wave, maybe the best wave of the heat so far. So we waited about 7.5 minutes, but there it is, 6.67, putting him straight into second. And, you know, just thinking about Blair on that opener going left, had he gone right, dropped a score, could be in a position where he's sitting in just the 2-3-3 now. But here's last of Oliver. Nice first turn. Yeah, and you called it. This wave went high line, low road, but he stayed in the pocket, and I like how he's turning the rail over.
Isn't it just incredible how some of these surfers can get on these small waves and just make them look way better than they actually are?
Yeah, that just shows the level of talent here in USA Championships. And Kai Boy with the 6.67, 2 really good turns, and the wave just kind of going out to sea right here, so just doing the busy work.
Yeah, and his dad, an incredible surfer too, Chris, was one of the coaches for Team Hawaii, along with Shane Doran down in El Salvador recently. 10:25 to go.
Yeah, it was nice, you know, just Shane Dorian, the ex-pro, coaching the Hawaiian team, and then Australia had J. Bottle Thompson.
Yeah.
So it was fun, you know, seeing the former tour surfers give back and now in the system, so that's really cool.
And then last year at the World Games, it was actually B. Durbridge, head coach of Australian surf team. Yeah.
Well, is he still a coach? Do they have a few?
I believe so. I think
maybe
he works
he's with the world team or something.
They have a performance institute over there,
Yeah.
and I believe he's part of it. I think Andy King actually just got a job with them too.
Well, yeah, he's a former competitor from my era in the late mid-'90s. A really good competitor, Andy King. Works with a lot of athletes on the tour.
Yeah.
And probably integral part of Australian surfing for sure.
Coached Gabe to a world championship
Yeah,
last
that's right.
year.
You're right.
Where he actually won the event here, the finals.
Wow.
And a nice person too, Andy King. I was able to travel with him a bit last year after the CT event.
Oh, he's a great guy, yeah.
Yeah. Great surfer too. I mean, if you don't really know a lot of these ex-pros, like, you're thinking to yourself, do they really have the experience? Have they been around? And the next thing you know, you see them surfing and you're like, okay, I believe it.
Yeah, because there wasn't social media in the mid to late 90s, so of course it's hard. You have to go to, like, you know, YouTube and Google things to just find out, like, even some video clips or some results of, I mean, the QS Tour in the late 90s was very heavy.
Here goes Eden Walla coming up in the next heat in the girls U14. One of the younger competitors in the draw too. Her father right there next to her. Younger brother Zion, a fantastic surfer too, Simo.
Yeah, they're a waterman family. They're fishing, surfing, and diving and doing all the fun stuff, staying involved in the ocean, and here we go.
Kai Boy on the backhand again. Already has the 6.67. Beautiful turn right there. Straight up through the lip once again. And that Slater Designs Firewire looking great here on the backhand. Lost out in the 3-person round last year here in the quarterfinals. Doesn't want to let that happen again this year at the USA Championships. Barton on the backhand now. Just setting up for the inside. Much better right there from the East Coaster. Has an incredible air game, but I think people underappreciate and underestimate his rail game too. Throwing a lot of spray here at the end. That's going to score well for Blair. 8 minutes to go, Ryan.
Yeah, good surfing. And here we go. Oliver on the left.
Zeitz on the backhand now again. Dropped the 3.33 on his opener. A frothy one, but does well to get up into the lip right there. So much steeper on the lefts where the rides offer distance on the rights, but you look at the comparison right there, the amount of surfing that was done by red in comparison to yellow, it's quite obvious which is going to get the better score.
Yeah, I mean, I think the judges have shown us that they're liking the rights right now with the length of ride, and you can get scores on the left, but when surfers are doing 5 to 7 turns compared to 2, the scores have to go higher on the right.
especially when you talk about quality, not quantity. But if there's quality involved with the quantity, boy, it's going to get even higher in terms of scoring.
Yeah, well, Kai Martin, it looks like he dropped a 5.73, and Oliver got a 4.73, and we're still waiting for the last of blue. But Kai Martin, to me, is unflappable. Even with the slow start and then the paddle priority change, he never wavered and continues to just perform like it's nothing. Here's Bryce. He needs to better that 3.
Yep, on the forehand, has caught 3 right so far, currently in second. And as you mentioned, Ryan, looking to better a 3.0. The local boy looking to make it through in this last heat. Some good surfing so far, rail to rail, but nothing explosive. And looking for a great finish, throws the tail, can't pull it off. 6 minutes 20 to go, and we're still waiting on Blair Barton's last in blue.
Well, yeah, things are going to tighten up here once Blair gets that second score, as Oliver just sitting on a total of 8 and Bryce in the mid-8s. Blair has just the 2.33. And that's where I was going back to the opener of Blair. I was just, speculating that had he gone right, there it is, a 4.6, he probably would have had 2 scores like that. But easy to say that from him here in the box, right? He still has time with over 5 minutes remaining. Looks like Blair just needs a 4.08, but Bryce might better the 3. So the judges are probably working on that score right now.
And there's blue. Maddie Stanton coming up in the next heat. That'll be the first quarter of girls U14. Linnea Mons, Dea McCart, Eden Walla, Maddie Stanton.
Yeah, it's fun. I surfed against her dad. Brian was on the national team there with us.
Isn't it funny?
It's really
you
cool to
compete
see
against
the kids.
parents,
Yeah.
and now all of a sudden you're coaching the kids.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, she's on the radar for the U14 national junior team, so that's fun.
Couple of big names coming up too. Chesney Gannot dropped something close to a 10 last year in this event.
I think she won this division.
She
last
did.
Year? Okay.
Or I
was
think
it
the U12.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now we're up in the 14s for Chesney. Oh yeah, I mean, Mia McLeish, Alana Lopez, Kaya Howard is someone to watch. Sky Suit from Hawaii. I know her dad.
Spencer.
Yeah.
Great surfer too.
Good photographer.
5 minutes to go.
There's Dea on that new mayhem shape she had made. Oh, watch out, girls.
Yeah. There's still rocks right there, even though there's sand on the beach.
Yeah.
So let's see what Celaya drops. The 4.1. That means that Zeitz in third, needing a 5.05. Blair Barton in fourth, needing a 5.18. And you know what's even more impressive from the heat leader right now, Kai Martin? Not only does he have first priority, as you were saying, had that little mishap at the beginning of the heat, but has only done it on 2 waves too, Simo.
And, just going about his business kind of feels to me like he just does his own thing. He's not affected from the other competitors, what anyone is doing, and I like that a lot. He's got the blinders on, and he's got a plan, and he's sticking to that plan, and obviously the surfing follows through. This is exciting, though, Oliver and Blair, Blair kind of the name from the East Coast over the last 4 years, and then Ollie coming onto the scene, trying to make a name for himself. So this is exciting. And even Bryce, kind of an underground name. We've seen him over the years in the NSSAs and the WSAs, and now here he is on the bigger stage, and he's holding it together, and he's performing.
Yep, especially.
And, if you want to be critical, he fell on 2 of his waves where just add a little bit, that 9.7 might be a 10.7, so it would make it a little tougher, and that's why we're being critical, though. We're here with the best of the best USA Championships, and we're here in the booth. No one can hear us on the beach, so we can be critical.
Well, especially yourself, because you're looking to have these kids qualify for the USA team too.
Totally.
So
yeah,
you're looking at everything from every different angle.
Scrutinizing every angle, everything that can happen. Yeah, myself and Asher.
3 minutes to go. Martin in the lead, Celaya in second. Oliver Zeitz, needing a 5.05, and here goes Barton in fourth. Good looking left, needs a 5.18. Strong turn to start things off. And gets a little hung up.
What happened? He just plugged the nose, but he's got the right length. So here we go, yellow.
The answer back from Oliver Zeitz. Or Zeitz, I'm getting confused with the Zeitz and the Zeitz. And Oliver on the back end. What a turn right there. 5.05. He loves it.
Nothing else there? Okay, just the 2 turns. Needs the 5.05. Bryce going to have to maybe answer back.
Strong turn right there for Celaya.
And maybe he had something before and then just
the heat leader right here,
Yeah.
Martin. Oh, my. What a turn right there. Kai Boy from the South Shore of Oahu just feeling at home right here on these long right-handers of Lower Trestles. Oh, and what a finish. He loves it. And, boy, this kid is going to drop a great score, looking to better a 5.73. That is gone. A minute 50 to go right here, Simo.
That could go excellent. That was really good surfing, real patient. I love the bottom turn, top turn combination, and Blair might get another look at it.
Barton now on the left again. So before Celaya's last was needing a 5.18, goes to the air, can't pull it, and remember we still have Oliver's last to come through as well.
And Blair, the one before, he was well on his way to the score, and he's just kicking himself right now for not riding out of that road. There was that double up in the wave. His board landed on it. I thought he was going to ride right out of that. Blair Barton, you called it earlier. Good air game. Go to right there. Maybe we'll get the replay, and you'll see that ridge he landed on his rail, and that's the wind affected. We're still waiting on the Oliver wave, though. Anxious to see where they go on that one. Two pretty big turns.
The 16-year-old from the Hawaiian Islands, 55 seconds. He's paddling for another one. Doesn't want to leave anything up to chance right here. On the backhand, he stuck to his game plan the whole heat, Ryan. Going left again. That a hard wave to surf, so he won't better right there. It's going to come down to the previous exchange with 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and looking at, 5.05, I think he might get it, but, I'm not a judge, and we'll just let them do their work. But we've seen a lot of waves in the last 3 days, and I know you've been real clued into the judging. You've worked with this panel a lot.
Almost every weekend.
Yeah, I know. You just kind of can feel where they're going to go, and they've been spot on. It's been really good judging. So did Bryce better the 4.1, crucial, and did Ollie Zeitz get the 5.05? Maybe. So stand by. It's going to be close either side of it.
Yeah, so Yellow waving his hands to try to get some information. They still don't have it, though.
Heat's over.
And that wave of blue not going to count, so here's the
down.
replay. This is the previous one of Yellow.
This is the one we're thinking may go there. Pretty long bottom turn, hacks it, and then this one he times it just about perfect. Flings the tail with the claim. I love it. And the poke dive off. And then this was Kai Boy. This thing, I'm expecting to probably go 7.5 to 8.5. Really good, just rail surfing. Just solid. You called it. He's got the low center of gravity. Look at no extra movement, kind of like Aki and how he just bottom turn, top turn. Just, you got to love it.
He's a great surfer, that is no doubt. Oliver drops a 6.6. He gets the score. Doesn't seem like Celaya's going to better his situation. Either way, would need a 5.67.
I think he's just hearing right now. Let's see the emotion. Little smile right there. Little humble smile.
Doesn't want to reveal everything, that's for sure.
Well, you don't want to get too, Tom Carroll taught me that at a performance camp Quicksilver put on with Rob Rowland back in the day as trainer, and he told us, he still might not hear, but yeah, he doesn't know yet. Tom just said you want to stay even keel through the highs and the lows of your career, and that's the true testament of a champion. So you don't want to get too high or too low when you lose. Anyway, good job from Ollie Zeitz right there, Oliver.
And 9.17 for Kai Martin. It's red, yellow moving through. Celaya Barton out of the event. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with girls U14 quarters here at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future generations.
Thank you for preserving this environment.
Thank you for providing access to our favorite playgrounds.
California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
Back at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Girls U14 quarters in the water now. That's Dea McCart up and riding. These are 19-minute heats in the water. Linnea Mons in red, Eden Walla in yellow, Stanton in white, Maddie that is, and Dea McCart is in white. So great heat in the water for girls U14 quarter number 1. We have 4 quarters, then going into girls U18 quarters, boys U18 round 3, girls U16 quarters, and finishing the day off with boys U16 round 3. So a couple of these divisions going to surf twice today. Mitchell Salazar, head coach Ryan Simmons to my side. And coach, been a great day of action even though we're only a few heats in.
Yeah, we had a little bit of the fog delay this morning, had a 35-minute hold, got underway about 8:40, and yeah, it's just been really good surfing. Swells filled in. You got the combo direction out here at lowers, not just proper south swell lowers, but I like it because the rights are stacking up into the bay and some lefts out there, but we're kind of seeing the wind affect the lefts now. That might change throughout the day. There's your lineup. Bunch of cute girls out there, Linnea, Dea, Eden, and Maddie.
Linnea Mons has definitely become one of my favorite surfers to watch. Her performance yesterday afternoon in the U16 ladies, one of the women to watch, that is for sure. She drops a 5.33 on her opener. Priority is with the surfer in yellow, Eden Walla. And it seems like Maddie Stanton opened up with a 1.0. McCart has a wave to come through as well. So early stages, Ryan, but shifting our gears to the girls U14 division, the judges have a lot of work to do as well because you're seeing 6 heats of the boys U18, the highest level of surfing in the event. All of a sudden you go to a much more different division too.
Yeah, they'll shuffle the scale a little bit.
Let's go down to the heat winner with Jake Telekamp. It's Kai Martin.
Hi, I'm here with Kai Martin, who just put on an absolute clinic in that last heat. Kai, you were part of the gold medal winning team at the ISA World Junior Games in El Salvador. You just made your first QS final at Ala Moana in your backyard in Honolulu. How does it feel coming to this event?
So far it's been good. Glad I lucked into that one at the end. Felt like the swell finally starting to push in, so I just took off on that wave and I saw like the ball and I knew if I just stayed on my board then it would have been a good score, so yeah, I'm just stoked.
Right on. And how many more years do you have left in this division?
I think I have 1 more year after this year.
And what's your plans post-amateur surfing?
Post-amateur surfing, just try and get on the Challenger Series and make the World Tour.
Right on. With surfing like what we saw in that first heat, it's definitely a possibility. Congratulations. Good luck in your next heat.
Thank you, Jake, and congratulations to Kai Boy right there, dropping one of the highest scores of the event, a 9.17 on a right-hander. Back in the water, Mullins with the 5.33, McCart with a 2.33, and Stanton with just a quick up and down for a 1.0, Ryan. And back to, the qualification process for not only these young kids in the USA Surfing, they're their own regions too. Hawaii has a separate junior team, but as far as the qualifying series goes and the challengers now, a little bit less complicated, we would have to say, to get to the CT.
Yeah, well, let's watch this wave of red real quick. Was this her opener, the 5.33?
Yep, Linnea.
She's been loving the lefts. Yesterday afternoon, she got through a heat using the lefts too, so she's going to stick to her game plan. Yeah, so now with the 3 tiers, as we see white, this was McCart's opener, a little smooth gouge, and then I don't know why she didn't hit that section, but maybe just lost that speed off the bottom. This looks like young Eden Walla. Nice backhand snap right there. And another one. And you can see these young girls, maybe 12 or 13, surfing with maturity. That score for Eden came in 6.33, and that's a great opener for her. She was pretty much just burst onto the scene in the last year, you know what I mean, where you know about the kids, you see them around, but now we're really taking a look at Eden Walla and dropping big scores like this against some bigger names. Now she's matched up into that level, so it's just the sky's the limit for someone like Eden Walla and Maddie Stanton, and where we know Dea and Linnea are more decorated from the East Coast. So it's good to see these matchups.
Yeah. especially when you're talking about one of the more high-performance waves in the world, too, that everybody's doing well at, whether you're from the East Coast, from Hawaii, or right here on the West Coast. Even the surfers from Santa Cruz are saying, hey, if we could have 1 or 2 events here every single year, we're going to come down and surf.
Well, there's only 3 permits, I think, from the state park system, so it would be good to give us some more permits. But here we go, Linnea.
Yep, on the forehand, already dropped the 5.33. Looking good right here. Ooh, great turn up until the left line. Tough section to manage that turn out of, too. Stanton on the backhand. Should be her best wave. We didn't see the full wave, but we're going to get the replay. 12:30 to go. So at the moment, Walla with the 6.33. That is the best of the heat.
All right, let's see this full wave of Maddie Stanton, second-generation surfer. Her dad was on the NSSA national team back in the late 80s, early 90s, and doing some good work right here, young Maddie. And I think they have a place out in Texas, so they do Waco a lot, and I think they go down to Nica a lot, don't they?
I believe so, yeah.
I bet a lot of people in Nicaragua are tuning in right now. Maybe Nica time.
Could be. Some great shots. And McCart on the backhand. That wave's going to close out real quick, so it's just going to be the one turn. And you know what's interesting, too, is that I think that region of the United States hasn't really been as exposed as you would think they have been. Texas has offered up some great surfers in the past. Matty Garlow, I think, would say.
Oh, yeah.
Would be the best surfer to come out of there recently. One of my producers over at World Surf League, Milby Shannon, originally from Galveston. He's a good surfer, too. I know a lot of people don't know about him.
Morgan Faulkner.
Ooh, that's a good name.
Yeah, it's fun. I did 2 trips out to Texas for USA Championships when they used to do Hawaii, Texas, Florida, California in the rotation, so they would hit every region for the championships. And we went out to Bob Hall Pier, Corpus Christi in '86. I had to leave my boys U12 final for a twister tornado came, Texas, the weather, right? And then we drove out. What's the other beach out there? I forget. In '91, we drove the 9-passenger van, me and Eddie, my dad, and like Keith Malloy, Greg Browning. It was sick. 24 hours with the crew, drive out there for the champs. It was fun.
Only 9 hours? That seems like
no, 24 hours
24
in the
hours.
9-passenger van. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, look at this.
Split peak, red and yellow. We're going to stick with yellow. Walla already has the 6.33. That was on the backhand, too, and she has a great forehand. Tough section, is able to manage that turn. 10 minutes, 20 to go, and it seems like a surfer was on the left as well. That was Linnea Mons, and she's already looking to better the 4.83, which she dropped on her previous wave, Ryan.
So that was the single big closeout turn for Linnea, 4.83. That's a good score right there. And Eden showing a lot of moxie on that last one. Let's see what Linnea did here on this one. She's sticking to her guns, going left. She's got that nice gouge. I like the style and a good turn there. So Mons, she's feeling good right now. And then this was Eden. Look at how overhead wave. Head high, but it's overhead for the youngsters. And I like the 2-turn combo from Eden.
And that's what's so impressive to me about these younger divisions, especially once you see the U12.
Yeah.
That's when I first saw Caitlin Simmers 5-6 years ago, and I was thinking to myself, wow, who is this young lady?
Yeah.
I knew her coach, John Daniels, at the time, had worked with him, both judging and doing events.
Yeah.
But I hadn't known a girl that was that young and that could surf that well. And now look at her. She qualified for the championship tour last year, is on the challengers right now, rated within the top 5, already won one of the 2 events. And you're looking at not only a superstar in the making, but you see the program that also she came through. USA Surfing is one of them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was weaned through the system, and it seems to be working. Obviously, she won first and a 5th in the first 2 challengers this year, well on her way to requalify again. And the only other surfer to do that was Taj Burrow in '98, qualified because I was on the QS, and we were kind of a little bit wondering. But he was 17. He talked with Morris Cole. They decided he needs to grow up and be a little more mature before he goes on the tour. And, well, Taj was so good that, of course, he qualified in '99. And I think Katie's kind of that same mold where it's almost probably a foregone conclusion that she'll qualify this year. How many is it? Top 6 in the women's?
Yes.
5 or 6. We got to make sure
because
they
there's
have
one
the
wild
wild
card,
cards. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, she's well on her way to get back out there, and I think she's just turning 17 this year. Actually, she's like Sawyer Lindblad, who they're the '05 birthdays, and they would have another year in the juniors, but for Sawyer, she's already decided that she's going to focus on the challenger next year, so we know she won't make the junior team. But in my eyes, they're almost too good for the juniors. You know, so we will see Sawyer in this event, and this is the last of red. And she's going to try and get another win as she won last year, the girls U18.
Yeah, here's Linnea. And as you were saying, for such a young surfer, especially competing here last year when she was still, you know, under the age of 12, she's competing in 3 different divisions. And that's because she qualified for all 3 of them, Ryan, through her East Coast region.
Yeah, on the East Coast, it's just a bit different where all of the girls do the girls U18 and U16, or they surf up. And, you know, why not? Get the ability to surf more heats in the Prime Series, 20 minutes, top 4 surfers, priority system. You've got the QS judges. And so, you know, they're just learning how to be pros early.
There you see all the spectators on the beach.
Yeah, it's been just nice and packed down here every day.
Even our head judge, Bill Seitz, down there enjoying the weather now, taking a break from judging. I mean, you talk about...
Right there.
Yeah, the quality of judging here. 2 of our judges were actually on the CT panel for the last event in El Salvador.
Yeah, they were. I know. It's about as good as you can get.
Every other one has done judging for the QS in the most recent years, too. 7.1 for Linnea Mons, so she moves up into first. Walla gets a 4.17 on her right, and it's Linnea on the inside again, looking left. She hasn't even gone right a single time in this heat. Just going to be the one and done for her, 6:20 to go. And here goes Dea, using priority number 1 in white. Needs a 7.44, a slip right there. And that was a good-looking wave, too. Just over 6 minutes to go, and maybe something here for the surfer in blue, Stanton. She's going to be out of position. It's going to be yellow having a paddle. She's in second priority, though, so she'll stay where she is.
All right, Dea on the way back out. This could be a good wave. A little grab rail cutty and just unable to hang on there. Look at this.
Maybe yellow on the corner. Walla was having a look.
Well, we were talking off camera, you know, a lot of these younger competitors, when they free surf at lowers, they don't get to sit on the peak because it's so crowded. They're usually kind of sitting on the edges, scrapping around, looking for the scraps. So it is a bit tricky for the younger competitors. And we see Eden, she's going to roll in on a clean-looking wall.
Looking to better, a 4.17. Good start right there. How's the bottom turn hold on the second one, too? Just some beautiful time and speed management on this wave right here. At the moment, only looking to better a low 4 and a strong finish right there from young Eden Walla. So the Californian looking good to make it out of this heat. 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, she's looking good to make the junior 14 team, too.
I like it. I'm impressed.
Wow, down to 5 minutes.
Younger brother Zion also in this event in the boys U12. Linnea Mons currently in the lead, but Eden Walla could move her down to second place if she gets something better than a 6.11. So McCart, a couple of mishaps right there on back-to-back waves. Here goes Stanton on the left. Needs a 6.34 or better. Using first priority right here. Just a quick one in and out. Now McCart on the forehand. Needs a big number, a 7.44. So much better surfing right here, but it just seems like she's out of sync with these waves at the moment, Simo. She hasn't really been able to sink her rail in the way she's wanted to, even with that new Mayhem under her feet. That was a much better finish from Dea, though.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, though. There is a little bit of missed time, and then the last 2 turns right there, she got settled in, and the timing was right, but we need to see that from the start out of Dea to get the big scores she needs. And maybe she can reset here in this next 4 minutes, and that end of that wave might make her feel good. And then Maddie had the left right there, and not sure why she didn't just smash that section. Maybe overthinking it in the big game, you know, scenario where the nerves are kind of taking over a little bit. So we'll see how that wave scores for Dea and see if she can get closer to the second place of Eden Walla, who sits on the mid-10 right now, 10.5, 6.33, 4.17. Good surfing from her.
3 minutes, 25 to go. We might have some more sets approaching right here. So McCart needing at least something to compete with the 6s and the 5s in this heat. Stanton, who just got a 4.17 on her second to last wave. We're going to stick with Linnea Mons on the left. She's not able to go. Now Stanton on the backhand, using her first priority at the moment, needing a 6.34. That could easily change once we hear the scores from the last few surfers, though. She's going to kick out 2:50 to go. People are worried on the beach. Surfers are close to getting eliminated as we see Bella Kenworthy on screen.
Yeah, silver medalist.
In a close final two, losing to Aaron Brooks, the Canadian.
Yeah, it was a good heat. It was a fun event. Stoked to see a couple of our surfers make the medal finals. As a coach, that's kind of what you always are hoping for, you know, and just to see the success of the athletes, Zoe Benedetto and Bella Kenworthy.
So 6.67 for Eden Walla. That's what she drops. And this is the last wave of hers where she got her best.
Just picking the eyes out of the lineup right now. Long, drawn-out rail gouge. You got to love that from the U14. And then she stayed patient. Didn't get anxious on that section. Came around the corner, turns the rail over. And big finish right here. I like the timing. Nice connection. And just kicks right out. She's probably feeling pretty happy about that wave. And this was McCart's last. That was a good rail turn, but they're just a bit anxious, you know, doing kind of a weird floater. Should have gone around it. And this is where she was trying to get settled in, and she did once she got to the inside. And you're right, she did get some new equipment. Might have been a little more foam, and I always work with the East Coasters when they come out. On the East Coast, it's a little thinner lipped and high twitch surfing where you can get away with less foam. And then the East Coasters, you know, they might want to have the Cali quiver. Here's Maddie Stanton on the backhand. She surfed well on this wave. I'm anxious to see where the score goes. See where the score goes for Maddie there.
So a few replays right here, and now live action. Walla real quick. She took the lead, a 6.67 and a 6.33 in her scoreline. Linnea now down to second in red, holding down priority number one. Stanton gets a 3.6 on that right, so now needing an 8.27. And McCart gets a 4.3, her personal best, but also needs an excellent score, an 8.14 or better, 40 seconds.
Yeah, the girls need waves in the excellent range as Linnea and Eden just too solid right now.
And Walla on the defensive end right here on the inside. Let's see if she can better a 6.33. How's that technique for somebody below the age of 14?
Tripping on the cutback with the rebound.
Chris
a la
Brown.
Parco. Oh, and the stock air. Yeah, loving it right now. Eden Walla just stamping it.
And how's her smile right there at the end, too, just looking back, stoked on it. So either way,
yeah,
it doesn't seem like Stanton or McCart are going to get a wave. Linnea Mons going to move through in second.
Into the semis. Congratulations, Eden and Linnea. Great surfing.
Wow, and McCart just a little bit too late right here, was needing an 8.14 or better. Still, a good result for her, making the quarters here at the USA Surfing Championships at Lower Trestles. So not a bad way to start the summer off for her. Probably going to spend some more time down here at Lowers as well.
She might even have one more division, Dea. She was in 3. We'll check on that, though.
Might still be in the girls U16.
I think she lost in the 18. She had that weird double interference yesterday in the afternoon. But, yeah, she's Heat 3, quarters, girls U16. So she'll reset and come up this afternoon and try and kind of put it all together.
This is the replay of the last of Walla with the great carve to start things off.
I mean, the cutback with the rebound, this snap right here. And, I mean, it's safe to say she's probably just stamped her spot on the U14 junior team, and that was mental. So smiles all around. Eden Walla, great to see.
That was cool. So it's Eden Walla, Linnea Mons moving through. Quarter one done and dusted. Quarter two coming up. Kaya Howard, Zoe Zietz, Sky Suit, and Skylar Steinmetz. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
if I have an average to below average sleep, I'm walking around and not as on point or as focused. My reaction time's a little bit slower. On the contrary, if I wake up and I feel really good about my sleep, like I'm quick to react, I'm really in the flow.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future generations.
Thank you for preserving this environment.
Thank you for providing access to our favorite playgrounds.
California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
Hey.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future
All right. Hey, welcome back, everybody. USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. We're into Girls U14 Heat 2, quarterfinal number 2. We just saw Eden Walla ripping with Linnea Mons. I'm Ryan Simmons. We'll be calling the action with Jake Telkamp. We're going to give Mitchie a break here. He's handling it. And we've got Yellow up and riding. Sky Suit out of the North Shore, one of the standout U14s. And look at the style. Gouging carve right there from young Sky. Cuts it back again. And looking for the finish, just a bit late. Jake, good to have you back in the booth.
Yeah, good to be with you, Ryan, and awesome to call this girls under 14 quarterfinals with you. The level of talent here is just so high, especially in some of our smaller competitors. It's just unreal.
Were you up with Rick on the beach commentary during that last heat?
I was.
Yeah, Eden Walla, Linnea Mons, kind of putting on a clinic, don't you think?
Yeah, that was insane. I loved that little air at the end.
What'd that score go? We never got that score. I mean, did it factor in for Eden?
It did. It was, I think, a 7 or just below.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yep.
I was thinking high 6, low 7.
Yeah.
And there you can see the pulled back view. And in the lineup, Kaya Howard in the red, Zoe Zietz in the white, Sky Suit in the yellow, and Skylar Steinmetz in the blue. And I know Steinmetz, I've been seeing her Instagram post. She's been back out here from the East Coast and just excited to be in the event. And you can see her on screen right there in the blue jersey. So let's hope for some good waves for young Skylar Steinmetz.
Yeah, definitely. I think for all these competitors, the opportunity to surf lowers with just 3 other surfers in the water, that just doesn't happen in this day and age.
And it looks like, here we go, Steinmetz in the blue, rolling that back arm down the line as she roller coasters. I liked it. Just kind of caught behind, though. So, you know, how stoked are these U14s to have the lineup all to themselves? Well, here we go with Zoe Zietz. Whoa, aggressive backhand bottom turn, and then Kaya Howard on the right. One of our standout Californians in the U14, Kaya Howard. All right, sounds like we have Mitch with the winner of the last heat. Take it away.
Thanks, Ryan, here with Eden Walla. Eden, congratulations, a great performance. What was it like competing out here at Empty Lowers with 3 other people out?
It's so cool. It's always like such a big honor to be in this contest and compete here. It's one of probably the most exciting weeks of my life for sure. And it's so cool that there's waves. I thought it was going to be like windy and small, but it's insane.
So what's it been like not only competing at this event for a couple of years, but also having your brother in the event this year too?
Yeah, it's super cool. Every time when I watch his heats, he's very stressful. I feel like I get more stressed out for him than me. So yeah, it's so cool that we're in it together, and hopefully we take home the win.
And then going back to the heat real quick, you did an air right at the end. What kind of amounted to that progression right there on the last section?
Yeah, it was cool. I've been wanting to do one in a contest for a while, but haven't really gotten the opportunity. And so, yeah, it's cool.
Congrats, Eden. We'll see you later. Thanks for your time. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Great interview, Eden Walla right there. And, you know, she's like an adult already with her brothers in the water. She's getting nervous. Like, let the parents get nervous, Eden. Just cruise.
Yeah, that was hilarious, and love to see that air in slow-mo.
Oh, I mean, she got lofty. I mean, that was no credit card. That was sick, and we love to see the progression in the U14 girls. So it looks like Zoe Zeitz had a 6 prior to that wave. We just saw the big backside bottom turn and got stuck under the lip. Sky Suit got the 4.0 on the clean wrap front side. Kaya Howard, couple throwaway scores right now. And let's see, this might be the 6. Yeah, it must be. Whoa, mean. Yeah. 2 mean snaps. And the finish, Jake. Wow, good timing on that wave.
Yeah, and it's not easy to surf into that wind right now. As we see our competitor in yellow, stylish down carve. Just the maturity and the approach right now in the under 14 girls division is just so cool to see. Unfortunate, did not get that finishing turn pulled off, and then here we go. We got red, goes for the little Larry under the lip, kind of a cutback. That way didn't have a ton of scoring potential. She'll paddle back out and find a better canvas to work with.
Bud Miller, Santa Cruz legend, with his daughter Kiana right there. And there had been a staple. Kiana, one of the 04 graduates out of the system. She had a good opening heat yesterday. She's going to be in the draw today. We had a little USA team workout last Friday in Huntington, and I gave some graduation cards to the, I think, 4 surfers leaving, the Blair, Ryan Huckabee, Lily Colbert, Kiana Miller. So it was fun. And it's good to see Kiana having a good run here in her last USA Championships, and those girls are coming up soon. Girls U18 round 2 would have been 11:20 start, so call it about high noon now that we had the 35-minute fog delay earlier.
Yeah, we've had a lightning delay this week and a fog delay, so Mother Nature giving us plenty to work with, but also plenty of waves on tap, so we'll take it.
And the girls wait here. Let's see who's coming up next. Shia Boverman or Shia. We'll confirm how to pronunciate her first name. I don't want to get it wrong. Mia McLeish, Alana Lopez, and Bailey Turner, part of the Turner clan, Stricker Shack HB, Ryan's daughter. So that's fun. And then Heat 4 down the line, Chesney Ganote, Reed Van Wagner, Ayla Stutzman, and Addison Murphy.
Rad. Yeah, such a stacked division, and I still think Cold Thoughts might be my favorite surf movie, Timmy Turner's flick.
Oh, yeah, when him and Potter hung in the jungle for a month and had to deal with all of that, and they had to find their own food and deal with all of the sicknesses and just get 20-second barrels.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
what was the spot?
It was Apocalypse?
Yeah, I forget right now. That left, though, it's way out there.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen that movie, definitely check it out. It's on YouTube. Kind of a different era of surf travel.
And don't have the scores up right now. Talk about who's in what, but we know Zoe Zayat has that 6 on that left with the 3-turn combo. I'm thinking that might be maybe Oliver's younger sister. The niece to Seabass, maybe. We'll confirm all that. But we know Kaya Howard from down south of here, San Diego area. Zoe Zeitz, probably Hawaii. Sky Suit, North Shore, and Skylar Steinmetz from the East Coast.
Yeah, Zoe would be pretty stoked to see Oliver squeak through in that last heat.
And a little lull right now in the action, so we do have the high tide in the morning drawing out to the low midday tide, I think around noon. We can check an app for that, but yeah, it's gonna go low and then it's gonna come back up for the afternoon heats. Maybe we'll get the tide push with the swell filling in and looking kind of, yeah, I guess it got good last night after. Did you get out there and get a couple?
I did. I surfed through the slalom course of Groms.
I was gonna say, did you try and get a couple with all the Groms frothing?
Yeah, I'll just say that they are making it look a lot easier than it was with that, dealing with that wind, especially on the left. Our competitor in white goes vert on the first turn. Let's see if she gets around this inside section. So as that tide is drawn out, we've seen the swell, a little bit of a decrease in size, but look for it to fill in through the end of the day. Definitely contestable. So rad that we get to crown the USA champions here at Lower Trestles. Probably the best wave in California.
Yeah, it's nice to see in the post-heat interviews too how stoked all of the Groms are, you know, to have the ability to surf lowers with just a couple other people out, priority. We're down to 19-minute heats, but it's almost a 20-minute heat just due to the fog delay. We can only run between 8 and 5 if you're wondering at home, oh, why is it a 19-minute heat? Well, we got to do what we got to do to be able to finish tomorrow and get all the heats in. And it looks like, you know, we're going to probably push till about 5 p.m. today. It's going to be a long day where it was going to be a shorter day. And there's your situation in the water. 6-3-3-3 for white in the lead. Yellow has that opening 4 and looking to back it up. Kaya Howard in third right now, and she's looking to throw away that 1. She needs a 1.78, but really trying to get rid of the 1. And then Skylar Steinmetz with the 1.73 and the backup 1, needing just a 2.28.
Yeah, so only a couple scores of note at the moment. And with 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, still plenty of time for these competitors. They just need the ocean to provide a couple sets.
Yeah, I mean, in 7 minutes, expect probably 1 or 2 more sets, but we are dealing with the inconsistent conditions as the tide draws out, and I think that is what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, those cobblestones starting to show. Yesterday, as we finished up in the evening, there was none, as we had a pretty high tide in the afternoon, so.
Well, there is a break in the action. Why don't I give a quick shout to all the sponsors. Of course, the presenting sponsor, Pliables. Welcome to Pineapple Land. Pliables is your slice of summer anytime, using the freshest, highest quality ingredients. We serve healthy, delicious acai, pitaya, coconut bowls, and smoothies with sustainability and community in mind. Of course, Sunbum has been with us for many years. Trust the bum. Thank you so much, Sunbum. Murph Electric Bike, Bike Legal, Toyota. I have my 4Runner. I love it. Got Milk, Hydro Flask, Carver Skateboards. Thank you to the crew at Carver. Coach's Oats, some of the best oatmeal on the planet. Aura Ring, Sleep Analysis Perfected. Go Squeeze. They're on a mission to make the world happier and healthy. Java Jaws, keeping us psyched with the coffee. Jack Surfboards, Jersey Mikes. Thank you for the subs all week long, hooking up the staff and the athletes. And here we go, White up and riding. Zoe Zeitz working the backhand. Deep bottom turns, real committed. Nice snap right there, and she gets out of that wave. And then here we go on the right, Kaya Howard.
Yeah, how's that drop wallet to start? And another one, unfortunately, going down. Coach Simo, sad to see, not getting the completion there. Sky goes for a long floater over that section, but is not going to make it around. So looks like White got the best of that exchange.
And Skylar having a look, but she's going to hold on to the first priority. Real quick, last 2 sponsors, St. Clemente Inn, where a lot of the athletes are staying, voted the best lodging in St. Clemente by readers of the SC Times. And, of course, the new Riviera restaurant in the SC Inn. You had dinner there the other night, little staff dinner, and you were psyched. So eat, drink local. Make sure that you go support Riviera Restaurant. If you're not from around here, for the Hawaiians and the East Coasters, if you need a place to stay, use the St. Clemente Inn. A lot of the athletes do. Thank you to all the sponsors for making the event happen. And I want to give one quick shout out to Bird Hair Pomade, Chase Wilson, hooking up the USA team with a couple $1,000s this year to go down to El Salvador. Thank you so much, Chase, a former competitor in the ISA World Juniors in 09 and 010. He went down to Ecuador, and he surfed in France with the team with Connor Coffin, and he knew. And when I went and asked him, hey, can you help out the team? It was not even a second thought. Chase Wilson, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Bird Hair.
That's awesome. The generosity to get these athletes to the ISA World Junior Games.
Yeah, because it's not cheap.
Yeah, you can't rely, we can't operate without that support.
Yeah.
So thank you to all of our donors as well.
So looking at, you know, the last exchanges, looks like the judges might be going back to the replay. Yeah, I gave a little bit of an exhale on Kaya's second turn because, you know, if you go big to start, you don't need to continue to go big. And we're going to break it down right here because this first turn was mean. This is her patented. Well, that one was the first turn. There we go. She always loves to lay it down, but she just should have buttoned it up right here. She's going too big, blowing the tail out the back. It's still going to probably be a good score.
Yeah.
But she really could have solidified. And here we go. Big backside bottom turns from young Zoe. And then Sky right behind the tap float. And that was that. So we'll see how the scores play out. And they've yet to drop. You can see on your monitor right here. Kind of interested to see where the yellow and the red go, because they had low mid-range backups. And let's see how it shakes out when the second scores drop.
Yeah, I think Kai Howard just fell in love with the feeling of that second turn and wanted to do another, but it drops in there at a 5.4. So a great score even without that completion, as we talked about on the final section. So Kai Howard is back into this heat, Simo.
Yeah, only needs to better the 2.23. We're waiting on Sky Suit's last 3.1. There it is for the little tap float. She's still in third, needing the 3.64. And Skylar in the blue in first priority, still way in the heat, needing the 5.91. So with 2:40 remaining, this thing far from over. Sky Suit, one of the standouts from Hawaii, from the North Shore. Skylar Steinmetz, one of the standouts from the East Coast. Needing scores right now. Kaya Howard looking to better the 2.23. And Zoe Zeitz looking to better the 3.63. So even the surfers in first and second have those precarious low scores. They got to work on them. Looks like we have a paddle. Blue's got priority, and she wants it. And yellow kind of fainting, or white looking like she was going to go, and just a little bit late on the drop. Couldn't get her feet set.
That's a bummer. That's, you know, the hard thing when you're out of rhythm in a heat. You've been sitting for a while. The nerves kind of mount.
Yeah, it always is tough to sit for 4 or 5 or even more, but oh, look at this. Yellow gonna go, looking for the 3.64 onto the open wall. Nice snap down, carving it around, and she's got the finish and the look in. You gotta love it.
Oh, it's so rad to see all the passion in these competitors. White right behind her. And goes vert, and unfortunately just goes over the handlebar. So we'll see. That was a crucial score for last of yellow. We'll see what that number comes in at. 1 minute, 30 seconds. She might be able to get back out for one more opportunity, but looks like red, Kaya Howard.
Very important wave, Jake. Does the long drawn-out rail gouge. Quick snap right here. Cuts it back again and again. So sticking with this one, multiple frontside slash cutty carves for Howard. She might have to answer back, so probably needs to finish this wave with the patented laydown snap. So let's see how it shakes out. Yellow's gonna get a pretty good number, and then red trying to better the 2.23. It's gonna be very close. And let's hope blue can get a nice one right here. Oh, she should have went right there. Can't overthink it. You saw her first instinct was go, 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 and this is the important wave.
Yeah, so she starts off with a nice carve, but it just gets better and better down the line. Nice searing hook there, and then the layback finish, and of course.
I like the look in the best.
Let's do it.
All right, Kaya, this was the start. We missed it. Oh, no, we saw it. It was the long rail gouge, and then she just had kind of the slopey corner, but she did 4 or 5 slashes, so it's going to come close. I think yellow's last wave might be better, but red had the better first wave, so it's going to be so close when we see these scores drop. Too close to call. Don't see the scores yet. Looks like white might have got up before the horn. Zoe Zeitz, she might be safe with the 6 and the 3.63, and if this wave counts, looking to better on the 3.63. Not sure if she got up before the horn. The hands have to leave the rail before the beginning of the first horn. So this is interesting here. Red was holding on to second, but yellow is definitely going to get her best wave. Form carving and the finish and the look in.
Yeah.
All right, we'll send it to a commercial break, and we'll be back after these messages with the scores of that heat.
If I have an average to below average sleep. I'm walking around and not as on point or as focused. My reaction time's a little bit slower. On the contrary, if I wake up and I feel really good about my sleep, like I'm quick to react, I'm really in the flow.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're into Heat 3 of the girls U14. Shia Boverman, Mia McLeish, Alana Lopez, and Bailey Turner, and it looks like Boverman up and riding. Nice snap right there. Carving down. And has a little link up on the inside. Great wave to start right here for red. Here's the replay.
Yeah, so she kind of a shouldery start to this wave, but she finishes it well. Couple roundhouse carves, staying close to the power pocket of the wave. So crucial to do here at Lowers. And nice finish there. So great way to start the heat on your feet. As we see white, Mia McLeish, just getting caught behind on that one.
A local girl there.
As our competitors in yellow and blue will sit out the back and wait to start this heat off. So that last heat, we saw a change in situation right at the end.
What, Sky Suit took the win, and Zoe Zeitz held on to second, and
Yep.
Kaya Howard not enough on her last wave. It was a bit shouldery, so a little bit of an upset losing Kaya Howard there in the quarterfinals of the U14. But that just goes to show the level of talent from the Hawaiians in that one, and everyone really. It's just good to see the U14 girls are surfing so good.
Yeah, the future surfing is looking bright here at Lower Trestles.
Oh, Alana Lopez, daughter of Corey, and she's going to the layback snap couple times. So it's just fun. Ryan Turner's daughter, Bailey Turner, Corey Lopez's daughter in the heat, Alana Lopez.
Yeah, the second generation is surfing strong, and shades of her dad in that carve. Look at this, folks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, look in a mirror, and that probably looks just like dear old dad. As she's going to probably get a pretty good score right here, Alana.
Yeah, I definitely loved that opening turn.
Yeah, so it looks like the first of red went 4 for Boverman. Mia got a 2.5, and we're waiting on Alana Lopez's opener as Bailey Turner from Huntington Beach holds first priority.
How important is priority out here today, Simo?
Well, I think if you get the first priority, the call is to make sure you get on a good wave, but we've seen throughout the day in a low priority, you can still find waves with the combo swell and the multiple takeoff spots. And I talked about it earlier, good heat competitors create opportunities where others might not see the same opportunities, and there's a little bit of that today. I wonder who that was. We could see on the pullback camera someone kind of going over the falls.
Looked like white, I think.
Okay. So that waiting on the first of yellow, Alana. All right, sounds like we're going to throw down to the last heat's winner. All right, we'll get to that interview when we get Mitch down there. A little bit of technical difficulty, but we're going to just wait here. And it looks like the first of yellow did come in at a solid 6.0, right into the good range. Alana Lopez, hailing from Florida. And let's see who's got priority. Well, white has priority. So blue might have paddled for a wave and not caught it. Bailey Turner. Her first time in the USA Champs. She qualified, I think, through the WSA. So on the big stage and probably feeling a little bit of nerves. But with over 14 minutes remaining, I'm sure she'll settle in here. She got through a nervy first round heat the other day, young Bailey, and so that might have, calmed her nerves to be able to get through a heat without her best performance, and now she can kind of settle in. And it looks like Red up and riding. Nice float and picking off another good wave right here, Boverman. Gouging down, clean turn, and pushes the eject button out the back there, Jake.
Yeah, saving her a little bit of paddle time by looking like she's doing the high jump over the whitewash there. But yeah, for Bailey, each heat you're going to learn, and being out in lowers lineup competing is a lot different than free surfing. Normally when you're out here, you're kind of scrounging the inside, hoping someone falls down the line. But now when you get to sit in the main takeoff spot, it's a totally different experience. So look to her to open up this heat as we see the last of Red, the 3.1. So that will have her out in the lead. And it looks like we may have this interview coming in shortly. All right.
So Red with the 4 and the 3.1 in the lead, but Alana's got the 6 and White's got priority. So Mia McLeish, the local girl, is definitely going to want to try and stamp a good number right now. And then Bailey Turner in priority 3, yet to ride a wave. So Blue, she's hunting around, might be looking at a wave right here. Little right-hander or left, probably get to go either way. So here we go, Bailey. Backhand gouge. She's been putting in the work up at HB Pier, snaps it there. And she is going to get on the board with an opening 2-turn combo, Bailey Turner.
Yeah, always good to get the nerves out of the way, get that first wave underway.
Yeah.
And she'll paddle back out and look for something a little bit better.
Well, looks like White's going to hold the priority 1, Mia McLeish. And she's a surfer, currently on the U16 national team and looking to solidify her spot on the team next year. So we'll see what Bailey gets on her opener. I don't know if Grandma and Grandpa are watching, but hey, Michelle and Big Tim. Thanks for all the breakfasts since I was about 11 years old. And here we go, Boverman, backside float, carving down, and the eject button out the back. And then this was Bailey Turner, the youngster out of Huntington. And she'll get a little score on the board there. And she got a 2.8 actually, so putting her in 3rd right now. She'll paddle back out and try and get priority. Looks like she's sitting off the peak right now, priority judge. Not going to give her 4th priority until she moves a little closer to the peak, I guess. But this heat with 10:45 remaining, kind of quick start. Now there's a little bit of a lull. So McLeish is going to try and strike with that first priority on this next exchange, Jake.
Yeah, she needs a 3.51, a very obtainable number for a surfer of her caliber. but you do need a wave. And it looks like there may be a little bit of a set approaching as we see some pelicans
Fly by.
fly by your screen.
Yeah, you can see white and yellow. They're paddling out, so they definitely see something. And it looks like white might go ahead and go on this first one. And McLeish drives off the bottom. Smooth carve. And the finish. So that wave will score as her second wave. Didn't even have a second score yet. Yellow not going, but blue. Ooh, a little spinner kick out.
I like that.
Style
Style
180 kick out. Well, that shows she's having fun. You got to be able to try and relax if you can, but you know they're nervous. I think her mom, Jen, said Bailey in the first heat the other day, she came in and said, I was having a hard time breathing, and it shows you how nervous these kids are. You got to breathe when you're in your heat. I actually did a lot of breathing exercises when I was on the tour. You have to be able to calm your heart rate down, and Alana keeps looking at some waves and deciding not to go, but looks like maybe that wave had some scoring potential, but so maybe overthinking it right now. And we'll see where that last wave for white goes, and here we go, Jake. Looks like Alana might go ahead and use that priority.
No, she's not going to. She defers to red down the line, your heat leader. She's going to try and better a 3.1. Nice swooping carve back into the power source. And she connects with the white water. It kind of explodes all around her. And she pulls it off. So we'll see if that factors into her two-wave total.
I don't know if is yellow too far on the left right now. We can't tell from the close-up angle, but she keeps looking at a couple waves and deciding not to go. And with 8:25 remaining, yellow's definitely going to want to put a second number and back up that 6.0. So yeah. I think they're all over on the bay, a little bit in the bay on the right. And now you can see yellow maybe moving back to the peak. And this wave is bigger. And it looks like she's committed. Let's see how the wave pans out down the line. And she goes for the under the lip snap. So just that as her second score. So it really going to see where the last of white and that yellow as their second waves are going to drop. And now priority to blue. And it does look like the last of white went 5.33. This wave right here, judges like the commitment in the rail right here. And the finish. So she needed that wave, Jake.
Yeah, that catapulted her into the lead. As we see blue. Bailey just not quite connecting with the lip there. And then red, just nice carve back into the whitewash, but doesn't get the board up and over the foam there. So expect that score to be pretty modest. But yellow, this is a turn. I liked it, you know. It's an under the lip layback. Not the most critical turn, but it was a good way to manufacture a score on what was essentially a closeout.
Yeah, good call there, and she didn't have a second wave, so whatever it comes in, she only needs a 181 to get into the advancing position, so I assume she'll probably get that. It's not going to be the biggest number. It's just going to be a mid-ranger. They might be like comparing to Boverman's 3.8. Looks like Turner got a 2.8 and then a 2.03, and Bailey's still in it right now, needs the 5.01, but that might change when Alana gets her second score with 6.5 remaining here in this girls U14 quarterfinal number 3. Coming up next, some big names: Chesney, Reed, Ayla, and Addison.
Yeah, Chesney Gane surfing Waimea.
I know, I saw a couple of the clips. Yep, charging. There's Reed Van Wagner on the screen right there, riding the Borst Designs. She works with John Daniels. So they make a good team. John working with a lot of the kids. He's out of the Oceanside area, LTR coaching.
So what makes for a good surf coach, Simo?
What?
What makes for a good surf coach?
Wow. That's a loaded question. I think that obviously you have to have the experience, and you got to have patience to be working with the under 18 set. You got to have ability yourself. I think that if you're a good surfer, then you can relay that back to the athletes. And I think just the desire to want to help the youth. I know that what drives me. I've been coaching since about 2004 when I retired, so I'm about 19 years in, and I love what I do, and I love to see kids get better, and I love to see them move up the ladder and the results. You know, I don't really like to take claim. I let the kids take the claim, but you know, you're in the background and you're helping, and it always feels good.
Nice. Yeah, I did a couple training sessions with you in my youth, and I still think about the tips that you gave me, even when I'm surfing today. As we see Blue Turner.
There we go.
Yeah, this is a better looking wave for her. Couple nice little slashes. She needs something on the inside to get the score required.
Well, I like that. She picked a clean wave. She's already working on 4 turns right there for young Bailey Turner in a stage she's never been on before, and you have to remember that. A few of these surfers, you surf the NSSA and the WSA, and those are great organizations, and they teach our kids everything. I came up through the NSSA, but you get onto the USA Championship stage, and it is another level. And here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Mia looking to throw away the 2.5, a very important wave for her. Nice little rail gouge as the wave for yellow put her in the lead, and McLeish up and over the lip. So as we watch McLeish finish, Alana's wave came in 4.87. This is good right here to grind this out and put more on the board. Oh, sick rail wrap from McLeish. And she's going to need a 5.55 to retake the lead, so let's just wait. She's throwing away the 2.5. It will make it tougher on red and blue, as red only needed a 3.84 before that last wave of white. So smart surfing from McLeish right now with only 3.5 remaining, Jake.
Yeah, I love the patience she showed by not throwing everything into that first turn and coming around that section to really link it all together. You know, you can see some surfers get a little too excited when they bottom turn and see that famous lowers coping, but she did well to kind of restrain through that first section and hit all the key scoring sections down the line. So I personally think that might be her best number.
It could rival the 6 of Alana Lopez. There was more work. The 5.33 was just the rail gouge and the finish. So good call there. I'm right there with you. That could be the best wave of the heat, but we'll let the judges decide that. With about 2.45 remaining, yellow, Alana, standout East Coaster in the U14 girls. Alana Lopez, the daughter of Corey, and she just loves throwing the tail and laying it back.
Yeah, so she got a 4.87 for her last layback, and I felt like that one she had it was more in the lip, and her fins came out a bit. So
you think it's going to go higher?
I think maybe slightly.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We're in here. They can't hear us. We can speculate. Looks like red. We don't know if she needs more than the 3.84. Well, we do now. She needs a 6.87, but here we go. Swoops it back. Boverman. Picking some good waves, though, I'll tell you that. Nice little carve right there. Smooth gouge. And that might be that. As McLeish's last came in 5.53. And here's Bailey. Nice down the line hit to the float. So she's getting the rhythm. She's relaxed. It's really good to see. Nice snap there for the young surfer out of Huntington Beach. And, you know, she's in this heat and she's battling, needing the 7.94. But if that betters her 2.93, it'll cut down on the task that's needed, as we have yellow in the lead and white in second right now.
Yeah, Blue's going to have to paddle really hard to get back out into the lineup to get herself one more opportunity. Definitely going to cut down on that score required. Gut feeling is it's not going to be the number.
Yeah, well, red looking for the 6.87 now, and blue looking for the 7.94. Alana Lopez waiting on that last score. We'll see if it changes the 4.87. Jake likes it better than the other one. I'm right there. I think it's probably going to be similar maneuver, but you're right. It was a little more in the lip, where the other one she turned under the lip and on the face, so she might get a little more out of it. Judges might be going to the replay to check that out with only 30 seconds remaining. Look, a flutter kick right here. Who's got priority? White. And it looks like the local girl Just try and stamp this thing. A 5.35 sees her into the lead, and this is one of the bigger waves of the heat. She's a bit behind it, Jake.
Yeah, she's going to have to really get on the gas pedal to make it around the section, but she does. So showing that local knowledge to pick this wave. 2 really big, fully extended carves. Finds the lip for the third maneuver, and she is all the way into our non-competitor area.
Whoa, and there's the layback blowtail.
Yeah, but she stays back, unfortunately. And
ooh, Alana, I don't know if she was up before the horn, I think, because we saw the end of the wave, so we might go to the replay if we get that of yellow. Stand by for the fans at home. I know they don't want to miss a wave, as we don't either. So it looks like it's going to be Alana Lopez and Mia McLeish, and if Mia's wave goes better than a 5.35, she might take the win, as yet to be determined. I don't think Red rode a wave there in the dying moments as we see her on the outside. So this was McLeish a little bit behind it, but the local girl picking the eyes out of the lineup right now. Look at this. Nice rail gouge. Drives off the bottom. That was a good turn, and she had multiple snaps to the inside right here. Whew, snaps it in the corner. And trying to get a little too much out of that one. She did that the other day. We might have a little chat with that one. Here was Alana's wave. Take it away.
all right, so this is the first turn that we didn't get to see as we were watching the last of white. So she got 2 nice open face carves here. Third one with a little bit of the fin release, and then doesn't get the finish.
Yeah, but that was a good wave. So if Mia goes to the lead, maybe Alana switches it back. But any way you slice it, it's going to be yellow and white right now, I think, advancing on. And good surfing from Shia Boverman and also Bailey Turner, getting a 4.17. Good performance from both of the ladies. We'll throw to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back on the other side after these messages. Don't go anywhere.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing, and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognized event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Parasurfing Championship gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The ISA also runs the World Longboard Surfing Championship. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardized certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA's mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to benefit under 18 boys and girls who are outstanding role models in their community to aid them in their education and their surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all. Together, we can all create a better world through surfing.
If I have
Welcome back to the girls under 14 quarterfinals, Heat 4. In the water, we have Reed Van Wagner, Chesney Gannett, Ayla Stutzman, and Addison Murphy. And Chesney going down on this occasion. She won this event last year with some excellent scores. I believe she dropped a 10 on the finals day.
Yeah, that was in the girls U12. Welcome back, Jacob. Mitchell Salazar here with Jake Telekamp. And here we go, Addison Murphy on the left real quick. Quarterfinal number 4 of the girls U14. Chesney, Reed, Ayla, and Addison. And then we're going into the girls U18 after this. So going to be another stacked division. First heat's going to be a great one for that.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
It's going to be Zoe Benedetto, Kylie Pulcini, Nora Leota, and Taylor Stacy. So a local surfer against 2 Floridians and a Hawaiian. Here we go, live action. Van Wagner opened up with a 5.0, and as Ryan was mentioning in the heat previous, she works with John Daniels from Oceanside, former judge for the QS level, and a former competitor himself too. Stutzman on the backhand in yellow, up and riding. Nice carve to start things off right there. She's going to kick out real quick. And now blue, Murphy on the forehand. Getting a combo in. That's going to be her best wave so far. And Jake, notice a specific pattern on how people are making heats today in comparison to previous days?
Yeah, I'd say the competitors that are staying busy and then as well as making sure they're positioned. All right, we're going to send it down to Simo with the winner of the last heat.
Jake, yeah, we're down here with Alana Lopez winning that last heat, girls quarterfinal into the semis. Fun waves out there.
Yeah, it's super fun. It's like a little tricky, but it's just amazing to be out at Lowers with 3 girls out. It's just unbelievable. Such a great experience. So I'm happy.
I was pulling my hair out a little bit at the beginning that you kept letting waves go by. Was there a wave that you were looking for to get out there?
Well, on some of the waves, I was like trying to look for a wave I could get multiple turns on and maybe a closeout hit at the end. I I don't know what was going through my head right there. So some of the waves I thought.
Thank you, Ryan, and congratulations to Alana. Another great heat from her, and she did well here last year with her father, Corey, on the beach as well, and being congratulated there by her whole family. So it's not only, you know, a trip for her father and herself that would be considered work. It's a family affair as everybody's traveling to the West Coast. Here we go, the last of white.
Yeah, at the break, Reed Van Wagner going left here and surfing really well. She's been lighting up these lefts in the previous heats. You know, goofy foots. We love to go left.
And then the last at blue, this was Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy getting the swivel on. Couple nice turns to start this wave off, and finishes on her feet. Always important. So we'll see where these scores drop in at. It's just so rad to see the stoke of Alana Lopez.
Yeah, she was very happy. Had a great performance last year. And as you were mentioning, Chesney also in this heat dropped a 10 or something close to it on finals day last year. She is in red right now with first priority. And, you know, the interesting about Chesney is that was in the U12s. Now in the U14s, a completely different division, much higher standard right here. And you're also talking about ladies that are growing not only physically, but on an emotional level too. And you go through things in life and you apply them to your surfing. And it was kind of noticeable there from Alana. She was letting a lot of things out when she was aggressive towards those waves. 10 minutes on the clock. Van Wagner a 5 and a 107. Yellow with the 283, blue with the 2.5, and red Chesney just has the 1.0. And we've seen a couple of sleeper heats so far, but some heats like the 917 from Kai Martin earlier delivered a lot of great scoring potential, Jacob.
Yeah, I'd say Kai and Rex Hennings, both probably the standouts in the U18 round 2 on the men's side. Just insane surfing. The level is so high amongst these kids. It's so fun to watch. Loving calling the action here with you, Mitch, as we see a wave approaching the lineup. Don't know if any of the girls are going to spin on the first one. Yellow takes a look, doesn't like what she sees, but the wave behind it looks better.
Could it be a potential wave here for one of the surfers in first and second priority? It's priority red, white, yellow, and now blue. As Stutzman was looking at the left, and that wind, despite it, you know, not being as strong as we saw yesterday afternoon, Jake, it's still present, and it makes things just a bit more complicated, more than anything on the left in comparison to the right.
Yeah, totally. Surfing into the wind on the left kind of feels like you can't get going. Not a lot of forward momentum, but sometimes that works in your favor as you can stay in the pocket. Some surfers will refer to that wind as air wind. But what's interesting in this heat is red is sitting way down the line, and that was something that we noticed with Jackson Dorian yesterday, was that surfers, as the bigger sets came in, were able to kind of connect down the line. It looks like she's going to go. We'll
Chesney, yep, having a look here, Jake. Great call. She's up and riding on the backhand. This is where she got her biggest score last year in the girls U12. This wave going to close out, though, so just a small combo at the beginning. And now, ooh, an interesting situation right there between yellow and blue. 8 minutes to go. Everybody on the beach stoked. There's Kiana Miller from Santa Cruz, competed yesterday. And she's one of the standouts on the backhand here. White up and riding. Oh, great looking turn right there from Reed Van Wagner. Already has a 5 and goes straight up into the lip for the second one. And she's going to finish off just under 8 minutes.
Yeah, she found that clean, open face to open up that wave on, and that's really what you're looking for at lowers. Clean opening turn, and then a big, exciting finish. So we'll see what these numbers drop in at. 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this heat, and the waves are starting to pour in.
A 2.77 for Chesney, her personal best. And now yellow, Stutzman, having a look. Paddles for that. She's going to lose priority number 1. And unfortunately for her, that was a good-looking wave, too, that broke further on the inside. And now 7 minutes to go. Blue Murphy's out there. She's going to hold down priority 1 and maybe wait for something further on the outside. As yellow having a look here on this bowly one. She's up. Ayla on the backhand. Good start. Doesn't really engage the way she wanted to on the second one, but does a full roundy on her third. Can't pull it off, though. 6 minutes and 35. So still plenty of time for these ladies. There's Keanu Asing with his beautiful baby daughter. His wife Kyland around here, too. And Keanu, not only a former competitor of USA Surfing, member of the Hawaii surf team several years. Actually had the chance to compete against him myself, and he's one of those people that you not only cheer for all the time, but He's a great family man and encouraging a lot of the young surfers to do well now as a member of the Billabong team behind the scenes rather than as a surfer. He still can compete, though, won the Jacks Pro earlier this year. And that's where you see a lot of these products from USA Surfing go on to bigger and better things eventually, Jake.
Yeah, I'll never forget Ani Boy beating Gabriel Medina to win his first CT event in France with his electric backside surfing. That was just such a cool moment as we see a moment happening right here.
Murphy.
Murphy's got a good-looking wall in front of her. She's going to keep to that power source, wrapping it back into the whitewash. But look how clean and just fun this wave looks. So good start for Murphy.
And now Chesney on the backhand. That's an excellent start for her. Strong turn. And the surfer from the North Shore of Oahu doing well so far. Great pace to this wave. And just an awesome angle that she's taken on every single one of these different turns. So that'll score well. 5 minutes to go. At the moment in seconds, you need a low 9 to move up into the lead as Van Wagner drops a 7.0. So stand by for Red's last. Murphy also has a score to come through. And so does Ayla in yellow. Things are getting heated right here at the end with less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, this heat was kind of slow to start, but the back half of it has been action-packed. So we see the last of yellow. So does really well, throwing a lot of spray on that first turn. Second turn was kind of a setup carve. And then fortunate she can't quite complete the roundhouse there. And our surfer in blue, that's Addison Murphy. And surfing with a lot of flow on this wave. It didn't give her the opportunity to go vert, so that's going to hold the score back a little bit, but she's on the board. And then Chesney's that first open hook was really the highlight of this wave as it kind of goes flat through the midsection, but then she does well to connect the dots on the inside. This turn was money right there, throwing some spray out the back, and then finishing strong on the inside. So good job there for the surfer from Red, hailing from the North Shore of Oahu.
So it's a 7 and a 5 that at the moment has White in the lead. Chesney drops an 8.1 in Red, the highest single wave score of the heat. Ayla down to third in yellow. She got her best of 4.5. Needing a 6.38 now for second place. And Blue Murphy in fourth, needing an 8.38 on a single score. But Van Wagner, that quick start, Jacob, a 7, a 5 before that. Holding down priority number 1, and she has a great heat total right now, 12 points. And you look at the kind of lulls that we have in the water in these 19-minute heats, they sure seem to go by quickly, and it's that quick start that'll get you through.
Yeah, we've been seeing the lulls play a little bit into people's strategy today. We have that long period south-southwest swell, and when you get long period southwest swells here, the waves kind of come in bunches. So you get a flurry, and then nothing, and then some more action at the end as we see some of our surfers in the competitor area.
Yep, they're getting ready to go free surf. 2 minutes and 40. Stutzman needs a 6.38. Murphy up and riding needs an 8.01 or better. Much stronger start right here. Solid combo, speeding down the line. And the way these 14-year-olds or younger are competing, not only impressive due to their age, but you also take in the experience factor that a lot of them have in comparison to the ones that have been competing for a lot longer. And you think to yourself, wow, if I started surfing at 8, 9 years old, would I have even been that good or close to it?
Well, I've been surfing since I was 2 years old, Mitch, and these girls are surfing way better than me.
Chesney would probably have you comboed right now.
100%.
The 8.1 maybe would have been a 16 points in any other event. Not that it's even applicable because it maxes out at 10. I'm just speculating, but still, that's how good the level is right now. White up and riding the heat leader, Van Wagner. Looking to replace a 5 as her low score. Just over a minute and a half remaining. Great technique right there to get up into the lip. And looking good to better that 5. 90 seconds. Seems like somebody split the peak with her as Chesney is out the back in red. Just holding down priority 1. She could easily replace the 2.77 if she gets on a wave right here too. She's paddling. Interested in this. Up and riding now. And this little texture and wind looks a lot like your home on the North Shore. Wow, that was a tough section just to be able to fit a second one in. 60 seconds to go, Jake.
Yeah, we'll see if that betters her 2.77. She needs a 3.91 to move into the advancing spot until the last of Wagner. As we see yellow, so this was the flip side of that wave. Nice carve there, and she gets her foot in the wax and plants and gets ready for that end section. Unfortunately, losing the fins, pushing a little too hard there for Ayla Suitsman.
30 seconds to go. Going into the girls' U18 quarters after this. Then boys U18 round 3. So still have plenty of action on offer. Seems like at the moment it's going to be Van Wagener and Chesney moving through. As Ayla, wow, just a quick one right there. Didn't know if she was going to get up to her feet or not. Decided just to kick out. 10 seconds, we're going to count this heat down. It's going to be white and red moving through. Chesney was only needing a 3.91 to take the lead, and this wave still counts. She doesn't want to leave anything up to the judges. A decent start up into the lip, and I mean, she has such a great style, very casual, and she's going to be moving through into the semis, where she'll wait till tomorrow to be able to surf that semifinal in the girls U14. Van Wagener with the win, Guinaud in second, Stutzman and Murphy out of the event. Girls U18 action coming up next. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Lower Trestles, the spot for the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Now in the girls U18 quarters, Mitchell Salazar with Jake Telekamp, big wave surfer, down here at Lowers for the biggest event in amateur surfing in the U.S. There's the local lady, Taylor Stacy in blue, Zoe Benedetto is in red, Kylie Pulcini in white, and Nora Leota from the island of Maui is in yellow. Two surfers from Florida, red and white. One local girl from San Clemente, and Nora Leota, the sole Hawaiian in this heat, Jake.
Yeah, and we've seen all these surfers absolutely blow up in their opening heats, but Taylor Stacy has the highest single wave score of the event thus far with the 917. Look to her to go left more.
Right.
That seems to be been her strategy, whereas some of the other surfers have been kind of favoring the right.
And she got that score actually in the surfing heat a couple of days ago in the afternoon. It was the last heat of day number 2 and dropped that excellent score that you're talking about, the 917. Benedetto opens up with a 267. Taylor Stacy with just a 2. Early stages, plenty of time.
Yeah, and Zoe fresh off the copper finish for Team USA in El Salvador.
And now Pulcini up and riding on the forehand. The Floridian looking good. She's one of the standouts on the East Coast and looking to make the U18 team on the girls' side. We don't know where the next ISA event is going to be for the ISA World Juniors, but if it's in a tropical place, I know Pulcini will love to be there, just as it was in El Salvador this year. Here we go, Leota. Nora up and riding. He's got a strong forehand. Wow, what a beautiful start for the surfer in yellow. Kind of mistimes the second section. Much better right there. And a huge wave right here to start things off for the surfer in yellow, Leota. This is already going to be a great score, Jake.
Yeah, that was incredible. That opening turn just got us jumping out of our seats. She fully engaged that rail, wrapped it back in the whitewash. It got a little bit tricky through that midsection with a little bit of foam on the face, but I'm looking forward to seeing that replay because that opening turn, wow.
And nonstop waves now in this heat. Benedetto has the 267. She's kind of on the shoulder of this, looking to catch the tail end of this right. Dropped a couple of high scores yesterday when she surfed. Now up and riding. Had silver a few years ago in Huntington Beach, then ended up with the copper this year at both La Bocana and El Sunsal. Looking good so far in this wave. Strong combo. And, oh, a devastating finish right there. Holds on and rides out the only surfer in the event that is actually on the Challenger Series 2 for the North American region.
Yeah, she's the future's looking bright for Zoe Benedetto.
And now Taylor Stacy on the backhand, the local surfer. Wow, what a turn right there. And this is an amazing heat right now, Jake. Stacy doing some good work right here on the backhand. Slides the fins right there and is able to fit one more turn, and before this wave is going to fade out. Just under 15 minutes to go. With the scores that we're going to get, it should easily have been a final right here in quarter number 1.
Yeah, so we're going to see some of the replay. So this is Zoe's first wave, so this just came in at a pretty low number. But nice two-turn combo there. I mean, if I was free surfing, I'd be psyched on that wave.
Just maybe a bit too small for where they set the scale this morning. And then Pulcini on the answer back.
Yeah, so this is the turn that we just loved. Nice little slash there. Another turn, and then finishing. So nice wave there for white, and then yellow. Nora, wow, look at that wrap. And then this is the turn she gets a little bit stuck on, but it does well to help her build board speed so that she gets into that turn with a lot of ferocity. And then, kind of finishes on her feet, a little snap there. And then this is Zoe's last. So Zoe, nice down carve there. She dropped a 7.5 for one turn yesterday. Nice setup snap there, wraps the open face, and then builds the board speed for this finish, which was huge. Look at this turn. Boom. So Zoe Benedetto representing Stewart Rocks from Florida with a nice start to this heat with that last wave. And then Taylor Stacy, I can't rave enough about her backside surfing. It's just absolutely dynamic. She drops so low into her bottom turn, explodes in the lip, a lot of power and flow. This wave, kind of a smaller wave, but look to her to just absolutely explode on these lefts in this heat. But does well to finish it. I mean, it's so hard to finish on the rocks on the smaller waves.
So still waiting for scores, and I believe you also work for Surfline, Jake. There we see John Daniels with Reed Van Wagener just going over some things that happened in the previous heat. You're writing an article on Zoe, aren't you? Or?
Oh, I just finished it.
Okay.
So I have a series called Wave Faces where we profile local surfers from around the world, and in conjunction with the ISA event, we interviewed Zoe. And really cool story, you know. Her mom started a surf camp when she was a kid, so she grew up on the beach and has been working a lot with Shea Lopez as her coach.
And Shaper, too.
Yep. So, yeah, Zoe's, living that surfing lifestyle from a very young age, so it's awesome to see.
So it's going to be it's going to say written by Jake Telkamp right there next to it.
No. We're working on getting Wave Faces on the website, but right now it's just a social media series.
Okay. 12 minutes to go. Kiana Miller coming up in the next heat. She'll be in blue against Sori Lindblad, Chrislyn Simpson-Kane, and Vi Inso. So the score drops in for Leota. It's a 7.5. Benedetto with a 7.6. Waiting on Puccini's opener and Stacy's last. So it's a great heat. A couple of scores in the upper good right now for both yellow and red. And as you were mentioning, Benedetto, an accomplished surfer, a great soccer player too. Actually did a lot of that in her youth, played travel soccer. And you look at all of the other three women in this heat too. Leota, a great photographer, comes from a family of cooks and photographers.
Cool.
The older sister, Anja, a great photographer. The father, photographer, and the mother is actually a chef. Pulcini opens up with a 4.5. Waiting on Stacy's last. It should be an interesting score because despite the size of the wave, the aggressiveness and the criticalness of the first turn should be rewarded. There it is, a 6.67. Wow, what a heat. Everybody with a good score on the board with just under 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's what you love to see. For the surfers to start strong in a heat, it relieves some of that pressure and allows them to go bigger on their upcoming rides. So, and interesting to see, like, the difference between yellow and red score just being, a 1/10 of a point. Zoe seemed to have the better finish, whereas Nora had the better start. So, but very similar scores.
Priority with white, Pulcini. It's going to be a split peak. Stacy just jumps off real quick on the left. Here's white, Kylie. Wraps it back. Getting a second carve in, too. Much better right there. It's a little stuck, though. Needs to make up for it here with a big finish. And just slides out a bit too much. That's going to be a throwaway for her. Needing a 4.18 to turn the heat at the moment. Just under 10 minutes. Zoe with the response. Up into the lip once right there. Looking to replace just a 2.67. Probably done that. And now with the finish right here, going to extend that first place position. She seems like she's happy with it, 9.35. And now Stacy having a look on the outside. You're mentioning that slight separation in scores between red and yellow. Which one did you like better personally?
I think I liked the one turn of Nora's, to me, was the best turn of the heat thus far.
At the beginning.
At the beginning of it. But I liked the cadence that Zoe had. She had no downtime on her wave, and it kind of built like a crescendo moment. So,
ooh, Leota on the forehand. What a start. And a second turn that's just searing right there, too. Boy, she wasn't needing much to move up into the top two, and she's easily going to take the lead with this last wave.
That was huge. That was insane. I've been noticing when Nora does a big turn, it almost seems like she's clapping when she goes into her next staff, and I'm loving that.
She's celebrating. 4.43, the last of white. Stacy on the backhand. What a heat this is. Great surfing right here from Taylor. Up into the lip. She's sticking to the lefts. It's what's been producing for her all week long. And some consistent rail work right here to finish off another great wave for Taylor Stacy. And I'm calling this the heat of the event so far, Jake.
Easily.
8 minutes to go. Leota going to drop another high score, maybe even better than her first. And here's the replay.
All right, watch this first turn and then the little clap at the bottom. All right, so the hands don't meet each other, but, geez, did she meet the lip with a lot of power and a really fun kick out there. And then Zoe, just a really powerful surfer, stays nice and low and compact. And she comes around this section and gets a really nice finish. So building tons of board speed. And then look at the way she just smashes the lip there. So it looks like yellow's going to get the better of that exchange. And then blue, Stacy, just the whipping backside snap. I am going to study this surfing all the way through. Just stays close to the power source, throws water on every turn. And just surfs with really just a perfect pace to every wave she catches. So I'm going to be so sad to whoever loses this heat because they are all so deserving of moving on.
And here goes Leota, not wasting any time. 7 minutes remaining. Excellent first carve right there. A frothier wave. Kind of flattening out right here in this midsection. But she gets a big finish. So still waiting on her previous wave. If anything, that's most likely to be her best. So she would want to replace the 7.5. Stacy, meanwhile, in third. Before the last exchange was needing just a 2.27. And Benedetto drops an 8.47, a massive score. So she moves well up into first. You would be thinking the Leota is going to take the lead, though, with her last wave. Ooh, just under 8.27. So she's in second, but comfortably. And now that puts Pulcini in a combination situation, needing two scores of almost a couple of 8s each, and Stacy needing a 9-1-1 on her last to move up into the top 2. 6 minutes to go. Look at the totals from first and second, Jake. Some of the best we've seen all event long.
Yeah, this is an incredible heat with all surfers getting some great action. So this was the last of yellow. And just her forehand carve is just money. Like, absolutely fully on rail. Wraps it back. She gets a nice extension out of her turns. And then that one with a kind of a karate chop. Throwing a lot of spray. So we haven't seen Blue's last drop in. So it says she needs a 9-1-1 at the moment, but I imagine her last is going to be your 6-6-7 as we see Kiana Miller heading out for the next heat.
Yep, another great one. Miller, Vaihiti Inso, Chrislyn Simpson-Kane, and Sawyer Lindblad, the local surfer who had, leading up to this point of the event, the best performance up until yesterday. 5 minutes remaining. 7.53 for Stacy. She now needs an 8.25, still in third, and Pulcini with first priority needing a pair of 8s to get out of this heat. Not only is that going to be difficult to do due to the time constraint, but just the comparisons of the few 8s that we've had in this heat and even the 7s, it's a tall ask right now, Jacob.
Yeah, Pulcini is going to need a really great wave in the dying stages of this heat. And Stacy does too, you know, an 8.25. We've seen her drop a 9 before, but this is just an insane heat. It is so fun to watch. I am like edge of my seat, looking out at the horizon. It looks like a couple waves approaching as our competitors in the next heat begin to do the rock dance out on the cobblestones there. Those get quite slippery, so you want to take your time with that one.
They do. Luckily, at least on the left, there's a little bit more sand than on the right when you paddle out. And then looking at the paddle out right here, too, you also see that kind of misto peak in the background, Jake, which all of a sudden when it's huge out here ends up being the better wave. That's a paddle from White. Pulcini not able to get into it. And a bit of a mistake right there, please, because, or please don't be not surfing right now because we've seen great action. It's been a long week, Jake. I'm getting a little bit flustered with my word selection. I'm tired.
You think you need some more Java Jaws, my friend?
I do need Java Jaws.
Wake up and smell the surf.
Yep. Smell the surf with DA. 3:20 to go. Benedetto with first priority now, leading in a commanding way right here. Leota in second has an excellent score, and then the 7.5 after that. Stacy, the local surfer, also with a great total, Jake. I mean, 14.2, you can't really be disappointed in that. It just seems like the lefts haven't offered up the same kind of excellent scores that we've seen on the right, despite her surfing them to their best of their potential.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you just nailed that call, Mitch. It's so important to be on the best waves of the heat, and that's what red and yellow have done. But blue, you know, she's got second priority now. Red has been going right all heat, so we'll see if Taylor kind of sticks to her guns on her backhand.
And look, oh, sorry, Jake. Look at how close Nora Leota in yellow is, close to blue Taylor Stacy.
Yeah, a little bit of defense there. Expect Nora to be a bit of a shadow to Taylor throughout the end of this heat, playing a little defense, just, you know,
you ever do
tabs
that?
On her.
Ever do that during one of your heats?
That's the only way I made heats.
Has it ever been done to you in heats?
Yes, yes, it has. I've had the unfortunate privilege of getting 2 interferences on myself by from that kind of tactic, that look left, go right kind of thing. So
kind of just blocking the person from going one way and then getting interference against you instead.
Yep.
Happens to the best of us, Jacob.
Yeah.
A minute 40 to go. Stacy, the only person in range to knock Leota down to third. She does need her best score, an 8.25. It would have to be extremely similar to Leota's best, the 8.27. Benedetto out in front with an 8.47 and a 7.6, one of the highest heat totals of the event. It goes excellent, 16.07. Just over a minute remaining And yellow keeping a tab on blue right here. Leota does not want to give Taylor Stacy any kind of room. And they will only be surfing once today. The semis and the finals will be tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m., bright and early as always. We do have the award ceremony right after our last final, too. So make sure to tune in. It's going to be an action-packed day, but still in day number 4 right now. 45 seconds. Some waves approaching. It seems like blue completely out of position for the set that's coming through.
Yeah, and you know, blue does have higher priority over yellow, but let's see white. Take it away, Mitch.
Yep, Pulcini on the backhand. She's out of contention to make it through the heat, so even if the score does break the combo, she's going to need something better than that. Blue, Stacy starts off with just a setup carve. 10 seconds to go. She won't be making it through, and here's the heat leader. And the winner right now, as we're counting down with 5 seconds, Benedetto looking great as always and looking like the favorite to win this entire thing in Heat 1. So Zoe moving through into the semis. We'll see her tomorrow. And she's looking not only as the favorite, but she just put an exclamation point right there at the end of that wave too. So red, yellow moving through in this heat. Benedetto, Leota, quarter 2 coming up. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships at Lower Trestles presented by Pliables. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future generations.
Thank you for preserving this environment.
Thank you for providing access to our favorite playgrounds.
California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
The 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Welcome to Pineapple Land. Aura Ring, sleep analysis perfected. Murph Electric Bikes, better surf more often. Urban Water Company, Jack Surfboards, and San Clemente Inn. Relax after a full day of surfing. Back at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Quarter 2 of the girls U18 in the water. Sawyer Lindblad in yellow, Chrislyn Simpson-Kane is in white, Vahiti Inso in red, and she was up and riding, Jake, during the break.
Boom. Huge way to start that heat. Ton of spray off that turn as we see white. This is Miller. Kiana Miller from Santa Cruz, so you know she's going to favor the rights coming from the land of right-hand point breaks.
Actually, Chrislyn Simpson-Kane.
Oh, sorry. Seeing different colors here.
They do have a similar style, though, between the two goofy footers.
Yeah, so Kane from Maui.
Yep.
Yep.
Older brother, actually somebody that you should look up to. Ty Simpson-Kane, big wave surfer, loves to surf Jaws. Mitchell Salazar with Jake Telkamp, big wave surfer himself. Vi Inso opens up with a 6.0. Chrislyn with a 3.83. Lindblad with just a 1. And Miller holding down priority in blue. Interesting note, Jacob. To my knowledge, the only heat in the event where all 4 surfers are goofy footers. There we see Lindblad on screen, 16 years of age from San Clemente. Part of the USA Surf Team in the Challenger Series 2.
Yeah, she went huge yesterday in her opening heat. Dropped a couple 8s and was absolutely ripping. Younger sister of Taj Limbat.
Yep.
Yep. So
another product of USA Surfing as well, former member. Actually competed for the open team last year during the ISA World Games in El Salvador. As the 2 surfers that were Olympians couldn't make it to the event due to injuries, they were resetting and regrouping to eventually go into the Olympic Games. And it seems like Lindblad, having a look here on the left, out of position, won't be able to catch it. Miller on the backhand.
there we go. So this is Kiana Miller from Santa Cruz.
Yup, the surfer that loves to surf Seymour Lane. Doing some work right here on the backhand now. Up into the lip, much better right there from Kiana. And now Vi opened up with a 6 on the backhand. The 6.0 was on the forehand. 14 years of age, this young lady. Just incredible what we see from her. Some awesome maneuvers right there. And now Chrislyn on the backhand. Her opener was a 3.83. And Maui going back-to-back heats between Nora Leota and Chrislyn. Just under 15 minutes to go, Jake. Good exchange right there.
Yeah, great exchange as Red backs up her 6 quickly.
And now here's Sawyer with the answer back on the forehand. Looking at the lefts. If somebody knows this lineup good, it's Lindblad. Beautiful combo right there. Just throws the tail around and slides the fins 2 times in a row. The variation she can present, just incredible. Oh, lost our buoy. The Pliable's buoy. Let's not lose that one.
Now, thank you to the lifeguards. We saw them yesterday paddling into that wind with another lifeguard swimming behind him, towing it out. Looked really challenging.
Well, they brought out the Baywatch boat today, that's for sure. 14 minutes remaining. And, you know, talking about the local knowledge and experience, you see a lot of the people that have not only grown up here at Lower Trestles, maybe not succeed in the way they wanted to competitively, but they're still the standouts during the free surfs, though, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you're surfing at home, you can put an extra layer of pressure as you got to.
Let's go down to Ryan Simmons with Zoe Benedetto. Thank you, Ryan, and congratulations to Zoe. Sounds kind of like my career, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, never the win. And now going back to live action. I knew that was going to make you chuckle, Jake. Sawyer Lindblad on the backhand. Already has a score on the left. Now on the backhand right here on the right. Just flowing through the motions. Maybe nothing super critical, but some good surfing right there nonetheless. Should score well.
Yeah, we saw a lot of excellent scores go down in that last heat, so the judges know what these women are capable of. And we've seen some good scores drop in. You know, Red with the 7.33 and the 6. Sawyer got a 7.83 on that left. So our surfers in white and blue are left to play a little bit of catch-up, but still plenty of time, 11 minutes remaining.
So Miller has the 4.67, Chrislin with the 3.83. She still has another wave coming through too, but you would have to think with the level of surfing that both red and yellow present, this is going to be a tough heat for both white and blue to make it out of, especially when you're knowing that somebody's dropping a 7 off of a mid-sized wave. If they get on a set, things are going to get even more complicated, Jake.
Yeah, 100%. As we see Vi, this is that mid-sized set you're talking about. Just picks her points of attack beautifully. Whenever that wave steepened up, her board was right there in the lip, smashing it shut. So really impressed by her surfing. Vi is just incredible. And Sawyer Lindblad, so again, the lefts have been pretty tricky to surf with that wind, but she does so well staying tight to that pocket and, ditching her fins on every turn, surfing with a lot of speed and control. She's definitely a very powerful surfer, so great wave there by Sawyer Lindblad.
So you grew up in Seal Beach, live in San Francisco now, and you were part of the initial group that kind of started with USA Surfing too around 15, 16 years ago. In those years that you've seen pass by and that you've also grown into a more of an adult person, how much do you feel that not only surfing within the United States has changed, but also this organization?
So I was with Greg Cruz and Andrea Swain when they came to me and said, hey, we have this idea of taking WSA, which they had already been doing, and creating a more elite version called WSA Prime. And at the time, I was like, I don't know if these guys doing pro juniors and whatnot are going to want to do this. But then when they set forth the plan of live scoring, 4-man heats, at the better venues in California, it really became clear. I was like, okay, this is like no amateur surf contest we had at the time. And now that I, return to work this event, it's even more elevated with, priority and everything that comes, live broadcasts, everything that comes with it. I never imagined amateur surfing would be presented in this way, and it's so cool to see. A lot of big names came out of that first year. Nat Young, Chloe Handino, Courtney Conlog, Lakey Peterson. The list goes on. And this organization has just been so huge for building up the talent by bringing the best in the nation against one another and let them, cut their teeth against amazing competition and under a format that will feel similar to them as they, reach the pro ranks.
Right, and I actually think that's the biggest point about everything, too. Having the similarity of that eventually be something that you're going to face at the QS level or even the CTs once you get there. Miller up and riding. Just some setup work so far in the forehand, and she's going to kick out. She's needing an 8.44 at the moment to move up into second place. Lindblad gets a 5.27 on the right. Simpson Kane second, a 3. She needs a low 9 to move up into second, and Vi just in complete cruise control right now as she has a 7.33 and a 6 in her score line. And the best part about it, priority number 1, maybe looking at this right, we're going to stick with Lindblad going left. She dropped her best score earlier on the same left, a 7.83. Strong start up into the lip. Just a beautiful way to combo things up and present variation. Uses the rail well. And a beautiful finish right there from young Sawyer Lindblad. Looking to win this event. She did well last year, actually won one division here, and looking to get one better in the U18s.
That was incredible. I'm literally left speechless. Sawyer Lindblad just picking all the right points on that wave to push hard on her rail as we see a giant set approaching. This is that South-Southwest swell Surfline was calling for. Man, it looks like it's catching some of our competitors out of position. Kane here, duck diving.
Yeah, for the most part, actually all of them, because Lindblad just caught the last wave, and it seems like nobody's in position for the right at the moment, at least not on the main takeoff. Here we go, Vi Inso, the surfer from Honolulu, way down the beach, down the line on the right-hander, 6 minutes and 20 to go. She was looking for something better than a 6 to improve her situation in the lead. White have to look, Simpson Kane, she's going to let that one go by. And really the question is, are both Simpson Kane and Miller going to be able to compete with the scores in the 7s that red and yellow have, Jacob?
Well, Kane did drop a 7 in her U16 heat. So we know she's capable of those big scores. You know, I know that she's competed a lot at Honolulu Bay, and so her backside surfing on long running rights is something that she's seen a lot of success with in her competitive career. But, oh, yeah, Sawyer dropping the 8.93 and taking the lead off Vi Inso.
And one of the highest scores of the event, one of the highest totals of the event. This is the last of Chrislyn.
So she's surfing well. She's just not getting the best of the waves on offer. And you could say the same about Kiana Miller. This wave going out to sea on her. And, you know, you're from Santa Cruz, you're a goofy foot. You're going to take any opportunity to go left.
And then this is the monster score right here, Jake.
Yeah, so Sawyer just connects, throws a bucket of spray out the back, and then look at these next 2 turns. So kind of some setup work here, but this is the turn that just was huge. Fully engaged rail carve, and then slides the fins. Sawyer Lindblad surfing like she belongs on the CT already. And then Vi, I think she went incomplete on the end of this ride. Probably just enjoying the lowers lineup. This wave is not going to factor in. But a great exchange there.
Yeah, she caught that wave way down the line, too. Lindblad in the lead with an 8.93 and a 7.83. Red in second. She's looking to better a 6 still. Would need a mid-9 to retake first. But the battle for second place as Simpson Kane in third needs an 8.41. And Blue in fourth needing an 8.67. Blue, Kiana Miller does have priority number 1, though, and so does Simpson Kane. She's in good priority rotation with priority number 2 at the moment. So if there's one thing that's saving them, it's that. We have another stacker coming up in Heat 3, Malia Moana Lima, Isla Sexton, Bella Kenworthy, and Lisa Boos. Then finishing off the round, Talia Swindoll, Zoe Shate, Pua De Soto, and Linnea Mons. Wow.
They're all finals here at this point.
We love it, but you know what? This lady on screen is making her name known, and she's been doing it quietly too, Jacob. He's a member of the North America rankings as far as the people that have competed on the Challengers. Was close to qualifying last year, actually. Her best result, I believe, in France during the Roxy Pro. And not only is she young and talented, but she is ferocious in the way that she's looking to get there to the championship tour.
Yeah, Sawyer, if it's not this year, it will be soon thereafter because she has all the ingredients of a championship tour level surfer. Reminds me of watching Caroline Marks in the same kind of year.
That's a good point.
Just very compact in the way that she stays low to her board and just really picks her points well. So I'm really excited to see the next matchups from that last heat are going to meet up with some of these surfers from this heat into the semifinals.
So it seems like no takers right there. 2 minutes and 20. Yeah, and you talk about the beauty of being in this region of North America, Hawaii, and even, you know, Puerto Rico and the Caribbean. A lot of availability when it comes to potential regional qualifiers for the Challenger Series 2. Oh, Lindblad, just like a hot knife through butter right here. Looking to replace the 7.83. She might be doing it. Boy, what a heat. Might as well just come in with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, come in and grab a Jersey Mike sub. Call it a day. But, you know, Kristen Kane, she needs that 8.41. She is a ferocious competitor, and she can get it. She just needs the right wave.
Now Vi with the response on the forehand. Great style, and her technique is beautiful too. Great turn right there. How's this shot right here on the cobblestones? Really allowing us to see the depth of their bottom turns and the beauty of this wave here at Lower Trestles. Great job by our production crew, ASP, Action Sports Productions. And Vi Inso just happy to be here competing at lowers for the second consecutive year. Looking well in the U18s. She's also in the U16s, Jacob.
Yeah, she's one to certainly watch. And I love the comparing the style of Vi and so as Sawyer Lindblad. They're very different kind of surfers. We have more like fluidity and flow in Vi surfing, and then Sawyer's like much more aggressive and powerful. But they're both, beautiful styles of surfing to watch. So
it's almost like seeing Gabe go up against Rob Machado, right? Like
yeah.
The style master versus the person that has that aggressiveness and the flow. And which one do you like better? Obviously, you still need to stick to the criteria, but there's just something about Inso's style that is so graceful to watch.
And, that's indicative of just the Hawaiians' level of surfing. Just they have the most beautiful surfing style over there, and that's just it's in their blood.
That's what happens when you grow up at reef breaks, especially long ones like they do in town, Kewalo Basin, Ala Moana Bowls, where they just had the World Qualifying Series event too. So this heat's going to come to a close. It's going to be Lindblad and Inso moving through with some great performances. Just a carving 3 to come in, a 9.47 for Lindblad. Just dropping the hammer right there at the end, still expecting a score from Inso. And she just had a ton of fun. You can see her smile right there. And this is the replay of the last of Miller. She was needing a huge score.
Yeah, so Miller coming under the lip. This is what you needed to do earlier in the heat. And, this is going to feel good, Like, you lose out in this round, it's a bummer. But if you get to surf lowers with only 3 other people out and get a good wave, that's a nice little consolation prize. So, Yella, I believe this is her 9.47, which is now the highest single wave score of the heat. Or, sorry, of the event.
Yeah.
And you can see why. Just absolutely on the attack, and then huge finishing turn there. So Sawyer Lindblad, I think now has the top 2 totals of the event. So look out. Vi Inso, as we were saying, just that silky smooth Hawaiian style. And I can't wait to see her surf again. It's going to be absolutely treat to watch. This is kind of surfing that I love to see. Just a lot of flow through maneuvers and a really creative approach.
Could definitely watch her surf all day. So going to go to a quick commercial break. Another great heat, quarterfinal 2, quarter 3 coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
Cut! Let's go ahead and bring in the other bottle. Much better. Perfect.
San Onofre State Beach and Trestles are a spectacular coastal wilderness within the heart of Southern California. They are recognized as world treasures and are considered to be the Yosemite of surfing. The San Onofre coast must be preserved for all future generations. California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
Back at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Quarterfinal 3 of the girls U18 in the water. Malia Moana Lima in red up and riding. The surfer from Kauai has dropped big scores all week long. A lot of them for single maneuvers too. Bella Kenworthy in yellow, Lisa Boos in blue, and Isla Sexton is in white. Here's Kenworthy, the local surfer. Silver medalist at the ISA World Juniors a few weeks ago. Great turn right there. And a strong start for Kenworthy. 16 minutes to go. These are 19-minute heats, so they've been cut short due to the fog delay we had earlier this morning. Doesn't seem like it's really affected anybody psychologically, Jake.
Maybe the surfers in that first heat. That would have been nerve-wracking to be in the water, fog roll in, and then kind of in limbo land until we started. But, yeah, what's a minute in terms of a 20-minute heat? I don't know.
So a couple of scores coming through. There we see the surfer in blue paddling back out. That is Lisa Boos. Had a great performance yesterday as well, and she got her opener here on the left, Jacob.
Yeah, so she had to come from well behind it, and she hits the lip well there. She represents Germany in the ISA World Games. And a little blowtail there. The convergence of whitewater trips her up, though, but she'll go back to the drawing board. As we see our surfer in white, Isla, wrapping it back. So interesting to see. Maybe watching Sawyer drop big scores on that last heat. We're going to see more surfers looking to go left now.
And then the opener of Malia Moana Lima on the right.
Yeah, and as you said, she's been dropping big scores for single turns. But with the caliber of talent in this heat, she's going to need a little more length of ride. As you see Bella Kenworthy just throwing so much spray, connecting well on the second turn. And so we're off to the races.
Well, that was a quality maneuver right there from Kenworthy, too. Boy, and maybe kind of seemed like a block right there from Blue.
You're right.
Let's see if priority shifts or not. So Blue opens up with a 4. Sexton from Hawaii in white, a 3.33. Waiting on yellow and red's opener right now. Moana Lima in red from Kauai has dropped a couple of 8s earlier in this event. A couple of 7s, too, for one single turn. And Kenworthy in yellow, one of the top seeds of this event, silver medalist in the girls U16. And then you look at the draw red here, not only 4 of the best surfers in the event, 2 of the youngest in the girls U16 in Malia Moana Lima and Bella Kenworthy. Isla Sexton also very young in age, and Lisa Boos. This is going to be one of her last years competing here at the USA Surfing Championships.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these surfers either have a little more time left in this division, and Bella and Malia are just generational talents. Like, they're just surfers that you know are going to go on and do huge things, and they still have time left in this division. So it's just incredible to see. As we got 13 minutes remaining, Bella's first, a 7. We knew that was going to go high with that huge opening turn. Last of red, 4.33 for the single snap, so not bad. And then Lisa with a 4 and white with a 3.33. So all in all, 3 kind of similar scores, and yellow out in front. That's going to feel good. It's always great when you drop a big number to start a heat off. Takes the pressure off, and you know what kind of wave to look for into the later stages of the heat.
Right, and it's kind of the outlier of the heat right now, because you have 3 scores that you mentioned were exactly similar. The 7 of Kenworthy, though, that's noticeable. And as you hear it as a competitor, especially as your opposition, it might be a bit intimidating, Jake, to know that somebody opened up in the first few minutes of the heat with something better than a 6.5, something that should easily be in your scoreline if you're looking to move into the semis or better.
You know, when I was competing and someone dropped a big number, what would end up happening to me is that I felt like I had to surf outside myself and start pushing harder or looking for a better quality of wave. And sometimes you just got to take a step back and surf your own heat and not get rattled, because truly you are competing against yourself.
Yeah, and in a case of a 4-person heat, too, you don't need to necessarily win the heat either to make it through, right? First or second is fine, as long as they're making it through. 11:30 to go. We got a paddle. Boos on the backhand. She's going to be up and down real quick. Let's go down to Ryan Simmons with Sawyer Lindblad. Winner's the last heat. Thank you, Ryan. Congratulations to Sawyer. She did win 1 division last year, made the final in 2, though. As we're seeing live action, Sexton on the backhand. Seems like somebody was up on the right real quick. Kenworthy on the outside. Have a look at this. Already has a 7 in her scoreline, 10 minutes to go. Up and riding. Gaining speed down the line, a little bit behind the section. But makes it to the open face right here. Now going to get to work. Nice tag up into the lip line. And, you know, making it to the open face, but way down the line. That's probably going to keep the score relatively low. But gets a decent combo right at the end. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Dreamy conditions. The water temp did drop down just a smidge, Jacob. There's Talia Swindoll getting ready. She's going to be paddling out in the next heat.
Coach Simo offering some preheat advice.
She was part of the USA Surf team down there in El Salvador a few weeks ago. Get a result, added up to the team bronze. And just breaking down the heat right now, Jake, a 4-3-3 for Lima. Sexton is going to get another score on the board. Booth just has the quick one up and down at the end, and she might have gotten another wave during that exchange too. But Moana Lima, comfortable and patient on the outside. She knows what's on the line right here, a semifinal result at least if she makes it through. And this is Lisa's last.
So, yeah, this was during the interview. Lisa coming from way behind the whitewash. Tags the lip well on the first turn, kind of has to do a mid-face carve in a second one, but sets up the finishing sequence here. Boom, nice snap. And this was the wave that just kept on giving as she kind of connects the dots all the way to the inside, and then nice aggressive snap there. Whitewash to finish, looks at the judges and says, what more would you want? So we'll see what that score comes in at. Had a ton of maneuvers on it, but you know, quality over quantity. But there was a couple
decent ones in there, yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely. 8 minutes to go. Priority is with red, Moana Lima from Kauai, part of that gold-winning team a few weeks ago. Eve Wong decided not to compete at this event, but she ended up winning gold in the girls U18. Had a good result at the qualifying series event at La Moana Bulls. Waiting for the score for Kenworthy, and there it is, a 5.53. Now, interesting to see what blue and white are going to get respectively, because it's going to be a battle for second right now as Kenworthy gets a 7 and then backs it up with a 5.53. She also came through the Western Surfing Association program, just like yourself. And a lot of people actually and eventually develop into prime surfers or USA Surfing now, come through Western Surfing Association. Here's red, Moana Lima. Wow, waited for a long time to catch that wave and didn't end up being the one that she wanted. Here's Sexton having to paddle for this. She's up and into it. Kind of a slower start right now. Into the lip once, but that's going to be it. So maybe not the wave she was looking for either. 6 minutes and 30. Lisa drops her best to 5.4. Sexton a 2.77 on her previous. And Moana Lima was needing something in the low fives to move up in a second, Jake.
Yeah, you know, Lisa had a lot of turns on her 5.4, but only like a few really critical ones. And like the antithesis to that was Kenworthy's last 5.53 was just one big turn. So it just shows that you want, you know, those exciting moments that get us off our seat and off the couch when you're watching at home. There's Zoe Chait heading out for the next heat, saying hello to her father and to her coach.
Yep, working with Matt Myers now. Santa Cruz local. He's heading to Belito on Monday to help a few of the Challenger Series surfers out. Here we go, blue. Had a look right there. Moana Lima on the inside in red. She's going to be up and riding. A little bit behind the section right here. That wave closes out in front of her. So Kenworthy holding down priority 1 on the outside. And blue right next to her. So let's see if Sexton and Moana Lima can come back.
I mean, very obtainable scores at the moment with, a 6.08 and a 5.08 for both of these surfers that have dropped some big numbers. The last of White, she got that 3.33, or sorry, the 3.17 by virtue of one turn. I felt like that was going to be like a momentum-building wave because while the wave kind of let her down, it was a good maneuver. So we'll see if that brings her confidence up.
And here goes the heat leader, Bella. Snaps it back into the pocket. Another one up into the lip. And a lot of setup work so far for the good finish. And easily going to replace the 5.53. 4 minutes and 30 to go. And you can see not only the competitive prowess that she has, but the experience of surfing her home break of Lower Trestles.
So one thing that stood out to me watching this wave is that she never seems to rush. She's always letting the wave unfold in front of her, and then she picks her points. Couple really nice turns there, and then boom, finish. But you notice she never pumps or gets ahead of herself. She just surfs at the perfect pace that the wave allows. So we see surfer asking for an update from the beach commentators.
4 minutes to go. A couple of the kids having fun here on the rocks at Lowers. And educate us, because you told me a story about this area of San Onofre a few days ago. I didn't believe it. But why is this spot called Lower Trestles and not Middles when Middles is south of this?
Okay, so Middles is actually the middle of San Onofre, State Park.
Okay.
So that makes sense. But the conversation we had was around the Lowers left. And it was in the winter of 83, 84 when it actually took out the pier in Seal Beach where I lived, that a ton of water came down through the watershed with record amounts of rain, and it actually created the left, depositing the cobblestones that makes this A-frame such a world-class wave.
There's Boos on the backhand. Surfs for Germany, as you said, during the ISA events, but as actually a local Californian too. Much like Rachel Presti, but she's originally from Florida. 2 minutes and 50. So you're talking 1983-84, correct?
Yes.
Only around 40 years ago.
Yep.
I find that very hard to believe that the Lowers left has only been around for 40 years.
Yeah, well, that's the truth of it. And, San Onofre was first surfed in 1933, and Duke-Monomoku surfed here 15 years later. And then, of course, through the Nixon era, this area couldn't surf. And then eventually it was opened up as it became a California State Park for open access. And we are so thankful because I can't imagine growing up in Southern California not having access to this wave-rich coastline of the San Onofre State Parks.
And also thankful to our lifeguards, California State Parks, obviously conserving this area. Not only preserving its natural beauty, but also educating a lot of people in terms of environmental issues and so forth. You want to keep not only California, but the rest of the United States beautiful, and the world as well, Jacob?
Absolutely. It's so important as our playground is in the ocean that we, combat marine ocean plastics, urban runoff, and all sorts of issues that plague our beaches, because it's so much more fun surfing in a clean water than it is in look at red.
Yeah, Moana Lima going for things big right here, and that's the beauty of having Hydro Flask as one of our sponsors too. No more single-use plastics, so thank you, Hydro Flask. Just over a minute to go. Kenworthy drops her best to 7.9. Boos still in second in blue. Sexton needing a 6.08 in third, and Red Lima needing a 5.08. And a bit lost out there in this heat, only has a 4.33 as her best. Maybe not surprising, the best word to use right here, but a little bit shocked in terms of the way she sat for so long and used the one wave that eventually ended up closing out and didn't give her the score that was required at that moment, Jake.
Hindsight's always 20/20 in these heats. You never really know what's going to come. It just kind of felt like the last heat had such a flurry that these girls were waiting for waves of that same level.
Split peak, yellow, blue. We're going to stick with yellow, the heat leader, Kenworthy, on the left. And won't better her situation right there. Lisa in second on the right. Ooh, a great finish right there. Looking to better just a 4.0. And this wave after the buzzer, so it won't count. It's going to be Bella Kenworthy in yellow, Lisa Boos in blue, moving through into the semis. We got the last quarter of the girls U18 coming up. It's going to be another stacked one. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables, live from Lower Trestles.
Thank you for protecting our beaches for the future generations.
Thank you for preserving this environment.
Thank you for providing access to our favorite playgrounds.
California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
Quarterfinal number 4 in the water of the girls U18. Another great one. Talia Swindoll in red, Linnea Mons in blue, Pua de Soto in yellow, and Zoe Shate is in white. 2 regular footers against 2 goofy footers, de Soto and Mons, Swindoll and Shate regulars. And Malibu, Santa Cruz, Florida, and the 808 in the water. Pua de Soto, one of the standouts yesterday afternoon. She actually got her 2 best scores on lefts, opting to go right on this one. Let's stick with Linnea Mons, the youngest surfer in this heat. Wow, beautiful rail surfing right there from Linnea. Smaller wave, but some good use of her rails. 17 minutes remaining. Swindoll opens up with a 4.67. We got a heat on our hands, Jake.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think Talia has at least like a 1.5 feet on Linnea. Yeah.
So this is her 4.67, her opener.
Yeah, so she does well to connect with the lip nicely, cuts it back. That was a big turn, throwing a lot of water on that occasion. It was a hard way to surf. It had a lot of ridges in it, but she does well to rattle off 3 maneuvers. As yellow, unfortunately going down, that was Pua, and then Linnea Mons. It's our smallest competitor in stature, but she's got a beautiful technique. Really nice rail carves. That was the one that you loved. And sticks with it through the whitewash. So we'll see if she sticks to the left. That was her strategy in her earlier round.
And she's grown in stature for sure. So Zoe waiting patiently with first priority, working with Matt Myers, one of the premier coaches of the region. Pua de Soto, her father Dwayne, a former world longboard champion. Swindoll from Malibu, part of that USA surfing team that just won bronze a few weeks ago at the ISA World Juniors. And Mons, the youngest surfer in the heat. Pua de Soto, also part of the Hawaii surf team that just came out and won gold at that event. From Makaha, the west side of Oahu, 17 years of age. Not only loves to shortboard, but also a great longboarder, just like her father, Jake.
Rad. Yeah, Pua, hailing from Makaha, very tricky wave to surf. So, if she can rip Makaha, then she can definitely rip the bumpy conditions out here at the moment at Lowers.
Rel Sun among the females that have come from that region of the west side of Oahu. Another one that comes to mind that has also surfed in this program before, Alessa Quizon, former CT surfer, great style. And you see a little bit of influence right there on Pua de Soto coming from Alessa. Some set stacking out the back. We see the Baywatch boat on the outside. They readjusted the Pliable's buoy. Linnea Mons opens up with a 4.67. Swindoll, same score on her opener. Pua with a 3. And here goes the surfer in blue. Linnea real quick. Recognizes that wave was going to close out. Not much scoring potential on offer. 14:20 to go. And it seems like Zoe, the surfer from Half Moon Bay in Northern California, up and riding on her first ride. Just a setup carve right there. Much better up into the lip. And this wave not offering up a lot of scoring potential after those first 2 sections. Throws the variation in right there. And that sharp eye surfboard looking good under her feet. Gonna be a decent opener for the surfer in white. Let's go down to Ryan Simmons with Bella Kenworthy. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Congratulations to Bella. And we saw Pua de Soto there on the forehand. Opened up with a 3.0 as her first wave. Still waiting on White's opener. Red got a second wave that had a strong finish there, Jake, on the right. 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Nobody's looking to lose out here in the quarterfinals. Everybody wants to move on to the semis or better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we could kind of hear a little bit of the beach outside of our microphones, and they went wild for this turn, this last turn of Talia Swindoll. So watch this as she connects and then gets around this section, and then I think it's this turn right here. Bink! So throws buckets on that one. The convergence of the whitewater there, she just timed it perfectly. And then yellow goes up into the lip, wraps it back. So Pua just kind of not finding the biggest and best lefts, I'd say, on offer, but surfing them super well.
Pua Makamai de Soto, the 17-year-old from Makaha on the west side of Oahu. Loves to surf on the South Shore when it's the summertime. Get a lot of good swells for the west side, too, that time of the year. And then all of a sudden, the wintertime comes around. You're surfing on the North Shore quite a bit. Haleiwa, why not? Go out there and practice the backhand. When it's small, too, at Ali'i Beach Park, you get a lot of fun lefts that actually resemble Lower Trestles quite a bit. Or maybe more a little bit like middles. Not as perfect as Lower Trestles, but still a high-performance wave. A 5.4, the opener of white. Now let's wait on red's last and yellow's last as well. It's going to shake things up a bit here with just under 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely a couple scores coming in. Okay, there we go. So 4.97 for the last of red. That takes her into the lead. And unfortunately, that wave didn't have the most stellar beginning, but it did have an exciting ending. But I'm sure she'll take some confidence from that wave into her next ride.
And here goes Talia, speaking of her. Takes off in the whitewater. Somehow was able to make it around. Beautiful layback to start things off. Wraps it back. Setting up for the inside. Attacks the lip right there. And this wave still forming on the inside. And a beautiful finish. Swindoll stoked with that one. 10 minutes to go. Linnea in blue up and riding on the left now. This is a big size wave for her. Up into the lip. Aggressive. Combos it up right there. And is looking for at least one more on this. Can't get it. So going to have to settle for the 2-turn combo on the outside. Now the response from white, Zoe. Much flatter wave right here. Hasn't really set up, but able to use those rails and get a couple of carves going. So she'll get a finish too. She's stoked with it. Had a 5.4 in her opener. And now Pua Makamai de Soto on the backhand. The surfer in yellow opens up with a strong carve on the backhand. So far, her best wave was a left, a 6.83. Now looking to better the 3.0 that she currently has in her score line. But waiting on a lot of scores right here, Jake. Judges have some work to do ahead of them.
Yeah, thank goodness we have the replay team here today because I could not recall that many waves at once.
Waiting for scores. Yellow getting a 6.83 on her previous left. Red Swindoll looking for what is most likely to be her best wave. Blue Mons going to drop a nice score too, and Zoe in the mix had a 5.4 on her opener. This wave might be better, might be just under. We shall see. 8 minutes to go. Going to be exciting to watch the replays right here because we're really going to be able to see what the judges are going to be analyzing in terms of the comparisons, Jake.
Yeah, and I mean, all those waves were so different. Like Zoe's was this super long running right. Lene had the, vertical first section that she went big on. And then I feel like my gut's telling me that Talia got the best of that exchange. She had that really nice opening turn and then finished it well.
Well, it's a 7.4, so a great score. Now we're waiting for yellow, blue, and white's last. This is Talia's wave that you liked.
Yeah, so just to make it around this section was so impressive. She stayed really calm and composed, drops the wallet on the first one, wraps it back into the whitewash. I believe this is the turn that I was just loving. Yeah, look at the spray just flying off the rail. And a 7.4 is a great number today. And she ditches the fins for the finish. Sun's out, tongue's out. She was loving it, and I love to see that expression of stoke. And then here's our youngest competitor. Goes vert, and if this wave just would have given her a third section, she's on her way to a huge number because that first turn was huge. Just unfortunately, sometimes those lowers lefts are a lot shorter than the rights. And then Zoe Che, I swear, has been on the longest waves this whole competition. She just surfs like well out of view. The judges are going to have to be craning their necks to see the end of this one. But she did pretty well. It was a flat face wave, but she really stressed each turn. She threw a lot of body language into it. And the stoke was there on the end. Yeah, you could see she's fully in the non-competitor area down at middle. So that's a really long wave. And then Pua, really nice style. As we were talking about earlier, watching Vita Soto, just Hawaiian girls are just surfing with so much composure and grace. And just three turns there, but absolutely gorgeous each one.
Yep, it's elegant. That is for sure. Here's blue. Linnea doesn't know where she's at in the heat right now. Judges are still processing the scores. One thing for sure, she is ripping. And as I said that, I jinxed her with the last turn not being complete. But the first two just gorgeous. Still waiting on scores. That Pizel board looking good under her feet though. And let's see where the time is at right now because it's an important factor to where these ladies are going to be at with these last scores coming through right now. Still waiting on scores for everybody. Zoe's just kind of looking and seeing what's going on in terms of the situation in the water. Just trying to listen and hear. And there you see her reacting.
You can see her thought process going through as each score is being read out to her. That was Zoe Chait.
So DeSoto betters a 6.4 on the last right. Linnea Mons gets a 6.73, her best, backs it up with a 5.27. Zoe gets a 5.83, and Swindoll in second with a 7.4, the best wave of the heat so far. So blue in third needing a 5.65, white needs a 6.55, and that's kind of where you see the length of ride not matter in the scoring. Zoe's had two of the longest rides, not only of the heat but of the event, but those waves never offered up the same kind of scoring potential that the 6.83 or the 7.4 did.
You know, sometimes the waves that feel the best free surfing are not the waves that would be the best competing. Because, like, if you got that wave free surfing, you'd be psyched. You just rode it, you know, half a mile down the beach. But when you're in a competition, it's all about getting those big moments that get the judges excited. And that wave just lacked that X factor, that section that let her really show how powerful and dynamic she is. Really cool to see Zoe representing Half Moon Bay, California. Not seeing a ton of competitive surfers from that region.
Right.
Maybe they're going the way of the big wave route, but she is the shining star of Northern California.
That is for sure. Autumn Hayes actually going to be competing in the Challenger Series from Santa Cruz, so a big chance for that area to be exposed a bit more. But some awesome surfers have come from that part of the Bay Area. Sean Burns, a good friend of mine. Great surfer, Nat Young on the championship tour right now. One of my all-time favorites. Adam Rapogel, and of course John Mel right now competing in the Challenger Series 2. 3 minutes to go. Pua DeSoto in the lead. She has first priority. She's going to use it here on the left. Comes around the section. Just a setup carve right there. Up into the lip, aggressive. And this is one thing that Pua has that I feel a lot of people still haven't really understood about the lowers left. She has the pacing towards it in comparison to a lot of other surfers that are trying to force some turns. Not forced right there from Talia Swindoll. Looking at better a 4.97, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There's Asher Nolan, one of the assistant coaches for the USA surfing team. A little pressured right now because Linnea Mons, his surfer, at the moment in third. She was needing a 5.65 before Swindoll's last. Could change, though.
Yeah, that was a big turn on the last of reds. We'll see what that number drops in at. The score for blue and white might be a little bit higher. I kind of have in my gut feeling like she improved on the 4.97, but not by a huge amount. All right, but here's Linnea Mons. Take it away, Mitch.
So could it be her last chance? 2 minutes to go. Just a quick one there. The wave never offered up any real scoring potential. Zoe, though, on the other hand, much more aggressive right here. She knows that she doesn't want to leave it up to the judges' hands. 6.55 was the number that she was needing before Swindoll's last, and boy, she is getting to work on this one. Good variation, and the body language indicates that she is happy with it. Swindoll now on the response. Couple of turns up into the lip right there, and a solid finish, too. A minute 20 to go. These ladies do not want to lose, Jake.
No, I'm loving the passion by all of our competitors. It's you just see how much it means to them to be competing in this event, and they're not competing for money. You know, this is all about pride.
Yeah, the bragging reds for sure, especially for a position on the USA surfing team as well. Swindoll was the youngest competitor in the U18s for the ladies a few weeks ago. Here's Pua, the heat leader on the forehand again. Awesome start right there. Carves it. Now up into the lip. And just great use of the rails on this one. Looking for a strong finish if she can. And boy, that's not something you see every day, a wrap around to finish off the wave.
Yeah, that was masterful. And she's going to take it in. She's got the win wrapped up. So 20 seconds remaining, and it looks like all of our competitors are going to be out of position. So the scores that are really going to matter is the last of red to see if she bettered the 4.97, and then seeing where white's last came in at.
Well, and then Swindoll actually got two waves back-to-back, too. So
it's true.
She's the one that you liked with the last strong turn. Could have potentially better the 497. And then the last one, too. How's that shot right there? It is shallow on the inside. Pua de Soto just laying down right before the shoreline. So the heat has ended. Most likely that De Soto will be moving through in yellow. Swindalo and Shate going back and forth with the last few waves. It seems like we have a few replays of those waves right now. That's a great shot right there of Pua walking out. The Hawaiian from Makaha on the west side of Oahu.
Yeah, she was making those lefts look easy, and I promise you it is not.
So here's the previous one of Swindal. This is the one that you think is going to better the 497.
Yeah, so the first turn was kind of a setup. That second one threw spray to the sky. I liked her second wave after this one even better. But Pua, just, I mean, this is so hard to do. To surf with this much flow as you have all that wind coming up the face, you know, ruffling the surface of the water. And then, as you said, this carve to finish. So nice to, like, yeah.
Especially with the one kind of section at the end there that was just asking for a turn to go up into the lip line. So the heat has ended. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with the results. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Lowers is the host for the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Round 3, boys U18 action in the water. It'll be 3 heats. Heat 1, Lucas Ostin in the red, Kyan Yang in the white, Levi Young in blue, and Luke Tema is in the yellow. It seems like Tema on the inside in a scratch for this one. Strong start. The carving maneuver up into the lip line, aggressive. Seems like he still has dry hair too, making things even more impressive. And a legendary start right here for the surfer in yellow representing V-Land on the north shore of Oahu. 17 minutes to go. Ostin in the red from Oceanside, Levi Young from Maui in blue, and the surfer from North County, San Diego, Encinitas in white with Kyan Yang. Great way to start things off here in round 3. Maybe some action here. Ostin having a look at the right. He's deep, but going to go for it. 16-year-old from Oceanside throws the tail. Just a foam climb right there, and he was out of sync for the wave. And whoa. A little bit of a tussle right there on the outside. Let's see if they consider that a block on blue over white, or if it was just a little bit of bad positioning by both surfers. No, they did. So priority now with White Yang. He's going to use it on this right. Strong carve right there to start things off. Has a great style, does Kyan. Low center of gravity. Rarely falls. And just as I say that, I jinxed him again. I shouldn't even do my job anymore, Jake.
They call it the commentator's curse for a reason.
Oh, my. Somebody just bring me some Java Jaws and let's get it over with. Let's go down to Ryan Simmons with the surfer in red, the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Down here with Talia Swindoll winning that last heat. That heat was kind of gnarly. There were some heavy names in that one, and the waves were pumping. Talk us through your mindset out there.
Yeah, no, that heat was so gnarly. I just wanted to get some good waves, and I really wanted all the girls to surf good because they all rip, and I just wanted to see like what I could do. And I kind of got in my zone before the heat, did some meditation, and then I just went out and tried to get on the best waves.
How fun is it to surf out at Lowers with just a handful of other people in these heats?
Oh my gosh, it's insane, and the waves are firing. I'm just so stoked to be here. It's so fun.
And you made finals day. Anybody up in Malibu you want to say hi to that might be watching?
Yeah, hi, say hi to my dad and my friends back at home. Yeah.
Well, good job and good luck on finals day.
Thanks so much, Simo.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ryan, and congratulations to Talia. Actually ended up with the win right there at the end, Jake, and get a result for her going into the final, which will be tomorrow. So back to the action in the water. 3.67, the opener of red, Austin. A 2.07 for Levi Young. Yang going to start off with a small score, too, and the real one here will be Tema's opener. And the best news for him, he also got back in time to get first priority over the other three surfers.
That's called having your cake and eating it, too.
I could do some cake right now. So if anybody wants to bring us some Java Jaws and then some cake with that, I won't complain. 14 minutes to go. It's a 6.33 for yellow. And now Levi Young on the outside in blue. Having a look at this. Gonna let it go. A 4.83 for Yang. So a good reward for the one strong turn at the beginning. But here's the 6.33 of yellow.
Yeah, yellow just going to town. Love the way he ditched the fins on the end of that carve, just showing a little more variety as he blows the fins out on the second. Third one goes all the way around into the whitewash. So, yeah, just really surfing with a lot of confidence there for yellow. And look at this again. So, beautiful wrap, and then watch how much he explodes out of the whitewash. Boom. Releasing the fins. And this drone angle just really paints the picture of how smooth and precise he was, top to bottom, all the way through that wave.
Well, everything's clicking so far in this event for Luke Tema, a bronze medalist for Team Hawaii at the ISA World Juniors. Individually, that is, one team gold. And here goes Kai Kushner, about to paddle out in blue. And it seems like he is surfing with an injured toe. So going to paddle out with a little bandage on that. But the surfer from the South Bay about to paddle out, one of the standouts of the event so far. His father, Warren, also a great surfer. Actually inspired him to have such a good backhand.
Yeah, beware the wounded warrior in that next heat.
Is he really wounded? Is that the truth?
It's a Slater mind trick.
And Levi Young on the backhand. Couple of strong turns right here. Throwing a lot of spray. And this is Maui glass for him. Oh, right as I said that. A little bit of a fall right there at the end. And now Austin. Oh, what a combination for Lucas. And an incredible finish. One of the best waves we've seen all event. And now White, Yang. So what a heat. 11 minutes and 25 to go. Austin going to drop one of the best scores we've seen all event long. Luke Tema with a 6.33. And that wave could possibly be irrelevant with the kind of scores that we're going to see drop at the moment right here. Everybody's stoked with that one, especially the Austin camp. 11 minutes to go. Yang's 4.83 looking a lot more important than it was at the beginning of the heat, Jake.
Yeah. I think Lucas Austin just poured gas all over the lineup just now. Absolutely on fire. That guy just does not miss. So we'll see what that comes in at, but I got to think 9 or above.
Looking at the lineup right now, everybody making their way back out to the primary takeoff zone. Here's the replay of the last of Luke Tima in yellow.
Yeah, so Tima had to play a little bit of catch-up as that section went in front of him. Pretty just difficult wave, a lot of lump and bump to it, but does well. I commented earlier how it seems like he's on a little bit of a longer board and how he's drawing longer lines because of it, but okay, here's Lucas Osen's wave. If this isn't a 10, I don't know what is. Beautiful first carve. The second one, though, is just Connor Coffin-esque. And then the third turn was huge, and then floats over Yellow's head, and then boom, blows it out, drops the wallet, says thank you very much. So we didn't see the beginning of this wave. This is Kaiyan Yang. And he goes huge, drifting the fins, kind of like a disaster if he was skateboarding. Wraps it back into the whitewash, and then nice, neat finish there for Kaiyan Yang. Obviously, red with the best wave of that exchange, but all going to be big scores. So scores still not dropping in yet. So red is now currently in fourth. I guarantee that's not for long, as we're at the 9-minute, 20-second mark. All the surfers, or at least 3 of them, are back in the main takeoff area as the waves continue to pump here at Lower Trestles. And I am just so excited watching this heat. This is Kaiyan Yang's last effort. Okay, there we go. 9.77.
The highest score of the event for the Oceanside local. Backs it up with a 3.67. Tima now in second place. There's Hayden Rogers with his coach, Eric Kramer. He's coming up in the next heat. Another stacked one. He'll be in yellow. So Tima drops a 3.57 as his backup. But we're waiting on another great score for Yang. And this is the replay, the 9.77, Jacob.
Yeah, a wave so nice, we'll watch it twice. As he just goes absolutely town, just full rail surfing all the way through. Big slash there. And then this last turn is just such money. Lucas Osten, showing why he's one of the brightest talents coming out of the United States at the moment. I think that trip he did to J-Bay really did wonders for his surfing, because he just makes every wave look perfect. Just times everything perfectly, surfs with a lot of power. He's a buff kid, you know, and he pushes a lot of water around.
Not very tall, but definitely puts his time in the gym, that is for sure. 9.77, the highest wave of the event. Great shot right there of what Lower Trestles is like from the drone angle. Really shows you the right, then the left, and that kind of cobblestone peak right there in the middle. Yang drops a 6.93. That moves him up into second. Tima down to third, needing a 5.44. And Levi Young needing a 7.64 to move up into second. Blue in fourth does have priority number 1. And Yang right now, at all costs, looking to better the 4.83 and make life more difficult for yellow and blue at the moment. But Osten, I mean, wow. You can't really get closer to flirting with perfection than that, Jake.
I honestly, I thought 10. And because it's a 9.77, at least one judge agreed with me. So I don't know how you could nitpick. Maybe that first turn could have been a little more critical to get the 10, but 99% of that wave was surfed to absolute perfection.
Right, especially the combination of major maneuvers, right? Speed, power, flow. Live action, Levi Young.
Boom.
Couple of great scores in this heat, and Young's going to get his own. A strong combo on the outside. Up until the lip once again. Looking for this wave to stand up right here on the inside. He's got a good air game, but he's going to kick out. Here's Luke, yellow, Tima. Looking to better the 3.57. Wraps it back. This wave lining up well here on the inside of the local of Elsyland. And just has a fall right there at the end. Now the heat leader in red, Osten, surfing with a lot of speed. Down the line, projecting himself, working those rails as well as he can. And this wave going dark on him at the end, but he's going to kick out just under 6 minutes. So Austin most likely going to better the 3.67. Tima going to get the 5.44 that he needs. It's going to be Yang and Young that are going to be needing bigger scores now right here.
Yeah, that was a clutch wave there for Yellow. He needed that. Little French Bulldog saying, "G'day."
Oliver Zietz coming up.
Maybe a good luck back scratch there.
Younger sister Zoe competed earlier today. 5 minutes to go. Great shot right there. Showing the lineup of Lower Trestles and the paddle back out towards, or coming from the right towards the peak. So still waiting on scores. Blues last, Yellow and Reds most likely going to better his situation with this one right here. Only looking to improve on a 3.67.
Yeah, I mean, easily did that. That first turn alone was huge. Love how he projected down the line. So there's a lot of froth on this face. It makes the wave really hard to surf because your fins kind of cavitate as you push through each turn. But he does really well to hold his rail and maximize the scoring potential of that wave. And then Yellow. So this was a really big moment for Yellow. He needs this to battle back and stay in lockstep with the rest of the surfers in this heat. Huge turn there, the second one, probably the best of the wave. And it goes out to sea a little bit on him, but he surfs really sharp. Luke is an amazing surfer. I was taking a look at his Instagram, and he was just in Waco, Texas, doing huge airs. And then our surfer from Maui, I believe he represents Canada on the world stage.
Yes, he does.
Along with his brother, Cody Young. And so just unfortunate that this wave just had like a rib going through the middle of it. It limited his ability to go top to bottom, but he did well. You know, he did as much as that wave would allow him to.
So it's a 7.5 for Yellow. He takes the lead momentarily at least. And going to be interesting to see what they're going to need for second now. As Yang dropped down to third, Young drops a 5.93, his best, but still in fourth. Just over 3 minutes to go. Waiting on Reds last. It's a 5.27. So Yellow down to second. White in third, needing a 6.91, holding down first priority. And Blue, Levi Young, needing a 7.91. A big score is required for both White and Blue. They're next to each other. But Kyan Yang does have first priority in White. But Austin, I mean, oh man, that 9.77, really as good as it could get out here at Lowers.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that you can imagine more exciting than that would be like a backflip or something. But if you're a fan of traditional power surfing, that's as good as it gets.
Tima with a 7.5. That extends his advancing position. A good total again, 13.83.
Yeah, other than that girls under 18 heat, that's a pretty safe number thus far. You get into those teens, you're most likely going to make the heat unless you run into some on-fire competition.
Right. I mean, 13 points ain't easy to come by at this level of competition.
No. I mean, these kids can drop fours in their sleep, you know, maybe even blindfolded. But sixes and above, that's really good surfing. And that requires also, like, a certain kind of wave.
Yep.
You can't get a shoulder and get a 6.
So here's the replay of the 9.77. The aggressiveness, the look at the top turns right here, and the variation of these strong maneuvers too, Jake.
This last turn, though, is just what dreams are made of. You know, blows the fins out, lays it back, and just shows so much control through that. So congratulations, Lucas Osen. That's, you know, I tip my cap to you.
Remember, Pink Floyd made a song about that called Money. And we maybe saw a little dark side of the moon right there with that last turn. But, boy, 9.77. Just to get something in the nines is equally as impressive. Tima in second in yellow. He's in third priority as Yang, the person in third who needs a 6.91, just waiting for the wave to come to him. Already has the 6.93, would have to be a replica of that wave. And then Levi Young in fourth, not out of it either. Got the 5.93 on the last, needs a 7.91 or better. But time is winding down, 35 seconds. Everybody here stoked on what they're seeing so far. The boys U18, this is only the first heat too. And it seems like Ostin's just gonna run away with this one, 15.04 heat total.
Yeah, he's got 1 foot in the semi already and 15 seconds until he gets his second. But for Kion Yang, this is gonna be the fastest 10 seconds of his life. This is his last USA Championship, and it's looking like he's going to bow out. And unfortunate for him, but congratulations to Luke Tima and Lucas Austin for making it into the semis. We're going to lose Kion Yang and Levi Young as we keep the ball rolling, going into boys U18, round 3, heat 2.
Yep. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll have Oliver Zietz, Kai Kushner, and company in Heat 2 of Boys U18 Round 3. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Back at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables at beautiful Lower Trestles in San Clemente, California. In the water, Heat 2 of Boys U18 Round 3. Oliver Zietz, Kai Kushner, Makana Franzman, and Hayden Rogers. Mitchell Salazar with head coach of USA Surfing, Ryan Simmons. Let's get to it. Kai Kushner from the South Bay, up and riding. One of the best techniques in the game, Simo, and you've seen him compete not only at this level but on the QS. Had an excellent performance in a QS 3000 in Barbados earlier this year. Here's Zietz on the backhand, the surfer from Hawaii. These lefts are getting even harder to surf now with this west wind.
Yeah, jumped up in the beach commentary booth with Rick Erkeneff there for a few heats as you guys were handling it. And yeah, the north wind is definitely about 10 or 12 knots heavier right now, but the rights are good.
Here's Franzman, sets it up, then a banger to finish right there. I don't know where this kid gets the speed from, but he's always in the right place at the right time. Here's the local boy Rogers, just in and out real quick. 16 minutes to go. Should be a decent opener for the surfer in red.
Yeah, a couple nice turns with the big explosive finish for Makana there out of Rocky Point, Hawaii. And we can see, looks like Hato scrapping around out there.
Really surprised we haven't even seen more people try to go to the air either, Ryan.
Yeah, I am surprised also. We haven't seen as many airs as we thought we may have. It's just been a lot of rail power surfing, which is fine. We like that too. And it looks like we're going to stay with Oliver Zietz here.
Yep, Ollie on the backhand. Has a great style. Loves to surf on these lefts. What a great combo to start things off on this wave. And going to get a fantastic finish right here too. So on the board, Oliver Zietz from Kauai. And wow, looking good so far on these lower lefts. He surfed every single heat, at least with one left in the scoreline, Ryan.
Yeah, he's definitely been sticking to the lefts, and his backhand looks pretty solid. I would too. All right, well, he had a 217, and then we're waiting on that last wave. And we're going to get the opener for Kai Kushner and Makana. Stand by. Yeah, Kai, he definitely came on strong, call it in the last 6 or 8 months. We had like a mid-season check, and he made it. We added a few people to the team in mid-March, and then he ended up making the ISA World Junior team, and then he finished 8th in the world. So yeah, a meteoric rise for Kai Kushner, and it looks like we got the replay of Hayden Rogers here. Didn't see this wave, but he's working hard, little inside runner, staying active. I talked about it yesterday. Hayden Rogers, one of those surfers to me that has a lot of board control, low center of gravity, and a little mistake there, but that's okay. And then this was the last of Oliver Zeitz, the left into the wind. Good timing, nice patience. That was a beautiful turn in the lip. Places it there and finishes. So yeah, he's got a great style too. Keeps the arms quiet, uses the bottom of the wave. And let's see where those scores. Looks like Makana got a 5-5 for the 2-hit combo, and here's Kai.
Yep, Kush up and riding on the backhand. Loves to go right. Says that he got inspired to have a great backhand because of his father, and also great surfer, formerly from South Africa, now residing in the South Bay as well. Here's Holly on the backhand again. Looking at these lefts, nobody else wants him. He'll take him. Slides the fins on the first turn and ditches it on the second. So that'll be it for Oliver. Fransman, as he said, a 5-5. Kushner with a 4.83 on his previous one. Still waiting for the last. And White has 2 scores that are owed to him, and so does Yellow. So 13 minutes to go, early stages. Fransman, let's see what he can do right here. His long lowers wall, he loves it. Just setting up, slides the fins. Looking like Rocky Point right here on a glassy day. Just setting up, and he loves that kind of carved to snap turn, Simo, where it's almost like Timmy Reyes. Just putting a lot of intensity into every single one of these turns. And hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, I think the Hawaiians, they're tough. Here's Kai. Oh, and there's that fling tail, and the boys are just feeling the pressure. And actually, after watching that last heat where Lucas Ostin just blew up and a couple other boys getting big scores, did they feel maybe they got to push the limits? But I don't know. This heat, it seems like it's starting off a little different. Sounds like we have Telly with the last heat's winner. Take it away.
I'm with Lucas Ostin, who just dropped the highest single wave score of the event thus far. 973. What do you got to do more to get that 10?
Probably just got to do an air or something. It was pretty carvy, the beginning section of that wave too, but so just something more dynamic in the beginning probably.
Well, I think you surfed that wave as good as it possibly could have been surfed. And Lucas, you're from Oceanside, so you're no stranger to surfing lowers. What's it like surfing with only 3 other people in the water?
No, it's fine, yeah. It's like a ton of swell right now, so it's super consistent, and there's tons of waves, so I mean, definitely more than we need.
And can we see you go into the air in the next heat, or are you going to keep it with that traditional power surfing?
It depends. I don't really know. I'm not too good at air, so maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
All right. Love the modesty, and we'll see you in the semis.
Thank you, Jake, and congratulations to Lucas Ostin with a great performance yet again. Asher Nolan just writing some things down right there, too, from Lucas's performance. And a modest young man. Here goes Kush on the backhand again. Dropped a 3.33 on his last, looking to replace that. Great technique. Awesome hand positioning. And looking down the line for a huge finish right here. He'll get it. So Kai easily going to get something better than the 3.33, but he actually got dropped down to third, needing a 6.38 right here, Ryan, as Oliver taking the lead with a pair of 5s.
Yeah, he got the 5.8 and then the 5.57 Zeitz on the left. So he's utilizing the left and he's making it work right now. You can see Kai Boy Martin right there. He's always in the zone. One of the most intense competitors. You can see he's working maybe with Keanu Asing right there. Keanu giving back to the youth. And Kai Boy is someone to watch coming off the final finish at the QS at Ala Moana Bowls. I think we owe Hayden a wave because I remember seeing the smaller right with multiple turns.
That is the one that we're waiting for on yellow to 5.07. So there it is, right on cue. So Zietz with a pair of 5s, a 5.8 and a 5.57. Franzman in second with a 5.7 and a 5.5. And nearly, identical between first and second at the moment. 11.37, 11.2. Very little separation. And Kushner drops a 6.83, goes straight into the lead. So they appreciate the backhand surfing of Blue. And now Zietz on the outside. Have a look here. Gonna go right for the first time this heat. On the forehand, just setting things up. And gets a little stuck coming out of the bottom turn, but still was able to finish. Looking to better a mid-5 if he can, Ryan.
Maybe. Maybe not. I think the judges might dock him for a little bit on that bottom turn where he slid a little bit. But 2 good turns, might get over the 5.57. Let's break it down. Kind of a windy affected wave, but that was a great wrap. Beautiful cutback, got the rebound, and right there, just a little bit of wobble. I don't know, maybe betters the 5.57. We'll let the judges decide that.
Gonna be right around there if he does. So priority with the local surfer, Rogers, hitting a 6.31. There's James Daniel from Santa Cruz. Came in as a replacement surfer in the boys U18, and so far has made every single heat that he surfed. Looking to go into the semifinals for tomorrow and maybe a spot in the final too, Ryan.
Well, and if he can win, it's an automatic exemption onto the junior team if you win either the boys U16 or boys U18 and also in the girls division. So you don't even have to worry about the selection process. Win it and you're on the team, and I like that. I'm kind of waiting. We haven't had anyone win in the last couple years to get the automatic selection, but it would be just kind of a Cinderella story.
Right, because Shion Crawford last year, he knew that he was going to be compete for Hawaii. At least on the junior team, once he makes it to the championship tour, if he does.
We'll be looking at the Hawaiians when we do the World Games for sure. And we talked about that the other day. It's a process of CT, obviously the top, and then go down into the Challenger. But we definitely want CT surfers for that World Games in Huntington in September.
Hopefully that happens. 17th to 25th, I believe, of September, that event. 7 minutes and 30 to go. Kai Kushner in the lead in blue. Zietz in second. Doesn't seem like he's going to better the 5.57. Franzman down to third, needing a 5.68. And the local boy Rogers needing a low 6, a 6.31 to be specific. Anything that you've noticed that we haven't seen in the last few heats here in the booth in comparison to the beach, Ryan?
Well, it's definitely turned into the rights. I mean, yes, in this heat, Oliver Zietz has gone to the left, but the last, I think, 3 or 4 heats prior to this one, it was all rights, and the lefts, the wind affected. You can't really tell right here for the folks at home watching the broadcast, but it's fairly windy out of the north. We're talking 15 to 18 knots, so it's picked up, and it's a little cleaner in the bay on the rights. And this heat hasn't had as many sets, but it does seem like when the sets are coming in, it's a little more size, and we've got the tide push. So conditions are kind of improving when the sets come through and giving the competitors really good opportunity on these rights. They're going all the way down halfway to Churches. And there you go. There's the difference in the wind from an hour ago.
That's where the Misto spot is, right? Next to Lowers?
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't even be talking about that wave.
Oh, the little middles wave? Yeah. The sandbar's got to be right.
Ends up being one of the better waves in this area, too. 6 minutes to go. Priority with the surfer in yellow, Franzman, who needs a score in third with second priority.
Yeah.
And Zietz not only looking to better the 5.57, he knows what both red and yellow are capable of. And that's where you see the positioning of Kushner way to the inside of everybody else. He knows that the likelihood of him having to better the 4.83 is quite high.
Hey, I think in a heat like this, look at the totals, 11-7, 11-3, 11-2, and Hayden doesn't have a second wave. Looking for the 6.31. This isn't an important situation for Hayden Rogers. He used to be on the junior team. He fell off 2 years ago, and he's looking to get back, and he's doing about as well as you can do compared to the other surfers that are looking. So if he can just keep this going, he's looking at a good shot at making the team again for his last year in the system. So we want those 05 surfers to do well, the bigger, older guys. And we'll just see how this plays out with 5 minutes. He's up against it right now, needs the 6.31.
And Rogers had a serious injury a few years ago. Paddled out at Pipeline during after the final of the Pipeline Masters, by the way. And it's just great to see him back in the water, not only surfing, but also competing at the highest level possible, too. Here's a paddle from Zeitz. He's going to go left. How's this angle right here on the water level?
Ooh.
So an incomplete air right there, 4 minutes and 30. But, yeah, you see those kids that not only go through those severe injuries when they're young, a lot of them don't recover, and they never get it back to the point that they were as far as competition goes.
Well, I mean, Hayden Rogers, Evan Geiselman, I mean, touch and go. These guys were pretty much unconscious and then brought back to life by, thank God, to the Hawaiian Lifeguards Association for how much and how good they are at water safety. I can't say enough good about them. They deserve everything they get, and if they don't get enough, then Hawaii's blown it, and they need to give them more.
And Andre Botha was actually one of the people that rescued Evan Geiselman in that situation, too.
I remember seeing Andre's testimonial, I think. I'm getting chicken skin because, yeah, he's a gnarly waterman. Thank you, Andre Botha, for saving Evan's life. Yeah, it's just heavy. There's a gnarly commercial about it right now going around. I think I saw it on social media talking about, I think it was the Hawaiian Lifeguard Association talking about how they have saved a few lives over the years, and it's not something to be messing with over in Hawaii, obviously. We know that.
And if there's things that interest you as far as that goes, Big Wave Risk Assessment Group, RAG.
Yep.
I've done their program before. It's
Okay,
awesome.
cool.
Doesn't only have to be for big wave surfers.
Yeah.
If you're just somebody interested in water safety and learning more about it, go ahead, follow them on Instagram, and they're great. Brian Kilana, among others.
Waterman of the century, yeah.
Greg Long, Tori Meister did it along with me, too. We had a great group. Spencer Purdy put it on in Newport Beach.
Cool, yeah.
They have a yearly summit to finish it off in December at Turtle Bay, so check them out. Back to the heat, though. Time's winding down. Mitch and Ryan here, head coach of USA Surfing. Good to have you back, Ryan. Then looking at the heat right now, it's been flat for the last 6 or 7 minutes. The ocean went quiet.
Yeah, well, that last heat of the girls U18, the Talia heat, and then into that first heat, the last heat, Lucas's heat, it pumped for 40 minutes. Well, 38 since we're down to 19 minutes, but you know what I mean? And the ocean is taking a little bit of a breather, and you know yourself as a surfer, that happens. If it pumps for 40 minutes, you're going to get the lull heat coming down the line, and this is the one. So let's see if Hayden in 2 minutes and 15 can manufacture a 6.31. He might have to take a small wave and try and make the score happen. I would hope that he tries to get the score, even if he doesn't see the set wave he thinks he needs. But here we go with the cool angle looking at Zeitz.
Yep, Ollie, just one and done. That won't better his situation. That was a beautiful angle, by the way, of the shot of the rocks, just on the beach side right there. Kush on the outside. Having a look right there. He's going to stay in third priority as Zeitz wasn't outside yet.
Yeah.
A minute 45. So as you were saying, it would be nice to just see Rogers have a chance. Even Fransman, too.
Yeah. Well, dude, McConnell, he's an intense competitor, and he only needs the 5.68, so a little less. And he's in second priority. So, but with only 90 seconds remaining, and it almost looks as if the boys are kind of looking out at a barren sea right now. But we'll just see a minute and 20. Something can happen.
Well, and if you're Kushner, too, in the lead, but just by a slight margin, you're still not feeling comfortable.
No, too close of a heat to worry. Like if two guys get 7.5s, you're out. Yeah. And we saw that 2 days ago where there was a double flip-flop where someone, I don't remember who, went from first to third.
Yep.
Yeah. And they didn't get a wave in the last exchange, and they didn't better the low backup. So everything matters here. 50 seconds. There might be some line. Oh, here it is. Hayden Rogers looking for the 6.31. Fransman needs the 5.68, and they will get some opportunity with 45 seconds. It's all about, are they in the right position, though?
So yellow's going to let this wave go by. Fransman needing the mid-5. He's up and riding. Tags the lip once. 30 seconds to go. Needs this wave to really cooperate. And this is a tough wave to surf. Makes it back to the open face. Nothing critical as of yet, but a good finish.
Well,
so is it the mid-5 that he needs? He's clapping.
I liked it.
15 seconds.
Is yellow going to get a wave? Here's a set.
Well, here's blue. Kushner at the moment in the lead. It might have seemed that yellow paddled for a wave or went on something because blue up and riding.
And it's over, so I don't know what happened with yellow there, but.
Well, Kush is going to try to better the 4.83, at least to stay safe here.
Yeah.
Still riding it well. Let's see if this wave lines up just for a small finish, and he'll be able to get it. So Zeet's really the person that could be in danger of getting eliminated right here, as he did not catch a wave.
And McConnell needs the 5.68. I mean, it was a small wave, but I thought he surfed it pretty solid. They might have to go look at some of these similar numbers. They have a lot of them to range it off of.
So let's see. A bit conservative, it seemed on screen.
Yeah.
We're going to see the replay, but it would basically have to be the exact same score as his 5.7. That was the one setup turn and the big finish at the end, too.
And the judges love that explosiveness.
So this is the replay, Ryan.
Nice down the line hook. I like this. Vertical up and over. Just had to deal with the kind of through the motions up and over. And I mean, it's potentially there. It needs the 5.7. Yeah, you might made the right call if there wasn't enough substance, but I don't know. The judges will decide that. They're watching the replay right now, and they're going to decide this.
Well, it's razor close, I can tell you that.
I think so. I think it's kind of the maybe yeah, maybe no situation. Might just get it, or it might just be not enough. He does. He was a little like, I did my best.
It has to happen always at the end of the heat, though. Unfortunately for Rogers, he is out of the event. So the local boy not making it through to the semifinals. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back with the results. Heat 3 coming up next, too. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
Cut! Let's go ahead and bring in the other bottle. Much better.
Perfect. San Onofre State Beach and Trestles are a spectacular coastal wilderness within the heart of Southern California. They are recognized as world treasures and are considered to be the Yosemite of surfing. The San Onofre coast must be preserved for all future generations. California State Parks, protecting, preserving, and providing coastal access since 1864.
Well, the last heat came down to the wire. It wasn't enough for McConnell Fransman, a 5.1. He was needing a 5.68. Kai Kushner and Oliver Zeetz moved through into the semifinals. We'll see them tomorrow. The last heat of the round in the water now. Boys U18 round 3. Rex Hennings, James Daniel, Kai Martin, and Rylan Beavers. 2 goofy footers against 2 regulars, 2 Hawaiians against 2 surfers from the state of California. Mitchell Salazar with the head coach of USA Surfing. Ryan Simmons. Ryan, another great day.
I'm just laughing at those baby pictures from these kids from when they were like 12 and under. That was funny.
Isn't it funny how much these surfers have not only evolved as a person, but also as great surfers? Let's go down to the beach. Kai Kushner is with Jake.
Hey, I'm here with Kai Kushner, the winner of the last heat. Kai, you're just surfing with just so much flow. Just kind of curious, what are you riding today?
I'm riding a CI cheese stick, and yeah, it's magical. It works really well.
Nice. And so you get lowers with 3 people out. It's absolutely pumping. How do you contain yourself to not just turn around and go on every wave?
Yeah, it's kind of hard. I was kind of gromming out on some. I'll just turn around and go. But yeah, I'm just stoked to be here. The waves are firing. And yeah, I'm just trying to have fun. I'm stoked.
And you have a few years left in this division. Does it feel less pressure surfing against the older guys?
Yeah, it kind of does. I got out in my U16, so it kind of fires me up for this. And yeah, I'm just going all or nothing. Stoked.
Sweet. Well, good luck in the semifinals, and yeah, keep that board on ice. It's looking great under your feet.
There you go. James Daniel up and riding, finishing this ride. As we heard from Kai there, he's always a good interview.
Yeah, he is. So James Daniel just finishing up right there in the white. We have some action outside. Rylan Beavers now going to go left here. Excuse me, right. I'm just tripping right now with this late afternoon heat. It's been a long week so far, Ryan, but Rylan hasn't minded it. Surfing lowers with 3 other people out, just going to be the one turn and done for the Hawaiian. And now yellow, Kai Martin from Honolulu on the south shore of Oahu. And he'll finish up his first wave too. So an action-packed heat, 2 goofy footers against 2 regulars, and the local boy out there in white, or in red, excuse me, Rex Hennings, the surfer in white from Santa Cruz, James Daniel. Rex working for the first time with Matt Myers, one of the better coaches on the West Coast now, and even worldwide. Going to travel to Bolito with 3 men and 3 women on his team. 15 minutes to go in this one, Ryan.
Yeah. It's another good heat here, and Kai Martin starting off solid as he always does. Yeah, that was funny. Rylan, like, look left, then went right on that one. And it has been a long week for us, but it's been a long, like, month and a half for you. And I just want to say thanks because you're working really hard, Mitch, and a lot of people don't know how hard you work. What'd you do? You did the ISA Worlds, and then you did the CT in El Salvador, and then you got home the night before this event, and then you're straight into the 5 days of the USA Champ. So thanks so much. Killing it. We love hearing you on the mic. You have a lot of information and insight. So thank you for stepping up and doing the event. You easily could have took this week off.
Well, you know what? I love being part of USA
I know
Surfing.
you do.
Yeah, and it's awesome to be a part of the journey of these young kids, and I'm a big fan of surfing too. You know, being a former professional myself and working alongside you for years, it's almost uneventful in my life if I don't have this kind of events.
Wow, good,
to
well
happen.
said.
Yeah,
it is fun to be a part of it and experience and the joy of the champions. Tomorrow we're going to see that. We're going to crown, 8 divisions, so 8 champions. So it's going to be a great finals day.
Here's the replay, Simo. James Daniel opened up on his first wave, going right.
Yeah, you know, the underground kid from Santa Cruz who's kind of making a name for himself. He's kind of on the outside looking in at the team, but you never know. As an 06 birthday, he's going to have 2 more years in the U18.
And he's worked with a couple of different great coaches too. Matt Myers, now working with Andre Giordanelli when he goes back home to Santa Cruz.
Got ya.
And then Rylan Beavers with just the one hit here, but a bigger set wave too.
Yeah, it was a good turn right here. And kind of risky paddle at the start when there's 3 people looking at kind of a jumbly wave. You just don't want to make that mistake early in a heat out of priority. And it happens sometimes. And I've always said, when you're in the lineup, as we see the Kai Boys replay here, this is a good first turn. And what I say is you see the interferences happen sometimes when two people collide thinking, oh, I'm going left, I'm going right, and neither of them back down. But the thing is, and you know yourself having surfed competitive surfing, when you're in the water and from your angle, you always have to be thinking, or you should be thinking, I'm in, I have the right of way, like backing yourself up. So it's hard to be able to hold back and pull back in the last second. But in the first couple minutes at lowers, when you know it could be pumping and tons of opportunity, you just don't want to go down that road. It's smarter to just let the other person go, and then you're going to end up in a high priority number and probably get a first pick of the litter of the next set.
Right, and don't commit any unforced errors too either, right?
Yeah, not early. Late in the heat, if you need to scrap around and paddle battle, that's when it's for. So
12 minutes 20. Martin drops a 5.67. Beavers the one turn, a 4.67. And James Daniel actually gets the worst out of the exchange, a 4.17. Now the local surfer in red, Hennings, waiting patiently with priority number 1. And that's one thing I've noticed so far from Hennings in this event. He's been a lot more selective with the waves that he's actually been choosing at this lineup.
Yeah, here in his backyard, and he can be kind of a frothy grom in heats where he kind of makes a bit too many like wave choice errors, but he's just a grom. He's got another year in the U16, so he's surfing up in this division. Got in as the wild card.
Remember, he came in 10 minutes late because he was a replacement surfer, got the call, and still made the heat with a 5 and a 4
That's
at
funny,
the end.
Yeah.
So 11 minutes 20 to go. Martin in the lead with just the one score. And you talk about a consistent surfer out there in the water in yellow. Also coming off his best result of his life so far, a final at the QS level. Eli Hanneman winning that event. But, I mean, for Kai Martin at his young age, 16 years of age at the moment, his future is not only very bright, Ryan, but he's also one of the better products to come out of Hawaii in most recent years, too.
Yeah, good call. He is one of those surfers that has kind of the full package.
Yep.
And I was just amazed. I saw a couple of his heats down in El Salvador, and I know you were calling the action at the ISA World Juniors. And Kai Boy at Sunzal, he had that lineup dialed, one of the hardest lineups to kind of read, and I was amazed. He was dropping 8s like every wave. He got the wave that bent into the zone, the right wave that hit the reef correctly, and at Bacana, the wedgie peaks and the power. I mean, I can't say enough good things about him.
Yeah, especially because El Sunzal is a much flatter wave, too. Much more difficult to navigate the lineup. At least at La Bocana, you have options, right? The right or the left.
Yeah.
James Daniel, quick in and out. Speaking of another guy who's coming from that Northern California area with a lot of power in those waves up there, James Daniel loves to hone his skills at the lane. Some great surfers up there for him to practice with, too. I really do think that Alo Sleeber, having Sam and Ben Coffey up there, and obviously the older generation, Sean Burns and whatnot, I mean, just some great prospects coming out of that region of Northern California right now, too.
Yeah, I mean, Sean Burns, kind of one of the mid-20s guys. That's a Santa Cruz guy on the scene. But Santa Cruz has had a history. I mean, from the beginning, late 70s, all of those guys, Kevin Reed, Bud Miller, Kiana's dad, into the 80s, and all those guys, and then into like my generation, the Fleas and the Rufos and the
Rat
Boy, Barney, Pete Mel, Adam Rapolgel, Chris Gallagher, the Nate Acker, Zach Acker brother combo. The list goes on and on. We could be here for hours talking about how many good surfers from Santa Cruz. They got good waves. It's I love going up there. I used to go up like twice a year, stay at Rat Boys. We'd fish, surf, golf. I mean, get up to Santa Cruz if you've never been there. It's just a wave park, isn't it?
Right. And then the event that happens for USA Surfing
Lane,
late January, early February. I mean,
Yeah.
a good time of the year. Lucas Ostin ended up winning the U18s that event.
And surfing, or USA Surfing has scored the last few times at the lane.
So we actually had to extend the event this time due to that tsunami.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. As we see Eden Walla gearing up for her heat. She's coming up in the girls U14. Girls U16 now, excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The quarters. She's in 2 divisions.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she did the only air of the women's surfing so far in this event. Took the heat win in the girls U14 and coming up in girls U16 now the quarters.
Yeah, it looks like we have Avery, Isla, Reed, and Eden in that first heat coming up next. We'll be there shortly after this one winds down. This one a little bit slow with just those first scores right now. But it looks like crew paddling out. So we'll see what happens on this next exchange.
So Beavers has the score for the one turn, the 4.67. James Daniel with the 4.17. And Kai Martin, the best of the heat, a mid-5. Waiting for Hennings to open up his account here. And maybe, the time difference not huge. 19 minutes now the heats in comparison to 20. But James Daniel not going to let time wind down. He's up and riding again. Going to go up into the top 2. Some beautiful carves on the back end. Gets a little stuck, but might have even helped him better to engage with that last turn.
Exactly what I was thinking. And that's the deal with like lowers in Huntington. Sometimes you have to slow down to time it right. So he was a bit anxious, and the wobble off the bottom set him into the blowtail, which actually looked better maybe to the judges.
And Baloo having a look right there in second priority. He's just going to have a look.
I like
7 minutes.
I like how James is working though, and in some of these heats you can sit around too long, and we've seen that over the couple days where you can't wait around.
Oh, somersault to get things warmed up right here.
Haven't seen that preheat warm up before, but Reed Van Wagner, she's been having a great event.
Yeah, she already surfed in the U14s as well. Made it through.
Yep, she was on the U14 junior national team last year, and she's pretty much solidified her spot for next year.
So this is what you were talking about, matching speed with speed here at the end.
that little bit of inside edge catch. You almost couldn't notice it, but to the trained eye, we did.
Yeah.
and he had the flanger, as they say in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, it was a spark right there at the end. Here's the Hawaiian Beavers on the right. Great first turn right there. Makes it a little bit even more dramatic coming out of it, too. Still riding this one in the pocket. This wave going to double up on the inside. Maybe offer up a closeout re-entry right here. He gets it. So a good wave there for Rylan. Looking to get something better than his opener of a 4.67. Still waiting on White's last. Martin going to let that wave go by. Seems like Rex Hennings and Red might have taken a wave.
Was that him maybe we saw in the whitewater falling or had, yeah, okay, so we'll see. It doesn't look like he went too far from the takeoff spot, but we'll get the replay.
Based off his body language, doesn't look good either, Ryan.
Well, one nice turn. So I think just being so late to get going, he's going to get a score.
Well, not a bad turn, that is for sure. Priority with yellow Martin.
Looks like he's paddling.
Yep, and he's up and riding here on the backhand. Good looking clean wall in front of him. Just sets it up right there. And this wave bowling up here on the inside. Much more like it there from Kai Boy. Straight up into the lip, throwing a lot of spray. And a great finish. Dynamic with a lot of speed and a lot of intensity right there too.
Showing a lot of maturity on the waves that he's catching too. He's patient and he never drops in on a bad wave.
Yep.
I haven't seen it yet, so flawless surfing from Kai Martin right now.
I love the word patience.
Yeah.
I mean, for a 16-year-old, you wouldn't really notice that as much, but
he's a calm soul though. You can tell in his post-heat interview, he's not going to get ahead of himself. He knows what he's here to do, and it feels like he's on his way to do that, which is really cool.
Well, James gets his best on his last, a 4.93. Now in the lead, waiting for Red's opener, blue second, and yellow second scoring ride too. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, interested to see where they'll go with Rex's wave. And here we go, though, with James.
Yep, on the backhand. Setting up right here, this wave getting a good line. He's going to speed, though. Nice little touch of the rail right there during the bottom turn. Great engagement with the lip twice in a row. James Daniel throwing it up there, and now the answer back by Rex Hennings on the forehand. Nice spin to win on the first one, but just can't pull it. Under 4 minutes to go, Ryan. Matt Myers not looking very happy right now.
Yeah, I think Rex is pushing a little bit. What I was going to say before we saw him stand up on that wave is I'm interested to see where they go for the one turn compared to like James's 4.9 where he had 3 turns, but Rex a 5.27, and what I was going to say is that score hadn't come in, but he should have felt like he was going to be in the mix. I feel like he's pushing a little too hard. He needs to calm down. Well, here we go.
An unforced error, as we were talking about, from Hennings on his last wave.
And you can see right now he's a little out of sorts, but he's still in the mix, so he's just overreading it. And here we go with the Hawaiians Beavers looking for a 2.11. Well, those 2 turns will probably get him that score.
And he still has 1 wave before that, too. The San Clemente posse right there supporting Rex Hennings. And here goes Kai Boy again. Boy, it is nonstop now in this heat. In and out for Kai Martin, 2 minutes and 30.
Yeah, we owe him that wave, so everything's going to flip around.
Yep, so Daniel might even be getting his best wave on his last, too. At the moment, leading is going to look for something better than his 4.93 at least. It seems like Martin is going to be out there gaining first priority back. James Daniel right behind him. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges think right here in these last 2 exchanges, Simo. This is Kai Boy's second scoring ride.
Yeah, this is yet to drop, and I think it's probably going to go pretty good. So just a couple setup turns, and we said that this thing just ran the bank perfectly, and now he gets to work. Those were 2 good turns off the bottom, off the top, and an even better finish. So that wave will probably put him in the lead. And then the important waves are this wave of James Daniel and the last wave of Rylan Beavers. They have similar backup waves, or openers, I should say. Like within .2 separating their first waves. So let's see who gets the better of this exchange.
So this is the previous one of Rylan.
Oh, he has 2 to come in.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that wave might score pretty well. Pretty good fin drift and then a finishing maneuver.
So the 6.5 for the one before that, too. And now he's still owed the last one, which could easily better the 4.67.
Got ya, got ya. That was the long one he had to the inside. This one, right?
So this was the one before that. Kind of dramatic entry right there into that first turn.
So is this the 6.5?
Yep.
Okay, got ya. And yeah, I mean, that first turn was gnarly, and the dramatics of coming out of the whitewater, disappearing, and just buttoning it up on the inside. But he is such an intense competitor. Beavers, both him and Martin, were on that gold medal team, so you know that bodes well as they come home into the USA Championships with the confidence. 30 seconds.
And kind of flying under the radar right now, too. Daniel drops a 6.5, excuse me. Martin a 7, and now Beavers needing a 4.94, but we're still waiting for one of his scores. And now Hennings having a paddle here, 10 seconds. At least going to need a 6.17. That is if Beavers doesn't get the score he needs to move up in a second, though. Rex down the line, throws the tail, spins it around, pulls it. Ay, ay, ay. So Beaver is still waiting for one of his scores, and now Hennings would have to have at least a 6.17 to make it out of this, Ryan.
That was funny. The boys were cheering him on, and he's like, nah, it's not enough, I think, in his mind, you know? But that's where we'll work on that with Rex, you know. Don't beat yourself up in the middle of the heat. It almost seemed like the last 7 minutes of the heat he wasn't even in it for himself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He had already given up.
A little bit. You never know.
Well, the board looks good. I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
So another great heat. Boys U18 action has ended for today. We don't have the official results yet, but we're going into girls U16 quarters. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. Lower Trestles is firing.
If I have an average to below average sleep, I'm walking around and not as on point or as focused. My reaction time's a little bit slower. On the contrary, if I wake up and I feel really good about my sleep, like I'm quick to react, I'm really in the flow.
And cut. Wow, that looks pretty sweet.
Am I spinning enough?
Just spin like a little more. There we go.
Long. And it's been a great week of action so far at Lower Trestles. Girls U16 quarters in the water right now. We had a great ending to that last heat. Ryland Beavers took the win. And then it was also Kai Martin advancing in second, James Daniel and Rex Hennings out of the event. So the two Hawaiians moving through. Reed Van Wagener, Isla Sexton, Avery McDonald, and Eden Walla in the water now. Mitchell Salazar, Ryan Simmons with you. For the call, we have 4 girls quarters of the U16, and then finishing the day off, 3 heats of the boys U16, Ryan.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, these last 7 heats. Here we go, Eden.
Walla just in and out real quick. And we've kind of been in the loop as far as what's been going on with qualification with you earlier as far as the USA surfing team goes for both the U16 and the U18s. But these ladies have a lot to say about making it through to finals day tomorrow. Van Wagener.
Nice surfing.
Already surfed once this morning in the U14s. made it through, and now looking good to make it through in the U16s as well.
Ooh.
One of the few lefts we've actually seen ridden all the way through in the last few heats. The local surfer, McDonald, goes down real quick. Sexton out there with priority number 1 now. And she's looking at this right-hander. Gonna go for it. Up and riding. And this wave closing out, but she tags the lip once. And she's gonna finish. So Van Wagoner's first, a 3:17. McDonald just a throwaway, so does Walla have in her scoreline. Now waiting for the last of Van Wagoner and Sexton's opener. Here's Walla on the comeback right here. One turn, and that'll be it again. It seems like they're a little out of position for the best waves at the set so far, right?
Yeah, a little anxious maybe. Need to paddle out a little bit and wait. But getting the quick start, we've been talking about it all week, seems to bode well for competitors. So Reed's going to be out in a quick start with the 3:17 and maybe even a better wave. This might be the 3:17 looking back. Oh, yeah, nice hook. She's got that ability to get the big maneuver, and this was the clean surfing on the left. Nice hook there through the lip. Carves it around. And she just turns 13 this year. An 09 birthday, so surfing well beyond her years.
That is crazy.
Isn't it? I know. I thought she was an 08, and when she told me I'm an 09, I went, wow, well, okay. We got a couple more years of you in the U16.
So I know she competed in the U14. She made it earlier today,
Yeah.
too. But I thought before this event she was at least 15 years.
Well, a little taller than some of her other competitors, but yeah. Here we go, Avery. Local girl.
McDonald, yep. Had a stellar performance
Ooh.
yesterday. And some solid surfing right here. Tagging the lip a couple of times. And a good finish right there. Slips right at the end, but that wave was really over by that point, so.
Yeah, I don't know why they're slipping. There's Sticky Bumps, there's Sex Wax, there's all the wax companies down here. You know what I've noticed, though? I used to be pretty weird about making sure I had a lot of wax on my board prior to heats, and sometimes I see kids walk by with barely any wax on their board, and I'm always like, are you going to wax up? No, I'm good. No, I'm good. I don't know if they're using the foo or what, but make sure that you wax your board.
That's surprising to me, too. There's Yada Nickel.
What's he doing?
Former CT surfer, probably yelling at his kids. Let's go down to Jake Telkamp with Kai Martin.
So I'm here with Kai Martin, the winner of that last heat. I've seen you talking to your coach, Keanu Singh, over here. What were you guys talking about after that heat?
Kind of just breaking down the heat. And yeah, he's been helping me a lot. He has a lot of knowledge up here, so glad to have him in my corner.
Nice. And I've been noticing that you just seem married to the surfboard. It's glued to your feet. What are you riding?
I'm riding Slater Designs FRK by Dan Mann. And I've been riding this board out here the last couple years, and it goes good. So yeah, I love this board.
So you kept it on ice, or like the same model?
Same model. Yeah, same model. But I've been on this board the whole event so far.
Nice. And it was kind of a slow start to that heat, but you finished really strong. Do nerves kind of come in when it starts off with a big lull like that?
Well, luckily, I was able to get like a 5.6 or something early on, and then the ocean kind of went flat, and I think Red was stuck out there waiting, and I don't think he got a wave till like under 10 minutes. So luckily I had that kind of a quick start, and that was calmed my nerves a little bit. So yeah.
Nice. Well, congratulations, Kai. You've been crushing it all event. Really looking forward to seeing you in the semifinals. Awesome.
Thank you, Jake, and congratulations to Kai Boy and Rylan Beavers, who made it through that heat as well.
Yeah, buzzer beater.
12 minutes to go. McDonald drops a 6.0, the best wave of the heat. Van Wagoner gets a 4.17 on the left. Walla for the one turn, a 4.6. And Sexton with a real quick in and out right there, just a 2.5 as her best. Seems like we have somebody paddling on the inside. It's Sexton. Gonna go right on the forehand. Good bottom turn, drawn out right there. Back into the power source. Just kind of dealing with all those bumps on the inside. She's going to kick out, reestablish positioning, and maybe get something better on the outside. 11 minutes and 25 to go. How about that 6.0 of Avery McDonald, though? An important score right now.
Yeah, local girl there picking off a really good wave. And, oh, there it is. Reed with the 4.17, then 3.17. Avery's just got that low back up 1.07. So with the 6, she's feeling comfortable. And it was interesting to hear Kaiboy talk about how his 5.6 settled him in. And we've been talking about that on the mic, the quick start this week. If you can get a 5 or better in the first couple minutes, obviously you want an excellent range score. But just getting that first wave in these tricky heats where some of them are lulled out can really help the confidence and relax the surfers. As here we go.
Van Wagner on the backhand looking to better a 3.17. Kind of mistimes the first section. This wave hard to surf, a lot of power down the line and push along with it. But she's doing well so far, at least to transition between these turns. And the 13-year-old gonna finish up. 10 minutes and 20 to go. Priority now with the surfer in blue, Eden Walla, who has a decent score on the board of 4.6. It seems like she is up and riding though. Only needing a 2.48 for second. Gonna get that and a bit more on this ride. Wow, what a finish.
Right,
Can she hold on?
Testing.
No, she can't. So Walla goes down.
Testing.
But did some work before it though. And now McDonald on the outside on a great looking wave. Not able to engage with the first section. Just a little bit out of sorts on this one so far. Now connects with the lip. Up into the second section. Maybe not the engagement that she wanted, but a better finish. So she's at least going to better the 107. And now Sexton with the answer back. Sets it up. And also a good finishing maneuver on the end section. 9 minutes and 20 remaining. So a good exchange there by all 4 surfers. But you would have to think with the 6.0 of Avery McDonald, she is most likely to take the lead right here, Ryan.
Yeah, I think once we get everyone rode a wave, pretty much everyone getting their second wave outside of Reed, who already had a couple decent numbers, going to probably see Avery take the lead, and then it's interesting to see who's going to. Aiden had a pretty good wave. Isla might have had her best, and Reed probably throw away the 3.17. Nothing super crazy, but in the shuffle, let's see how it plays out. With still over about 8:40 remaining.
And here we go, the replays. We're going to start with Reed Van Wagner.
Yeah, you called it. A little bit tougher wave, like high line, and then the wave sloped off, so she's back to the white water to set up the inside. And then, you know, she wanted a steep section. She got a slopey one. That was a better turn there. Quick float. So does that better? A 3.17? Maybe. And this was Eden rolling in on the next wave of the set, a bit cleaner. You can see, kind of cleans it up. And throws the grab rail cutty. Nice, smooth wrap there. Such a glassy wall on this wave. And then down the line hit. And that was sick. And her fins just slid out. She's probably on Grom fins, and that happens sometimes with small fins out at lowers. And Avery out the back, sort of just getting set up the whole way. There we go, turns the rail over, and actually picked a really good wave because it seemed to be running down the line, but it allowed her to get the 3 turns, Mitch.
And then Sexton, with it is most likely to be her best too. The combo right here of the carve into the lip line. So not a bad answer back right there for Isla. 7 minutes to go, still waiting on scores. Yellow gets a 4.17, so matches her best. How about this wave from Eden Walla? Up into the lip for the first one. Beautiful roundhouse for the second maneuver. This wave just offering up a lot of scoring potential for her. Another one, Chris Brown wraparound right there for Eden Walla. And right on rail, the youngster from Southern California doing well. And those legs are probably tired by now after the second heat too. Under 7 minutes to go. Still waiting on 2 of her scores, including this one. She's looking good to move up into the top 2 right now.
Yeah, we owe red, white, and blue 2 waves. We said it. Reed got the 4.17, so pocket 4.17s for Van Wagner. Is that going to be enough to keep her in advancing position after all of these scores drop? It's going to be close with just over 6 minutes. Coming up next, let's see who we got. We got Linnea Mons, Malia Moana-Lima, Bella Kenworthy, and Mia McLeish. So another really good heat there. As we're still waiting on the scores, judges utilizing the replay system up there. Well, there it is. Previous to Edenwalla, 6.77.
And that was without the finish, too.
Wow. So that would have went up in the mid-7s.
And now waiting for her last. More than likely going to be her best. Here's the replay from the drone angle.
This was the last, huh?
Yep.
Smooth float, long cutty. Gets it down the line there. And she's got a really good frontside cutback. You can see both of those on this wave. And there's a good carve on the rail. And nice cutback with the rebound. And this is that wave from a different angle, the front-on angle that we saw live. Definitely holding her rail. And for just a grommet, looking pretty mature on her board. Look at how good it is right now. It just looks so fun. These rights are just stretching into the bay here.
I can't even believe how she is under the age of 14,
yeah.
too. It's just ridiculous. It should be non-existent how well these kids surf at this young of an age now.
Wow, the two-turn combo from Isla Sexton gets her the 5.97. We're still waiting on Red's wave, though, and there it is, 5.73. Everything flips. Red goes from 4th to 1st. Yellow goes from 1st to 4th. So it's Avery in the lead, Eden in 2nd, Sexton in 3rd, now needing the 5.41, and Reed, who's surfing a good heat, needs a 7.21.
But we're still waiting on Blue's last, and it's more than likely going to be more than just a 4.97 that she is requiring. There it is, a 7.83 for Edenwalla, the best of the heat, the best of this round for the girls U16. McDonald down to 2nd, and Sexton now needs a 5.77. Van Wagner needs a 7.57. There's our director on a break, George Bryant, one of the world's best skimboarders.
Yeah, the style master.
And
get your sunbum.
Yeah, easily recognizable with that long hair too. And I put my sunbum early on this morning before we even jumped into the booth too.
Yeah, good. I didn't, and I'm fried.
3 minutes and 40 to go. Priority with the surfer in white, Sexton, who currently is in 3rd, needing a 5.77. Van Wagner in 4th, needing a 7.57. McDonald currently in 2nd place, looking to replace the 5.73 as her low score. A mid-8 would give her the lead. But how about young Edenwalla? 7.83, 6.77 in her scoreline.
Amazing surfing going on right now from Edenwalla out here at Lowers. And this is the older division for her, as she's already punched her ticket in finals day, and the girls U14 from this morning did that air. We were stoked.
Younger brother Zion in the mix too with the boys U12.
Yep, so she's in girls U14, and that would be insane to make 2 semis on finals day for the youngster, Edenwalla.
There have been some comparisons to the father being a doppelganger of Barry Deffenbach. I don't know if you see the resemblance or not.
Maybe.
Here's Isla Sexton on the forehand. She needs a 5.77 or better.
She's on her way to the score, dude.
Yep, surfing well right here. The Hawaiian on the forehand. 2 minutes and 30 to go. This would add a lot of pressure to the local surfer, McDonald, if she is able to get the score.
Okay, trying to finish on the inside.
But needs something strong right here, though, Ryan. This wave just not offering up the section at the end.
She got a bit into the mode where she was going to do multiple maneuvers, but I think at the end of that wave, if she calmed down and went to the quality, you see that I feel like she was on her way to the score at the first part of that wave, but I think the end of the wave, it's going to be iffy now. So we'll see. It's a upper 5 needed. And if they go and compare to the 5.73 of Red.
And the 6, too.
Well, that's the comparison where the first turn of white just then, let's really break it down right here. Here she goes. She rolls in. It's a set wave. There's a good rail turn. Cuts it short perfectly to get down the line. Up in the lip. So that was all good on the way to the 5.77. Negotiates the tricky section. Floats it there. you're thinking, okay, we're there, and you just got to button this up. But then she got a bit early on this one, a little wobbly, and a down the line snap, and just almost like forcing it a little bit.
Right.
But it might be there. Let's wait.
And here's Van Wagener with just over a minute to go. Before Sectons, she was needing a mid-7.
Yeah.
This wave just shouldering off so far, not offering up a lot of scoring potential for her. Don't think this is really going to matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, we're down under a minute, and she's grinding out another 4.17, it looks like. Well, she surfed really good in this heat, Reed, but her waves were smaller. And I think that is the deciding factor. She ripped that left, but it was waist high. And the other girls are getting head-high set waves. So, you know, she'll look back at this.
It's hard to get a score like that on a wave that small.
Yeah.
35 seconds. McDonald with priority 1.
It went 5.63.
Just under.
So
wow.
we were right on it. Like, she just needed to clean up the inside a little bit. Here's Red, though, trying to better the 5.73.
Yep, McDonald on the forehand. Good carve right there. Just kind of setting up this inside right there with the little turn in the pocket. We're going to count this heat down, Ryan, with 10 seconds, and it seems like both Walla and McDonald will be moving through. Don't think Van Wagener's last is going to be enough, so it's going to be blue and red. And here's the heat leader, Walla, with a victory lap. And she has looked great in both the girls U14 and the U16. Eden just flowing down the line with a lot of speed, some great use of her rails, and she looks so much mature than her age reflects, too.
Good surfing. Good heat. Really good heat. Competitive from all 4 ladies. So we owe yellow, red, and blue one more score. There's the beach view quickly.
And then a beautiful angle right there of what this afternoon is looking like at Lower Trestles. So unofficially, it'll be blue and red moving through. Don't go anywhere. Quarter 2 coming up at the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. We'll now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
And welcome back to the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. We're here in quarterfinal number 2 of Girls U16. Linnea Mons, Malia Moana Lima, Bella Kenworthy, and Mia McLeish. I'm Ryan Simmons calling the action. We brought in Jake Telkamp. We're going to give Mitch Salazar a break. He's been working hard for the last month. Oh, and Malia Moana Lima, the patented frontside blowtail. That's her go-to maneuver, and she's got it dialed down.
Yeah, she's made a lot of heats in this event with really one turn on one wave.
Well, if you have that firepower, and they've been throwing her 7s. I don't know if that one's going to get there, but that was a pretty good turn. It might be a mid-5-ish, but we'll just see. But, yeah, if she can pick off the long walls with multiple turns and do that surfing. She did have a wave like that the other day, and I think it went into the 8 range.
Yeah, she's throwing haymakers at every section, so maybe, you know, sneak a couple jabs in there, and she's got a winning combination of speed, power, and flow.
So that was exciting. Eden Walla and Avery McDonald out of that last heat. Looks like the wind died down a little bit.
Yeah, and, you know, conditions have been great. We've seen this south-southwest swell just fill in as the tides dropped. Some heats have been a little on the slow side, but when it's pumping, these kids are absolutely frothing. All the competitors are getting out of the water just gassed. Really long waves, really tense moments, and it's you can feel the pressure's building as we're moving into finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, everybody wants to make finals day and win this event. It would be huge for the resume, obviously. A lot of CT surfers have won this event and then gone on to success. So, I mean, the list, it's a long list of champions. And we're just stoked on what we're putting together here at USA Surfing for all of the athletes. Just seems like the best is yet to come. I'm excited for the future of junior surfing in the United States. Let's have a look at some of these replays.
Yeah, so our surfer in yellow coming off the bottom, Lima.
No, that's Bella.
Oh, that's Bella, sorry. Kind of a similar turn to Lima.
Yeah. This looks like Linnea here.
Yeah, Linnea Mons, she's just been flowing, loving these lefts. Typical goofy foot, you know, they're always going to find the left. And rad to hop over that section, wrap it back into the whitewash, and then she's going to get the finish as she kicks out. So, you know, kind of a light-footed surfer.
Oh, barrel, too, on the kick out right there. And then this is that frontside hack from Lima. Oh, blow the tail. That was sick. I like the timing. She's got the fin drift release. Let's see where the score goes. I mean, maybe it gets into the sixes on that one. Now that I watched the replay, I was thinking mid-5, but I'm going to go a little higher right here. We'll see what the judges say, though. Oh, they went 7. So,
yep,
well,
there you go.
There you go. And Bella got the 6.33 and Linnea the 3.5. And so we saw that with Reed in the last heat. Take the small wave, do decent surfing. You're looking at a 3.5 to a 4.5. Hammer the lip, 6s and 7s. So
yep.
there is a little bit in the strategy of realizing that. But before we keep yarning about stuff like that, we're going to throw it down to Mitch with the last heat's winner.
Thanks, Ryan. Here with Eden Walla, another smiling performance from you. I think we're going to start calling you Rainbow because of the design on your board. You dropped a 7 and a 6 in your heat. How good were the waves out there? I know you were smiling the whole time.
Yeah, they were insane. I started off kind of slow, but I got a few in the end. It's gnarly. It's a gnarly paddle when you get a good one. So yeah, stoked.
What about the competition you went up against in that heat? A couple of good surfers from different parts of the country.
Yeah, everyone here is the best of the best, and yeah, it's every heat's hard. So yeah, you just gotta surf your heat. That was a heat I was pretty worried about, but I'm glad I made it through.
Do you consider yourself one of the best?
Sometimes when I surf good, yes.
You should. You definitely are one of the best. Both competing in the U14s and the U16s, you made both heats. So just keep your smiles up and have fun tomorrow, okay? Good luck.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Thanks, Mitch. As we see Linnea there. Wow, what a cute little girl, Eden Walla. Just psyched. I like the when she said that she does consider herself one of the best when she's surfing, and rightly so. She is one of the best 13-year-olds in the nation, and she's proving that to everybody. Here we go. Look at this. Is this Mia? Nice gouge right there for McLeish, local girl. This is the type of wave you're looking for. Gouges around again. She's got the real pretty style. Keeps the arms under the shoulder line. And she's going to set up this inside. There it is. Nice rail gouge, Jake. I know you like good surfing. And the split angle, how cool is that? She comes undone, and we're going to go drone angle right to Malia Moana Lima in the white, gouging, and she found the open wall that we were just talking about. And then she just flings the fins out and the claim.
She backs up her 7 with another great wave.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny, I saw her after her U18 heat earlier that she lost, and I just, you know, I said, hey, you're surfing good. it seemed like none of your waves were the good ones. It was just in that U18 heat, she got 4 closeouts where it only allowed her to get a single maneuver. And so there's nothing you can do as a competitor if you go out in a heat and you unfortunately just get the wrong waves. It looks like she's settled in and now picking better waves. So she obviously did her homework before she went out. I don't know who she's working with, if she is working with anybody. Some of these kids don't have coaches. That's okay. We didn't have a lot of coaches when we were Groms, and now, you know, some surfers want to do it on their own. But let's watch these replays.
Yeah, McLeish, just as you said, an absolute gorgeous style. Surfs really tight to the pocket, tons of style, and reminding me of like kind of like a young Coco Ho right
call,
now.
yeah.
Yeah, just really good fundamental
sick.
techniques. And
What happened here at the end?
Yeah, she just kind of comes undone. But I think the work had been done there. And then here we go, Lima. So we've been saying how she's only been getting 1 section on a lot of her waves. And now that she's getting 2, it's really rad to see her surfing kind of be fully on display. 2 kind of connect the dot turns and then gets into that final turn where she blows the fins out, looks at the judges, feeling that confidence. That's awesome. You love to see it.
Oh, you got to love the look back, too. Like, did you see that? It gives me, like, chicken skin when they throw the claim. I love it. We haven't seen too many claims in this event. Kids are being kind of humble. The conditions are tough. So I think maybe tomorrow if we get the glassy lowers day and it's just pumping, we'll start seeing some more claims. But I'm all for claims, especially in the Groms. They're just so stoked. I like seeing the claims in the pros, too.
Yeah. No, I do, too. It's passion. And I think it's an old school way of thinking of, you know, be super modest, wear an all-black wetsuit.
Yeah. Don't claim.
Don't claim. And, you know, that has its merit on its day, I guess. But
Sure.
there's something about when you get a wave that just makes you so excited. We all live for surfing.
Yeah.
And, yeah. And, you know, these kids, they're not competing for money. They're not trying to get a check. They're just trying to make the USA team.
Yeah, let's have another look at this one. I think this might have been Mia McLeish, the nice rail surfing. Anxious to see the score. You can see right there, turning the rail over. Nice patience to stay by the whitewater. I call that down and up surfing, where she's not toe edge out on the shoulder cutting back. She's using the power source, the whitewater, to turn off the bottom, and that was a beautiful cutty right there. I hope she gets rewarded for the rail surfing. Little behind the rail right there. That's kind of one of her mistakes we've seen, so we'll shore that up with her. And this was Lima behind her.
Yeah, what incredible drone work.
That was sick drone work. So we're going to check the scores here as the heat is unfolding. This is quarter 2. We've got quarter 3 coming up next. Sarah, Dea, Alana, and Zoe, another good one. So couple more quarters, 4 quarters in the girls U16, and then we finish the day with the boys U16 quarters. 3 heats there, and they're stacked.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in any of those heats right now.
So Mia got a 6.53 on that wave. Moana Lima, 9.1.
There we go, in the 9 club.
Whoa, Bella Kenworthy on the hot seat right now. So little bit of a seesaw battle going to be happening here with Mia McLeish with the 6.53, Kenworthy with the 6.33. She's been patient, holding first priority. Here's McLeish going to try and better. No, this is only her 2nd ride, so a little bit of a close out there. Bella, look at her. She has the patience.
Yeah, ice in the veins to be waiting that long after that 6.33. But sometimes when surfers start a heat with a good wave, they're looking for that exact same wave that they caught, but her 6.33 was only just 1 turn.
Yeah, what I like about Bella Kenworthy is she lets her surfing do the talking. She's very quiet. She's very humble. I jokingly was calling her like the silent assassin down in El Salvador because she just didn't say a peep, but here we go. As I said, she's going to let her surfing talk for her, and here we go. Kenworthy up and riding, needing probably a pretty good score eventually as she gets the down the line hook, the late float, and rides out. Is this wave going to offer any more? No, it doesn't. So she's going to put a 2nd number on the board, and here's Linnea Mons.
Yeah, Linnea Mons sticking to her guns on the left. She's got a really nice frontside carve, but needs a clean wall to unleash it. And then drifts the fins and unfortunately goes out the back.
Yeah, a little misread there. And, you know, the East Coasters, they're learning the reps at lowers in the event. They don't have as many reps as the West Coast surfers who surf out here all summer long. And that right there was just a moment where Linnea probably should have went to the rail down again rather than trying to get, I know what she was thinking. She's trying to throw the tail, but she didn't ride out of it. And sitting in second, trying to better the 3.5. This is the moment with 7 minutes where the youngster Linnea, surfing against the older competitors, can't make those mistakes. But little time left, so we'll see if she can reset.
Yeah, you know, Bella's last feels like it's going to be somewhere in the ballpark of White's first.
Well, let's break it down. Stretches it out, Jake, gets the down the line carve, and it was always going to be the late hit up and over. Yeah, I'm feeling like it's not as high as our opener, but it's decent. It probably goes in the like low 5 range, but let's see what the judges think. And Lima and then Linnea. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, so she just kind of mistimes the warble on that wave and then goes to hit the lip. She knew she needed something, I think, after that first turn, and she's going to roll the dice again here, sticking to the lefts.
Yeah, it always seems like lowers, it's going to stack up and then it backs off on you. But this one a little steeper and a little fin drift snap. So Bella's last goes 6.2. They like the size and the combination, so the pressure's on right here. McLeish has to answer back. Nice gouge. And a little bit of a bobble there, looking for a 601, so she's going to have to light up this inside and needs probably a big maneuver. Well, there's a nice one, and oh, she fell. So I don't think that's going 601. She's still going to need the score, and it looks like Linnea looking for an 8.04. So Lima and Kenworthy holding it down right now, and here we go with Malia Moana Lima.
Yeah, Lima is just cruising in this heat with 2 huge scores. So she's pretty much guaranteed in the semifinal unless some magic happens from the other competitors. But here we go. Bella Kenworthy dropping in, the local girl, on her forehand. And that was pretty cool. A little layback carve there. Fully extends as she surfs past her competitor. And she's going to stick with this one to the inside, just continue to wrap off some nice carves. And that wave fizzles out. So better, I'd say, than her 6.2.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a sucker for that stylish, fully extended carve.
Well, she did 4 turns, so yeah. And it was a decent-sized wave with 4.5 remaining. I think McLeish isn't going to better the 601 needed. And Linnea looking for the 8.04. So Linnea, you know, she's going to ask Rick right now what she needs, and then she needs a set wave is what she needs. She's doing good surfing, but she keeps picking these mid-size waves.
Yeah, and it may be time to start looking at a couple rights. You know, her forehand surfing has been really strong all event.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't look like the wave quality is there on the left right now with that wind kind of ruffling the surface.
And it seems to be kind of heat to heat, where some heats give you a good left. And let's watch. She is sticking to the guns. This was the last one. Out on the open wall. Nice cutback. And chasing down the line. And gets the little fin drift snap. So that was a great last turn. And this was Bella's last. Yeah, that turn looked better in the replay than on live, cutting back there. So for the slopey wall, I like the way she decided to put it together for Kenworthy, coming off the silver medal in El Salvador at the ISA World Junior. And then this was McLeish. Beautiful gouging first turn. And just loses the balance a little bit. Judges will probably just dock her a tiny bit. And then unfortunately that she came undone here. I mean, just got her weight back on the heels a little bit. And it's a 4.57, so she still needs a 6.01. Linnea got a 4.5 on that little fin drift snap. Not sure if we have Bella's last. looking to replace a 6.2. And with only about 2.5 minutes remaining, McLeish down the line.
Yeah, that's a really exciting first turn to open up, and she goes back to the same maneuver. So 2 pretty nice snaps. I don't know if it's going to be the 601. I'm interested to see. Her first wave, her 653, she had a lot of kind of punches and bunches, a lot of turns there. This last one was 2 fence-free maneuvers, but now we're in the 2-minute warning. So let's see the replay, Simo. What do you think?
Well, pretty sick turn. Presses and goes to the same one. 2 good turns on a mid-sized right, looking for over a 601. I'll just let the score come in.
Yeah. Blue and red, they're smaller in stature than yellow and white.
Yeah.
So they need the bigger waves that they can fight fire with, and get those bigger sections. They're still in it, They both have been surfing super well all event, but they're coming up against some really fierce competition in Malia, Moana Lima, and Bella Kenworthy. And in wave selection has got to be on their side.
Okay, and so Bella's last wave doesn't replace the 6.2. It's a 4.5, so maybe just a bit slopey for that wave for Kenworthy. And we're now just waiting on Mia McLeish's last. Is that it right there, 5.23, or was that a prior wave? Nope, it came in 5.23, so just under the requirement for McLeish. Still looking for the 6.01, and Linnea Mons looking for the 8.04 with only 50 seconds on the clock counting down. Ryan Simmons here with Jake Telkamp, 2 Seal Beach boys calling the action. We're stoked to be a part of this USA Surfing Championships here at Lowers 2022, brought to you by Pliable. We got Rick Erkeneff on the beach commentary. We brought Rick in for the last 2 days since we went to the broadcast. And me, you, and Mitch are rotating around. So thank you, Rick Erkeneff. His daughter Lulu surfed on the 2013 World ISA Junior Championships. She was the first alternate. Quincy Davis got sick right before the event, called Lulu up 2 days before, got her down. She got a 9th in the event. We won bronze that year, my first year as a coach. So a lot of history with the Erkeneffs and myself. Great to have Rick here at the event, and he announces a lot of the amateur events, the WSAs and whatnot, some of the primes. Looks like that heat just wound down. Looks like Lima and Kenworthy going to hang on. Good performance from Mia McLeish and Linnea Mons, but it will be quarterfinal finish, an equal 9th for Mia and an equal 13th for Linnea.
But they're still going in the under 14s.
Both of them are in the other their division, as they're both young enough to be in the U14s. All right, so we'll be back after these commercial messages with the continuation of girls U16 quarterfinals, heat 3 and 4. Stay tuned.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. 2022 USA Surfing Championships here at Lowers in the water right now. Girls U16 Heat 3 quarterfinal. Zoe Zeitz, Dea McCart, Alana Lopez, Sarah Frey. This is a good heat right here.
Yeah, it is. This could easily be a final right now.
And it looks like just one more heat. Talia, Vahiti, Kaya, and Zoe next. Another good one.
Yeah.
Stacked. And then we finish the day. If you're wondering, for the folks watching the broadcast at home, thanks for tuning in.
Boys U16 round 3. It's the quarterfinals, but it's the 3 heats because there was 12 and then 6. 3 heats go into the 2 3-man semis. Anyway, those will be tomorrow, the semis. We've got quarterfinal action unfolding right here. Girls U16. We just saw Malia Moana Lima hammer a win, and Bella Kenworthy outlasting her fellow St. Clemente surfer Mia McLeish, and the youngster Linnea Mons making a name for herself out here in California this year at USA Champs.
Yeah, Mia and Linnea got to hold their head high through that performance. They're both surfing really well. They just came up against a little bit older, more mature competitors that surfed really well.
Yep, and they have their time coming too. So, and they've impressed the coach a lot. So things look good for both of those surfers.
So for those watching at home, if you're recognizing that Lopez last name, yes,
Corey's
she's
daughter.
the daughter of Corey Lopez. And I loved her interview earlier. She was just absolutely out of her skin, excited to be surfing lowers with only 3 other girls in the water. And it's just so refreshing to see an amateur event like this because, you know, sometimes you watch the WSL, the WCT level, and, you know, they've kind of been there, done that, you know, but these kids are so excited. And that's what it's all about, really, is just keeping that froth for surfing alive and well.
It is really cool. And seeing her stoke and froth to be able to get out there, and for a lot of the Floridians that don't have waves like lowers, yeah, they get good waves back east. We know that. We've been there when it's been good, hurricane season and all that. But most of the time, they're surfing small beach break, 2 to 3 feet. You don't get the long walls. It's like us coming from Huntington or surfing the beach breaks. You know, you're up for 3 to 7 seconds. You come down to lowers, you get to ride a wave, you get to work on your style, you get to work on your equipment. You're on a wave for 20 to 30 seconds. So there's a lot of knowledge and information to be gained. And I know that they are doing the work. Corey's here with his family. Even Uncle Shay's out here working with his athletes. So it's really cool to see. There's the look up at uppers. You just got to love Trestles as a venue. So thanks so much to the state parks for allowing us to have the USA Surfing Championships down here. I know Andrea Swain and all of USA Surfing behind the scenes. Lots of hard work, probably for the last 2 months. Accent Sports Productions for supplying the kind broadcast. Just a team. You need the teamwork to have it come together, and it has, thanks to all the sponsors. As we're looking at maybe some first rides approach, let's see what the girls are, if they're in the takeoff spot or what. Looks like they're kind of spread out right now, Jake.
Yeah, a couple surfers maybe looking towards the left and then 2 looking for the right. But one thing we have seen with that southwest swell direction is some of the rights stretch out kind of farther.
Yeah.
So there's
So you think they're sitting on the shoulder a little bit to make sure they get the open wall. Good call there.
Yep.
Dea gonna have a go here. McCart on the backhand, one of the best from the East Coast. Cutting back, making sure she keeps those knees bent on this new mayhem shape she had made for the event. And trying to hang on right there. And here we go, Alana. Nice cut back. And, oh, wait a minute.
She loves the layback.
Yeah.
I'm calling her Layback Lopez for the rest of the event. It seems to be her go-to maneuver. She pulled it off to great avail in her round 2 heat. All right, so we're going to throw it down to Mitch in the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Jake. Here with Malia Moana Lima. Malia, you had a 9.1 and a 7, and that was already in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the heat. We've seen a lot of slow heats, but we've also seen a lot of action-packed ones with a lot of sets. What made you seem to identify those first 2 waves in the first few minutes?
I just try to catch 2 waves right off the bat, get the nerves off, and then I was just lucky enough to pick those 2. Yeah, just trying to get 2 waves right off the bat. That's what I tried.
You've had some of the most intense one single turn waves in the event. The 9.1 came off the base of the last turn 2, which was a throw tail. And we've seen the comparisons with Dane Reynolds, but I also see a lot of Dustin Barca in you. How do you like that comparison from Kauai?
Oh, I love all the heroes from Kauai. They really do inspire me for my surfing, for more power surfing. And yeah, I've learned a lot from them, watching their videos. I actually watched Dane Reynolds right before I paddled out, so that was fun. Yeah.
What's it like competing at lowers with your other people out, knowing that you're coming from Hawaii and you got a seat in the event here?
Oh, I feel honored and proud to be a part of this event. Don't really get lowers with 3 other people, so that's always fun. And I'm always happy just to paddle out with 3 people, so yeah, it's always a fun time.
Thanks for your time, Aaliyah. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck. Jake, Ryan?
Thanks, Mitch. And looking at a kind of some calm seas, slow start to this heat. At the break, Red dropped the 4.67.
So Sarah, here in her last year of U16, one of those surfers that will be moving up into U18 with 2 more years remaining. She was on that ISA gold, bronze medal team we just had down in El Salvador, and she's definitely looking to finish out her U16 career with a good result here. Day on the backhand. Just trying to get set. Looks like her balance is off a little bit. I don't know if she's getting tired of having surfed so many heats all week. A lot of the surfers, she's done 3 divisions.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to make sure that you don't run out of energy by doing too many divisions. So I almost like jokingly say to some of the kids that are double dipping, as we say, like when they lose in the 1 division, well, now you can focus on just the 1 division because sometimes it can be too much. I don't know if that's the case. Just looks like maybe her energy level is waning a little bit, but still early days in the heat, and she's a veteran competitor from the East Coast, one of our top girls in the U16 prime, so I'm sure she'll reset here. And this was Sarah's 4.67.
Yeah, so she comes around the section, nice hook snap in the pocket, and then a little late to the party, but does well to foam climb up over the top. And to your point about exhaustion, yeah, these are long waves, long paddles back out afterwards, and just long days on the beach. So, yeah, it gets tiring. And then this was Lopez, who would have gotten a big score had she pulled that last turn. And then this is the last of White. And, you know, it may be fatigue, but I think also it's this wind.
Yeah. And that wave was steep, so I don't know if she was ready for it to hollow out like that. And some of these lefts, you got to be on game right there when it steepens up. You can see Talia Swindoll right there, one of our standouts at the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador. We surfed her up in the U18 girls. She was a U16 surfer, but I knew her talent. She had the points to get on the team in the 18s. She's working with her coach Toma right there. He has a wealth of knowledge, works with a lot of the athletes. His son did all the amateur events. Kokoro,
yeah.
Kokoro, yeah.
Ripper. I grew up surfing against him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He was in your era, wasn't he?
Yep.
And let's see. Looks like, well, McCart has a 3 and a 2. Sarah Frey with the 4.67. Alana got the 2.67, and Zoe Zeitz with the 2.5. So the 4.67 is going to feel good for Sarah right now. She lost out yesterday afternoon in the girls U18. Had a weird heat. Hard to watch when the surfers on the USA Junior team don't find the opportunity they want, but she's looking like she's reset here and ready to go.
Yeah, so for those USA team members, the ones that are already on the team, they're trying to keep their spot.
Yeah.
Well, they have a lot of young, hungry competitors aiming to take that spot away from them. So
there's that pressure also. They're
100%.
trying to perform and get the result they need to retain their spot, although the bronze medal team surfers most likely have all retained their spot. But here we go with blue. Zoe Zeitz, deep off the bottom, nice hook. Driving down the line, trying to button up this wave, and this heat getting a bit wonky with the conditions, where the last heat we saw some really good right stretching out. And here we go, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah Frey from Huntington Beach. She's got the 4.67, which is the high score of the heat thus far. And it looks like she's going to back it up. She makes it back, kind of got hung up in the lip a bit on that second turn. That's going to hurt the score a little bit, but she does well to find this inside track, a little slash there, and around the guy on the beach.
Yeah.
And then Dea McCart. So things weren't really working out on the left, so now she's trying the right, and her surfing's looking a lot stronger in this direction. I think it was that wind.
It was. It might have been. She looked better on that one. And here we go, straight back to Alana. What a heat we have on our hands right now. And she gets stuck behind that one.
Yeah, we'll see if there was any action before that, because that looked like it was the end of the wave. So we'll see she got any work done out the back.
The beginning of yellow.
100%.
Well, little break in the action while we wait for those scores. Let's make sure that we thank all of the sponsors. The presenting sponsor, Pliable, Sunbum, Murph Electric Bike, Bike Legal, Toyota, Got Milk, Hydro Flask, Carver Skateboard, Coach's Oats, Aura Ring, couple more here, Go-Go Squeeze, Java Jaws, Jack Surfboards, Jersey Mikes, thanks for the Sangas, so good. St. Clemente Inn, make sure if you're coming to St. Clemente, check out St. Clemente Inn, one of the best, voted the best lodging in St. Clemente by readers of the SC Times, and the new Riviera restaurant where you ate the other night, and you said it was the grinds.
Oh, I'm still full. Yeah, it was so good, and we've been staying at the San Clemente Inn.
Okay.
And what a fun place to stay. They got mini golf, they have a pool, and
they
a
just
billiards
redid it,
table.
right?
Yeah, it's all redesigned.
Redone.
Beautiful rooms, that classic mission-style architecture that really characterizes the San Clemente region.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's been super fun week. Really happy to be here, and really excited to see who's going to bring home the gold at the USA Champs.
Yeah, who is going to be crowned the champions tomorrow of all the divisions? And then you're headed to Indo next week, right?
No, I'm going to South Africa.
Oh, that's right, South Africa.
Yeah.
So, you going to get some waves or what?
Yeah, working the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and then I'm going to shoot over to J Bay for a couple days, and then Porto Escondido after that. So I'm living the dream life that I've had as a kid from Seal Beach, kind of a wave-starved area. And now I'm traveling to make sure I never miss a good swell. So it's been fun.
Right on. Well, good luck. And there it is. Last of Sarah Frey, 5.17. Dea got a 4.1. Zoe Zeitz dropped a 4.17 in the mix there. And I think we owe Alana one more wave. But Sarah in the lead, Dea in second. Zoe Zeitz only needs the 2.94. So McCart definitely going to want to better the 3 in the count line with just under 5 minutes. Alana gets a 2.53, and now she needs a 4.44, so she could definitely do that. I wonder if Corey gets nervous. He seems pretty quiet. He's one of those dads that he doesn't say much. He's probably given her some theory before the heat, but he's not the panicky dad that you see pacing around the beach, or the mom. When we see that, though, it's fun, and we love you too, all of the panicky parents.
Oh, yeah, because you're seeing their passion for their kids. They're just so excited and want to see them do well. It's great. So, and it looks like Lopez's last, we had only seen the end of that wave, but it doesn't look like there was anything of note out the back. So.
Wow, look at this next heat. Vi, Talia, we saw Kaya Howard walking down the beach, and then Zoe Chait, the gnarly power surfer from Half Moon Bay, who had a great prime season.
I was just talking to Zoe Che yesterday. You know, she hails from Half Moon Bay, California, about, wanting to surf Mavs, and she said Jeff Clark gave her a 9.6. So, and she's under the wing of Bianca Valenti.
Okay.
So she's looked to her for maybe a debut out there this season or next, but she's charging.
Yeah, she lives right there, Half Moon Bay. That's the city, right?
Yep.
Isn't there the jetty wedge that's fun to surf? Like, shh, don't tell anybody, but
yeah, I was gonna say.
Zoe Zeitz. Cutting back, needs just a 2.94. Well, 2 nice wraps. She might be on her way to the score, Jake.
Yeah, she's just got to get a finish here because White's going to be out the back, who's going to need to better whatever Blue just dropped. So
I think Red had a look, but she'll probably stay third priority. Sarah scrapping around, trying to better that 4.67. Look at her looking at the wide right here. But Yellow, oh, you can hear... Oh, Sarah might pick up a little redemption wave on the way out. Here we go, off the bottom. There we go. That's the Sarah Frey we've been waiting for. And a nice cutback for the Huntington Beach local. Gouging down. And nice finish. That's probably going to throw away the 4.67. And here we go, Alana.
Yeah, Alana Lopez, this is a really crucial wave for her. We missed her first turn on it. She does her signature layback, and now she's in the paddle battle with Blue. And this is going to be a crucial paddle battle with only 2 minutes left. White's now out the back needing a score as Zoe drops the 4 or 3:17, I believe. Yeah. On her last, moving her into second.
Okay, that score did come in. She needed the 2.8 or whatever. She got the 3:17. Dea now needs the 3:25. Alana looking for the 4:68. Maybe we get that replay of the beginning of yellows, but we'll just wait on the boys there. 1:45. Here we go. This was Zoe's last wave. We thought it was just going to get there, and it did. Just enough to get the score needed to get in advancing position, but the girls are battling to try and take it back from her. And that was that. And then this was Sarah Frey on the corner of the inside. I love this first turn. There we go. The money down off the bottom, straight into the lip. Sarah turns the corner on the rail and cuts it down. And nice finish. And here we go, Alana.
All right, so this is the beginning of Yellow's wave. Really crucial moment in the heat for her. So she had before that layback we saw, she had the open face rail carve. So
little bigger wave, 2 turns. Looking, what did she need? 4.68. Could be gonna be close. And here we go, McCart. Nice down the line hook. 2 snaps there. And she needs a 3.25. And wow, hold on a minute. There's Braden Kopech's mom. Clapping for fellow Floridian there. And stand by. Yellow got a 4.4. Now she only needs a 2.5, but 25 seconds. It might just come down to Dea's wave. And let's break it down. Needs a 3.25. Down the line float. Turns the rail over. I think that turn gets her the score. But let's just wait and see what the judges say.
Yeah, will there be a buzzer beater moment? It doesn't look like it.
Oh, and the time winds down. Blue's not going to get another shot, so that's exactly what Dea needed. And Alana not going to get another shot, and the prayer goes up. We're waiting on the score.
I think Rick Erkeneff's reading it right now. You can see she just smiled. It's going to be close, as you said.
It still hasn't dropped. I'm looking at the stacked app.
Oh, she turns it. 4.1.
There you go. No, 4.4. I already had the 4.1, but anyway, you slice it. She's now in second. Good job. And there's the next heat. We're going to be kicking that heat off once the judges get them all typed into the computer up there. So exciting finish, buzzer beater. And we said, Dea, one of the most intense competitors from the East Coast. She had the wobbly start, but I knew that she was going to settle in, and she did just that. Kaya Howard straight away. Yeah. Oh, the patented turn. So Kaya, I like that turn, but she's going to need to get some variety also, because the judges, they don't like seeing too much of the same thing. We can talk about that in here. Here's Vi.
Yeah, so Vi, I think, has one of my favorite styles in this entire event. Just absolutely buttery smooth, going up into the lip there, and it's just a candy on the eyes to watch. Just absolutely grace and precision. And then Swindoll, so she's one of the taller competitors and has a little more leverage, I'd say, through her turns. Drops that back leg and really lets the spray fly. So look to her to open up. There you see Jackson Dorian.
Kaizan Hart working with John Daniels. Yeah, we're going into boys U16 quarterfinals.
And yeah, blue. Zoe Chait. So from my neck of the woods, Half Moon Bay, let's go. And she does a nice down carve, gets up into the lip a little bit late, I'd say, on that occasion.
Yeah, the board got under the lip, so it just didn't allow her to get up over and be more explosive, but she did get into the second maneuver there. It will score. Oh, it looks like it's turning on for this heat, where the last heat was a little bit wave-starved. And Vi, you're right, she's got such a beautiful style, such a good competitor, too, and just a good soul, real quiet, real soft-spoken, and here we go.
Yeah, so Talia Swindoll, so she's from Malibu, and you can see that point break style as she takes off on a wave. She never rushes anything.
That was sick.
And 3 good turns there. Really good flow. And she's just an absolute bubbly personality on the beach. She's everyone's friend.
She's so happy-go-lucky. It was a blessing to have her on the team. She really kept everybody upbeat down there in El Salvador. Even when things started going sour, she was kind of the breath of fresh air we needed, along with Ryan Huckabee as our captain. And let's go back to the replays. Kaya.
Yeah, so Kaya Howard, I think she gets around this one.
Is this the one? Okay.
Yeah, so this is her layback on repeat. Love that turn, though. I see why she goes to it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's a rad turn. And she's able to, rattle it off in quick recession. And then, so this is, like, the opposite side of that is, like, long, silky, smooth, drawn out kind of surfing. And
That's good surfing right there. I mean, that's probably going to go upper good. And then Zoe, power surfer from Half Moon Bay. Nice rail gouge deep off the bottom, and just she got the turn, but as you could see in the replay, the board went under the lip, and then Vi straight away on the left to get the quick scores, I guess. 1 rail gouge. It'll be a low backup, and then Talia with this little 3-turn combo. Nice gouge. Swoops it back. Yeah, surfing Point Doom in Malibu has given her that beautiful style. And so let's wait on some scores. Yeah, you called it. 7-6-7 on the opener of Vi, that left. Upper good range. Kaya Howard with the 3-5. You know, being the smaller U14 competitor up against the bigger girls. She's going to have to elevate the level a little bit, and she can. Talia's opener 3-7-7, and we're waiting on her second, and then we owe blue her opener Zoe Chait. So we wait on those scores, and the boys are checking in. Let's look at some of those boys U16 quarters. They're stacked up. We got Jack Zeitz, Gavin Lusby, Rylan Beavers, Hudson Saunders, but hold on. We got Kai Howard on a bigger wave, just like we were talking. Nice rail gouge, clean wall, layback jam in the corner. So there you go, the 2-turn combo. And here you go, your girl Vi.
Vi behind her, representing Hawaii, goes vert, loses the board.
The bounce back of the whitewater wobbled it up.
Yeah.
The foot separated from the deck. That happens sometimes.
And she's equally as smooth on the backhand as she is on the forehand. It's really great surfing. Unfortunate. All right, so we'll throw it to Mitchell with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, I'm here with Sarah Frey. You dropped an 8.33. Actually, we were talking off air about the score you just got on your last one, but a 5.17 as your backup. Can you actually listen to your scores out there?
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky to hear out there. Just as soon as I was pedaling back out, I was trying to hustle back out there. But yeah, it was fun.
You've had a busy competitive year so far, coming back from El Salvador straight into this event, and now nationals after it. How do you stay composed knowing that there's many events for you to surf in a short period of time?
Well, I just try to surf my best. Just always take it one heat at a time, one step at a time, not try to get ahead of myself, because then it would be I'd be stressed out.
You got 2 Seal Beach boys in the booth. What are you going to say on behalf of Huntington Beach Board Riders?
Let's go HB!
Thanks, Sarah. Good luck tomorrow. Ryan, Jake?
Oh, you just had to get that in there, huh, Mitch?
Oh, Mitch, you stitched us up. Nah, we're
the little town that could, but we love it. Wellesley and Riles, president, vice president. And we're waiting on some scores. Looks like Vi dropped a 5.23. Was that the single turn left? Zoe Chait with the 4.87. And now we owe red and yellow their second rides. Things are going to shuffle around here, I think, when red's score drops. And yellow is going to improve on her 3.5. We'll see where the judges go with the 2-turn combo from the youngster Kaya Howard. I think, unfortunately, Kaya lost in the U14 earlier with kind of a little bit of an upset for her. She's one of the standouts in that division.
She got third in that heat.
Yeah. So she's looking to reset right here and surf against the older girls.
Well, you know, Kai Kushner is another surfer in that similar scenario that lost out in what you call maybe their true division.
Well, this year it's his last year of U16.
Yep. So surfing up a division, you know, maybe the pressure's off a little bit.
Yeah. I think it would be. Ooh, here we go. Let's break this down, Kaya. A little bigger wave. Turns the rail over beautifully and then jams it right under the lip. Good timing. I think that's going to be probably pretty nice of a number.
Yeah, because the way that she extended through that back arm, through that carve, it wasn't like a lazy cutback. It was, you know, a critical maneuver at that point.
And there's Matt Myers' mentorship. Matt Myers, longtime Rip Curl team manager, now working with a lot of the athletes. He's got one of his star surfers in the water, Zoe Chait. They've been doing a lot of good work together lately. And Matt, he's a student of surfing, a lot of knowledge. And if you need help, Matt Myers' mentorship, look him up.
Yeah, he's awesome. So that yellow hat he's wearing is so that his athletes can find him on the shore.
Yeah.
And look to them for direction on positioning.
Yeah, it's hard to look in when there's 100 people or more on the beach and you try and find your coach. And he's doing all the math and everything.
Yeah, checking the Stacked app for scores dropping in. But I've sat next to him a couple times while he's been on my breaks, while he's been watching Zoe.
Okay.
He just remains so optimistic and calm and just believes in his athletes. And
Yeah,
I could just see that presence to be around when you're competing would just be really beneficial.
Yeah, I think that you need that as a good coach. You need that ability to kind of be calm under fire, because if you're freaking out, getting nervous, then your athlete's going to get all weirded out for sure. So you got to be able to hold composure as a coach, and he does a good job at it. He's a smart kid, and he's a good surfer. So it all plays in, and we're still waiting for red and yellow, as it looks like Zoe Chait. She's going to look and get a just mistimed there. We'll switch to Vi here. Yeah, Talia got a 7 on that wave with the 3-turn combo, just like we thought. And Vi almost like smiling while she's going down the line. Did you see that?
Yeah, she's
Isn't that
having
funny?
fun.
Yeah, well.
I'd be having fun too if I surfed that
Look,
good. Yeah.
big smiles. Well, when she's got big scores and you're in the lead in the quarterfinal, knowing you're probably going to be safe to surf on finals day, but I don't know. I don't want to say that yet. With 9:20 remaining and the talent in the water, a lot can happen.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Kaya's 2-turn combo comes in at. We still haven't seen that number drop.
I'll go out on a limb and say they're going to go 6.33. Well, let's see. Oh, Patty O in the background right there. Pat O'Connell.
Way.
Nice to see Pat down here watching the Groms.
Yeah, you may remember him from Endless Summer 2, or from his years on tour.
Yeah.
Now running things at John's company, right?
Is
Florence
he?
Marine X,
Is he?
pretty
Okay.
sure.
I'm not sure where he went after he left the WSL a little bit ago. Looks like he's got some dad in his ear. That's always fun. Hudson Saunders working with Eric Kramer right here. Eric Kramer, longtime coach out of the Oceanside area. He also is integral in judging committee for ISA and the Olympics. So thank you, Eric Kramer, for all of the hard work you put in for junior surfing and Olympic surfing and ISA surfing. One of the hardest working men in the business, Eric Kramer.
And he doesn't age, because I've been
Looks the same,
I've known him since I was 10, and I swear every time I see him, he looks exactly the same.
They went 5.93 on Kaya. I was a bit high, but I was close. There was probably maybe a 6.3 in the mix, but it's a 5.93, and she now needs a 4.85, as Talia has yet to replace the 3.77. This was Vahidi.
Well, Talia dropped a 7, actually, for that combination of maneuvers. And then White here, just this inside section is just like insanely smart surfing. Ditches the fins on each turn. Little variations to each, and it's just so fun to watch.
The patience and the timing.
And the smile.
I mean, I love it, because I tell a lot of my athletes, look, you can be happy or nervous before your heat. If you're nervous, you can't surf good. If you're happy, you're either going to surf good or surf bad. So let's be happy and take the 50-50 chance of potentially surfing good, right? There you go. 7:15 on the clock. Rick's right behind that as the beach commentator. So Talia with the 7 and the 3.77. leaving the door open a little bit for young Kaya Howard needing the 4.85 and Zoe Chait looking for the 5.91, but they've yet to drop. She does have a throwaway score, probably like a 1.6 or something for Zoe Chait's fall on that. So it's not going to factor in. It's not better than the 4.87, and here's young Kaya going to try and get the 4.85.
And so she kind of got hung up a little bit, but wow, that was a really cool hook snap. That was her infamous layback, but with a little variation to it. And the spice she just brings to every wave. She throws all of her weight into it. Real back-footed surfer. Great to see. As you see Vi on her backhand. And she just floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee.
Yep.
Perfect combination of style and power.
Looking to better a 5.97. I think she had a 5.67, so that previous left might have got there as the 5.97. And this one, some busy work, and then I'll go out on a limb, and I think Kaya Howard gets the 4.85 she needs. That first turn was pretty solid, as we're going to sneak in on some notes right here, Matt Myers.
Costs a good amount of money to get that notepad off him right now.
Let's see what he's doing. He's going, Zoe might be looking at a wave.
Hey, he's taking notes on her heat management.
Important ride right here, Talia. It's going to close out on a nice turn, trying to throw away a 3.77 touch and go if she betters that right there with just the small carve down in the lipper. Chait looking for the 5.91, still waiting on Kaya's wave with still 5.5. So I felt like it was going to be a little less time, but there's still plenty of time right now. A lot of action in this heat.
Yeah, I don't know how many waves total have been ridden, but it feels a lot busier than the last two.
Ooh, up and out for Chait. So that's a first priority usage. But with no one out the back, will she retain first priority? I think so.
How easy do you feel when you're alone out the back? Is it to kind of feel a little lost in the lineup without having your competitors for reference?
Well, it just depends how knowledgeable you are of the lineup. Where do you have your lineups looking in on the scaffolding? I felt like I was always a pretty good ocean awareness surfer. Like I knew where I was and I knew where I needed to be. Kaya Howard gets the score, 5.53. Talia now looking for the 4.47, and Zoe looking for the 6.6. So Talia on the ropes, and Chait also with 4.5 remaining. Talia looks like she's trying to wait and hear on that last score. Is it the 4.47, the one closeout turn with the carve before? But yeah, it is tough when no one's around, but you got to be staunch with your positioning and be able to have the patience to stay in your zone and pick a good wave. Still waiting on to see. Let's go to the stacked app and see what Talia got on that that last wave.
Yeah, so she needs the 4.47, and the judges are probably looking at Blue's 4.87 for reference, where she had the carve and then kind of late to the party on that last turn. So we'll see what it comes in at. They're pretty similar waves, I'd say. Both had, a wrap into a whitewash.
So judges
lipper.
Utilizing replay, the score has not dropped. It does. It's a 6.1. So the judges are loving the commitment on the explosive maneuvers like Malia Lima, like Vahidi Inso. Talia gets the score. Kaya now needs the 7.18 and Zoe an 8.24. And here's a paddle.
Yeah, so Talia is going to try and button up her spot into the semifinals with this wave. Bit of a smaller ride than the last couple that she's had, but whoa, goes huge on the Larry.
And I think her height right there, the long legs, was able to keep her under her board, so that was pretty nuts right there. She continues to amaze me. Did you see her backside floater at El Salvador?
I didn't.
Did you see the photo, though?
I'm checking Instagram right now.
No, it's okay. Well, we got to work here, but yeah, we'll show you. She hit a section that was probably 12-foot face. I was thinking to myself, go ahead, kick out, it's all good. And she just hung the hugest floater. This was Kaya's last that got her into advancing position until Talia turned it back. But what a lovely little surfer, Kaya Howard.
Yeah, I'm excited to see her future. And then here we go, Vi. So Vi's wave had a sleepy start with just a little cut. down, and then she gets the snap, and as we get the front on angle, she's kind of fill-in work here, but she's just so smooth and fun to watch. It's really beautiful surfing. And then she gets that dynamic finish there, and one more snap. And I love how she's smiling every wave she kicks out on. You can tell she's just having a ball here at Lowers. So here's that 6, where Talia, pretty critical turn there, goes vert into the section. And then here's her last wave. So carved to start, second turn, little slash, but then look at this finishing turn. Goes huge with the layback, throwing tons of spray. Flicks the hair back, says thank you very much. And that score is going to drop in and make it a pretty tall order for yellow and blue. Zoe Chate's just been on the outside looking in of this heat. She dropped the 4.87 in the opening stages and has been just waiting a long time with first priority. She now needs an 8.24. Definitely capable of that score, but it's going to need to be a special wave. And Simo just showed me on his phone the photo of Talia Swindoll. I can't believe that. That's a huge wave.
It was a huge section.
I'd be straightening out.
We thought 9.5. They gave her like a high 7.
Well, you know how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it's all good. So, is that the last wave?
No, the layback isn't in there yet.
Okay, it hasn't come in. Here we go. Yellow looking for the 7.18. Going to grind out this little insider. I like the attempt. You got to give it a go. That's what I always say. Rather than wait and not try and get the score. Oh, and just over-rotates the carve with 20 seconds remaining. It looks like it's going to be Vi and Talia into the semis. So I think that might be another semifinal for Talia Swindoll, as she already made the 18s.
Yeah, she's off to a good run here at the USA Champs.
Yeah, continuing the good run, coming off the 11th at the World Junior. And here's Vi having a look.
Victory lap for Vi, and I could,
never
a
seen
short-lived one.
That hasn't happened since she was like 5. Zoe, layback gouge, bringing it into the double up, and
bummer for Zoe Chait.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna swing it over to a quick break, and we'll come back with the boys U16.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. And we started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
Welcome back to the USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. The last 3 heats of the day in the water. Boys U16. Round 3, Rylan Beavers yellow, Gavin Lusby white, Jack Zeitz in red, and Hudson Saunders is in blue. Mitchell Salazar joined by big wave surfer Jake Telkamp. Jake, great afternoon to you, my young sir, and both you and Ryan doing an amazing job. And it's been not only a long week, a long day too. And a lot of these surfers have had to surf at least 2 times this afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've done a lot of talking, but they've done a lot of surfing, which is, a little more tiring, I'd say. But these guys are all going to be coming in fresh. They surfed earlier in the day, and I'm really excited for these boys' quarterfinals. Just really a who's who of surfing in the USA. And that last heat was so much fun. I think Vi Inso is my new favorite surfer.
Yeah, she's got a great style, and as you were mentioning before, style does go a long way. So it seems like Zeitz going to take pole position here on the left. Beavers just next to him, and seems like Gavin Lusby moving way down the peak on the right-hander. But one thing I will say out of this day of competition, this has been not only one of the most exciting I've seen, at least this year, but also when it comes to U18 and under competition, wow, the level is high.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe the amount of talent we've seen from round 1 all the way to here. Like, each heat we're losing such great surfers as, you know, Jack Zeet's starting it off.
Yep, on the backhand. And it's got a little bit more peaky. Love the grab rail right there on the bottom turn. Finishing up well right here. And he's going to get a beautiful combo to finish that wave off. Now Beavers on the response. On the forehand, the Hawaiian made heats in both divisions earlier today. Actually, in the U18s only surfed 2 heats, and now in the U16s, his true division. Doing some good work right here. Slides the fins right there up into the lip line, and looking for a strong finish with a little throw tail right there at the end. So whipping the board around, Beavers looking good, and seems like Jack's going to get the better of the exchange right here, though. That was an impressive performance by him.
Yeah, I really liked, as you mentioned, that grab rail bottom turn as he came up into the lip. It just shows how coiled and compact he's getting and exploding through on each turn. So that number, I could see it going into the good range.
It's going to be right around there, and this is the first time we've actually seen the boys U16 compete today. So being held to not only a high standard, this is really the division where you need to make a name for yourself. Here goes Gavin Lusby, the product of Huntington Beach. Goes down on the second turn. So you have a couple of surfers from California, one from Hawaii in yellow. Hudson Saunders having a look at this. Up and riding. And Hudson has not only surfed in USA Surfing, NSSA, Western Surfing Association as well. Loves to surf these long right-hand point breaks of Southern California, including lowers. Beautiful turn right there for Hudson. He'll finish well. And a strong layback to get things on the board for the surfer in blue, Jake.
Yeah, that was really critical, the way his fins drifted across the lip, and he stayed really low to his board, assuring that he rode out of it. That's a great wave for Hudson Saunders.
14 minutes to go. Priority is with Jack Zeitz. Gavin Lusby wasting no time, trying to get a second wave under his belt. Straight up into the lip, more of a foam climb. Then kind of sets it up right here for a finish. But this wave's still going to offer up some more scoring potential down the line. Oh, and a great way to finish things off right there. Clean surfing for Gavin Lusby. And now Zeitz having a look outside. 13 minutes, 30 seconds. Beavers maybe looking at wave number 2 for him. He's up and riding again. Straight into the bottom turn, just a setup carve right there. Looked out the back to see if something else was coming. This wave standing up here, up into the lip with a vertical hit. Slides the fins. Beautiful progression right there from the Hawaiian Beavers. And he'll finish off his second scoring ride. And now Zeitz, a surfer from Santa Barbara, on the backhand. Great pace, great flow. Seems like he's riding a different board too. Something a lot smaller and stubbier. And fitting in a few maneuvers in a short section right there too. Not easy to do at all.
No, it's like boxing in a phone booth. But as you're saying, I really like that equipment choice. It looks really good. He's surfing smooth through the chop, carrying a lot of speed through each section. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to hit him up and see what see what he's on.
Maybe making things a bit more fun too. Thinking outside the box. Sometimes it gets a little repetitive when you ride the same stuff all the time too, even in competition.
Well, you know, you think about it. We're day 4, and these judges now have seen a lot of these surfers multiple times. But we'll get back to that. Red, Jack Zeetz, this was his opening ride, and this was the turn that we really liked. Just fully coil, uncoil, and that's pretty much textbook good backside surfing. Getting low off the bottom turn and hitting the lip hard. So yellow, this wave had like a weird kind of rib in it, and he wasn't able to really connect towards the end of it, where there he slides the fins. Another one, and this kid is just so good. Coming from Hawaii, he surfs with just so much flow and just natural athleticism. That was Ryland Beavers. And then blue here, Hudson Saunders. The turn at the end is really the cherry on top on this ride. So he kind of just connects the dots through this section, and then look at this turn. Bink. So blows the fins out, board slides on the coping, and thank you, ASP, for giving us a second look at that beautiful turn from Hudson Saunders. White here, getting into the mix. Couple nice little wraps there. This was Lesby, and he needed this wave as all of his competitors had start dropping numbers, and that brings him back out with the wave under his belt. But Red, again, we're just saying, riding different equipment than he did in the earlier heats, maybe giving the judges a fresh look, you know. It's day 4 of competition. They've seen him surf a couple times. He lost out early in U18, but this is his true division, and that might play into his favor. We have a lot of surfers, you know, double dipping and being able to focus on one division and expending all of his energy on it, you know, could be beneficial.
The kids enjoying their time here at Lowers as well. Water temp not bad, upper 60s, low 70s. So wearing anything all the way from a spring suit to a full suit for most people.
Or a sequin rainbow skirt.
Yep. 683 for Saunders, 683 for Zeitz opener. Beavers starts off with a 5.0. Lusby the fall at 2.6, so waiting for a couple of scores still with just under 10 minutes. And the exact same score, but maybe not the same way to get there for both red and blue on their first. But you see, you know, you throw the high and the low away. Sometimes you get the same average because you have a little bit of a difference of opinions on what's harder. Zeitz had the combo on the outside. Hudson Saunders had the one strong turn, the high performance turn at the end. And we're seeing Jackson Dorian right there. He'll be coming up in a bit with Sean Daniels, known as Danger to his fellow surfers.
Yeah, he's an amazing coach. Been seeing him down here at these events since I was a little kid. And, yeah, you can see him and Jackson kind of strategizing waves as Beavers up and riding. Take it away, Mitch.
Yep, here we go. His third wave already. Jay again, kind of comboing things up a little bit more. Good laybacks up into the lip right there with the vertical hit. And a strong little finish, too. And this is kind of what he's done all event long, too, right? Build up on those scores, get the mid-range scores, and then eventually get those 6s and 7s that'll get him out of this heat. 5.77 for Lusby. We're still waiting on Zeitz's second wave, and Beavers owes 2 scores to him. Or people are owing 2 scores to Beavers, excuse me. So a couple of scores still to come through. 8:20 on the clock. Luke Tima coming up, right there with the Aiden Nickel. Former CT surfer, the HIC board looking good.
Yeah, it's so cool seeing Yaden down here. I've been kind of catching myself being like, whoa, that's Yaden Nickel, because his section in Modern Collective,
Ooh,
I study
film.
that all the time, yeah.
Stranger Than Fiction, too.
Yep.
He has a couple. Lost Atlas. What's the one that Kai Neville did after that, too? Oh, Dear Suburbia. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, him and Dear Suburbia is mental. I miss Kai Neville surf movies. Can you please come back, Kai? I know you're probably making more money making commercials, but we need some good long-form surf movies.
There's one that I don't know if you've seen. It was his first actual film. It was No Contest about the CT event in 2006 in Barra de la Cruz.
Oh, yeah.
So it's everything that didn't happen in the event. It's all the free surfs, but it's great. You'd like it too.
That's a cool series, and, man, Barra is such a special place.
Yeah,
I can't wait to get back down there.
7.53 for Jack's second. So Red up into the lead. Beavers drops a 5.07, now waiting on his last. Saunders down to third, Lusby in fourth. Both needing some small scores, and the peanut gallery right there. Blair Marlin, Shane Dorian, Mike Parsons in the middle, Corey Lopez, and Pat O'Connell. the who's who of surfing in the late 90s, early 2000s.
I was going to say, I have had posters with all those guys on my wall as a Grom. Oh, man, that's so cool.
Corey Lopez, I would have to say, one of the most influential goofy footers of all time. Without him, I don't think goofy footers would be where they're at. Pat O'Connell, former star of the Endless Summer Part 2. And Mike Parsons, one of the better coaches in the business, works with the great minds of Lakey Peterson, among others. 6 minutes to go. Saunders waiting patiently with first priority. Lusby needing a 4.31 in fourth. And still waiting on Beavers' last. Doesn't seem like he will improve. So it's the early start from Jack Zeitz that has gotten him the early lead here, too, with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, if I'm Jack Zeitz, I'm feeling pretty good because now he can put his foot to the gas pedal, knowing that he already has 2 pretty solid scores while the rest of the surfers in the lineup are racing to get a backup. Rylan Beavers, as you said, maybe surfed a little bit modestly of a surfer of his level on those first 2 opening waves, but now he has 2 5s. And if the goes into a wave-starved heat towards the end, he's sitting pretty with pocket 5s.
Yeah, and Saunders at the moment within striking distance, only needing a 3.25. Lusby in fourth, needing a mid-4, a 4.31 to be specific. They both are capable of getting those scores.
And with like 1 turn.
And the interesting thing here is that the only goofy footer in the water is actually the person in the lead, too. Jack, with a strong backhand in El Salvador, actually got most of his best waves on lefts, believe it or not, at La Bocana.
Well, in the lineup right now, I could see being on your backhand as being an advantage because some of the waves are kind of slopier, and on your backhand you can surf tighter to the pocket and go more vertical. And that's really what the judges are looking for. So he's able to manufacture scores where some of the regular foots might need that bend in the wave to push back at them so that they can get their board up into the lip.
That's a good point. 4 minutes, 30 to go. And you're obviously seeing that being applied here in this heat. 7.53, 6.83. Beavers in second with a pair of 5s. Saunders needing the 3.25. Lusby needing the 4.31.
Yeah, priority is going to be huge here as the surfers in the 3rd and 4th spot are in 1st and 2nd priority.
And everybody was spread out right there, too. They let Beavers take this wave underneath priority. Huge blowtail to start things off. Is able to control it with a lot of speed coming out of it. Wraps it back right there into the lip. Beautiful vertical turn. And Rylan, was going to get his best score. Maybe still does. And Saunders with the answer back. Before Yellow's last was needing a 3.25. Most likely going to need more than that. As he's just flowing through the motions, a couple of hits up into the lip. A bit more lateral, though. Needs to get that board up and vertical if he wants to get a big score. So maybe a strong finish here. Could move him up into the top 2. Ditches the fins, and that'll be it for the surfer in blue. Here goes red, the heat leader, Zeitz. On the backhand, just flowing so far. Beautiful surfing right there. Throws the tail, and once more under the lip. Jack Zeitz. And now Gavin Lusby just carving it back, setting this wave up. Gonna fall right there on that frothy section. Under 3 minutes to go. You would be thinking that the mistake of letting Beavers go on that insider is going to cost both blue and white right now, Jake.
Yeah, they're both going to be left needing a bigger score. Rylan Beavers is a really savvy competitor. He sat wide and inside and made sure that he was putting himself in opportunity to better his 5.07. Even though he went incomplete, he did see a really strong start to that wave, so it could go there. I'm not going to be surprised if it does.
Well, needs a 9.3 for the lead, and maybe say he doesn't get that, but
yeah, definitely
at least betters his situation, right? Going to better the 5.0 at least.
Yeah, and what that really does is it puts a little more pressure on the rest of the field. So here we go. This is the wave that we're talking about. Rylan Beavers, huge first turn. So he gets caught behind it a little bit, only a little bit of downtime, and he goes back to work using his rail. A little bit of a flat turn there, but that was nice, ditching the fins. And then right here, he goes down. So there's just 2 big moments on that wave, but sometimes that's all it takes. So here we go, Blue. Hudson Saunders had some nice moments on this wave. It was a really long wave with a couple key moments. Starts it off well, and then, if I recall correctly, he gets a good finish here at the end. But, you know, length of ride isn't in the scoring criteria, and he does a lot of work on the inside. So kind of punches and bunches, if you will. But this finishing turn here, that's pretty nice. Drifts the fins, looks over his shoulder, make sure the judges are still watching.
And then Zeitz, the heat leader on the backhand again, looking to better a high 5 right here, Jake.
Yeah, so he does that nice hook snap underneath the lip, wraps it back into the whitewash. Tricky wave to surf, but this kid is just so talented. And then finishes off strong there. I'm guessing by that kick out, he feels like it bettered maybe the 6.83, but 40 seconds, scores to drop. And if I'm Hudson Saunders or Gavin Lesby right now, I am praying for a wave.
7.2 for Beavers. Extends his second place position. Saunders gets a 4.77, so it would have been enough. But he now needs a 5.45. Lesby needs a 6.51. Here's Zeitz on the backhand. Ooh, good turn right there in the pocket. But he's looking to better a 6.83. More likely to not do it right here. Either way, taking the heat win, throws the rotation right there at the end. Just a kind of a victory lap, but this wave counts. Saunders needing a 5.45. We didn't know if we saw the entire wave right here, but either way, he's giving himself a shot at making it through. Needing a mid-5. So Beavers gets the 7.2. We're going to see the entirety of this wave as Lesby was left outside, not catching anything.
Yeah,
so the heat is officially over.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see this replay. This is... All right. So we're going to throw it to a quick break and leave you on a cliffhanger. We'll be back.
If I have an average to below average sleep, I'm walking around and not as on point or as focused. My reaction time's a little bit slower. On the contrary, if I wake up and I feel really good about my sleep, like I'm quick to react, I'm really in the flow.
And cut. Wow, that looks pretty sweet.
Am I spinning enough?
Just spin like a little more. There we go.
Heat 2, boys U16, round 3 in the water. It's the USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliables. In the water, in the blue, Lucas Sinkville Cassidy, Luke Tima in white, Cannon Carr in yellow, Roran Mullen is in red. A great heat underway. It didn't seem like Hudson Saunders got the score that was required at the end. So it was Jack Zeitz and the surfer in yellow, Ryland Beavers, making it through at the end. There's Angel Jardine getting ready for his next heat. He'll be paddling out in the last heat of day number 4 of competition. And a great heat in the water. So yeah, Beavers making it through. Saunders not getting the score. So now focusing on the heat in the water. 2 Hawaiians and 2 surfers representing California, even though Lucas Cassidy lives in Todos Santos in Baja California Sur, Mexico. Both parents from this area of San Juan Capistrano, 20 minutes north of San Clemente.
And he's a surfer I've just been so impressed with and absolutely blown away that he's 13 years old.
Yeah.
It's terrifying how good he is. Just absolutely does man hacks on every wave. So you see Jackson Dorian warming up, doing his little wave dance that he likes to do, visualizing all of his maneuvers. And stay tuned for that one. That's going to be a huge heat in Heat 3, our last heat of the day.
He's got some long hair, too.
Dude, I'm so hair jealous of him. Look at those luscious locks.
You got long hair yourself,
But
too.
mine's not long and curly. That's that goes up a level.
I see.
I'm like long and frail.
So early stages of this heat, no waves ridden so far. And you're mentioning the talent level in this U16 division. We got one of them right here. Lucas on the backhand. Just setting up this wave with the first carve. Goes up into the lip for the second one. And so far, just a lot of setup work. Good finish right there for Lucas. And at the end, too, literally on the sand, finishing right there with the higher tide now. And now the local boy, Cannon Carr, on the backhand, too. Good setup in the pocket, up into the lip, blowing the tail. Not going to make it to the open face right there. And now Mullen, the Hawaiian, on the right. Setup turn. He's going to carve it back and wait for this wave to stand up. A lot of frothiness on the face of this wave. Good use of the rails, though, up into the lip right there. And now he's going to wait patiently for the closeout re-entry if he can get the section that stands up here at the end. And that'll be it for the surfer in red on his opening score. 15 minutes remaining. Priority now with the surfer in white, Luke Tima.
Yeah, Tima now left out the back with his pick of the lineup. I can't imagine any of those last waves we saw are going to be counting by heat's end, but good opportunity to get the feet in the wax. Timo, looks like there's a set approaching. We'll see if he fancies any of them. It looks like he's sitting closer to the left.
So the score comes in for blue. It's a 3.5, and Lucas trying to manufacture a score out of a wave that wasn't offering up a lot of scoring potential. He won last year in the U14s, now in the U16s, could still be competing in both, and I believe he is. Was looking to do well in the U18s if he could. Now the answer back from Luke Tima here. On the forehand, has dropped great scores all event long in both the U18s and the U16s. Surfing in one of his last years here in this division. Little off sync with that wave. He's going to regroup and paddle back out. And it's starting to pump right now, Jake.
Yeah, are you going to surf after the event?
I am not, no.
No?
I didn't bring my gear again.
That's
I'm
okay.
tired. I'm working all day.
Yeah,
no. Are you?
You know, I only surfed for like 30 minutes yesterday, but let's get back to the action.
Tima on the forehand. Sets it up. Strong turn right there in the pocket. That'll be it for him, his best wave. And now outside, the local boy, Cannon Carr, with a great playing field. Is he going to turn around on this? Paddling for it. He's up and riding. Dropped a 6.93 on his opener on the left. Blows the tail right there. Good size set wave. And going to get a 3-turn combo in a short space. But maybe a bit too much right there on that last turn. Blue outside, Sankville can't get into it. 12 minutes and 45 to go. It's a paddle battle for second priority between red and yellow. So Carr gets the 6.93 on the left. Tima gets a 3.73 on his second and a 1.97 on his opener. Mullen gets a 5.0 and blue, Sankville Cassidy, with a 3.5 as we're seeing the paddle battle right here. It's going to be a close one, Jake.
Yeah, you know how much energy they're expending right now, and then they have to turn around and start riding waves. But
Ooh.
yeah, this is what paddle battles dreams are made of. These kids are not backing down one bit for another. Let's see as they come back into view. Red pulling ahead slightly. Look how vigorously they're paddling. They're putting everything into it. Hopefully there's something left in the gas tank once they get back to the takeoff spot. But priority not yet awarded. And looks like yellow's going to kind of concede it to red.
So waiting on the result for priority right there. Just under 12 minutes. Blue does have first priority, and let's look at some replays. This is the 693 of yellow.
Yeah, yellow using the local knowledge here, just kicking the fins out. Finding a left is always a good way to start the heat because the paddle back out is shorter. You can save some more energy and time. And then this surfer in red here, Roran, he is just so powerful. He stands up a little bit taller than some of the other competitors, which allows him to get more leverage through his turns. And I think he comes undone at the very end of this wave, but the work had been done on it. So, yeah, nice wave there for red. Good way to start the heat.
He gets a 5.0 on that. And then yellow, this is his rebate wave, was looking for another big score here, Jake.
Yeah, so he connects well with the whitewash on the first turn and then goes for kind of the 2-for-1 finish. And unfortunately gets tripped up in the white water. And then white, he span around halfway out to catch this thing and connects nicely on the last turn. But I don't think that'll be as good as yellow's 693. So.
And he backs it up with the 617 on the fall even. So priority goes blue, red, yellow, and now white in fourth. So Carr with a strong start in the first 9 minutes of the heat. A 693 and a 617. And there we see the last heat gearing up. Angel Jardine, Brody Price. Kind of giving in some tips right there. Braden Kopech getting ready. Then I believe Dylan Young on the far corner in yellow.
Brody's a funny kid.
Finals day tomorrow, by the way. So we're starting with the boys U12, the smaller divisions, then going in to the finals after that. It'll be all semis up until around 12:40, close to 1. And then finishing with the boys U18 final with the last of the day. Around 4:40, maybe close to 5, if that. Depending on what happens in the morning. I don't want to say the F word, but it happened today. So tomorrow will be finals day starting at 8 a.m. 9 minutes to go on this one. Cannon Carr with a 693 and a 617. Luke Tima with a couple of small scores, a 373 and a 197. Mullen in third in red, needing just an 071. And the surfer in blue, Senkpo Cassidy, opened up with a 3.5, needs a 2.21.
Yeah, it's an uncharacteristic start for blue. Lucas Senkpo Cassidy's been on the best waves from hooter to hooter and a little bit out of sorts at the moment, but only needs a 2.21s. You know, he gets those in his sleep. Where I get that switch stance. And, yeah, so there we go. Kramer talking story with Shane Dorian, who's my absolute surf hero.
Shane Dorian, your favorite surfer?
I'd say, yeah.
Really?
I don't think anyone's ever topped him at Maps. Like the way he went out there and backward the peak.
I don't know.
Double hand drag on the way down and packing barrels. It was like
Pete Mel's wave last year.
Of course. That's the best wave of all time at Maps. But of overall performance in like a session, I think he takes the cake.
Okay. You're stirring the pot right now, by the way.
Oh, I'm gonna have to answer to Pete as soon as I see him in the lineup. It's gonna be awkward.
But yeah, I think
just kidding.
He definitely has revolutionized the way we look at big wave surfing now and approach it. Obviously, we owe a lot of credit to both him and Pete actually for the development of the current vest that we have in order to preserve and save lives. As we're seeing yellow here, Cannon Carr, 7 minutes, the heat leader. Carves it back, beautiful wraparound. Right in the pocket right there, using those rails well. And gonna see if he can engage with the lip. He does. So a strong finish too. 7 minutes to go. Here's the answer back from St. Bill Cassidy in blue. Opened up with a 3.5. Strong turn right there. And a lot of power, this kid, for the 13-year-old. So far, a lot of setup work. Looking for a big finish if he can. Tight in the pocket right there. And a strong turn to end this wave off. 6 minutes and 25 seconds. Good exchange there between yellow and blue, Jacob.
Yeah, you know, blue needs a score at the moment of like a 2-2-1, but what he really needs to do is match red's 5 at the moment. That's a score that's going to come into play. Yellow's out in front. He's going to stay out in front by virtue of his 6.93 and his 6.17. But 6 minutes left, and all these guys are ripping so hard all event, and look at this set, Mitch.
Seems like red not only interested in this one, he's going to use priority and keep Tima off. So Mullen already has the 5 and up and riding on a bigger set wave now. Couple of setup carves right here to start things off. And these waves have been not only difficult to surf, but it's even more difficult to find a section that stands up. Now it does. Up into a lip, much better. And a beautiful combo to finish things off right here for Mullen. 5 minutes and 20 to go. Priority now with Luke Tima in white. He's sitting out the back by himself. Don't even see blue or yellow even close to him. So 5 minutes remaining. It's going to be really a battle for the second best wave of the heat between all 4 surfers.
But still plenty of time on the clock. 5 minutes is an eternity in surf competitive time. All right, so here's red's wave. Again, I really like the way that he stands tall on a wave and really lets the wave do the work. You never see him looking frantic or rushed. Just surfs with a nice pace, stays close to the pocket, and every time he hits the lip, water goes flying. So here is where he gets the combination plate and the soda at the end. And nicely done there for red. You can tell he liked it, and I love this kid's style. Conrad Carr, he's so smooth, so polished. You can totally tell he grew up in San Clemente by the way he surfs. Like a miniature Griffin Colapinto. And yeah, nice tidy finish there for yellow. Blue, Cassidy, kind of had a weird wave here. It went like from soft to fast to soft, but he does well. You know, he's in the pocket every moment it allows him to be. I really like his board. He's been riding it all event. Epoxy looks really like it's floating well through these sections, and yeah, I tagged that end section.
Looks loose too. Here he goes up again. Blows the tail. Great control. And a strong turn to finish too. Lucas on a tear right now. 3 minutes and 25 remaining. Still waiting on the scores of the previous wave of not only him, but that of Cannon Carr and Roran Mullen as well. And it's going to be interesting to see what kind of strategy Tima chooses to pick right here, because he's not only in first priority, but he's probably going to need a couple of scores. Blue drops a 6.83 on his previous one. Now waiting for his last. Looking to better a 3.5 as his low score, but a 6.28 could give him the lead. And we're still waiting on red's second wave.
Judging off of your reaction, I feel like that number is going to, for second wave, is going to be a 6.83.
So the 3.5 most likely going to disappear. Big thank you to Murph Electric Bikes. They not only started for the reason to help themselves and their friends to find better surf and more often, they've also defined what electric cruisers can be built with not only high quality parts, but it comes with a 2-year warranty and will tackle any road in front of you.
Including the road to Lowers, because that is the way to get here in style. I walked back to Carl's Jr. today.
Carl's Jr.?
Or, sorry, yesterday after the event.
Why are you walking to Carl's Jr.? You should be
for
parking
Andrea
down
to
here.
pick me up, and I didn't see one person walking the trail.
No.
Yeah, that's not a thing anymore.
So huge shout out to Murph.
I like doing the walk.
Blue drops a 7.23, moves him up into the lead with a minute 45. Carr in yellow down to second. Mullen drops his best to 5.37. Now needs a high 7 for second place, and Tima needing something in the high excellent, a 9.38 for second place. Holding down priority 1, 90 seconds to go, and St. Bill Cassidy comes back from the dead right here to get 2 good scores that moves him from 4th all the way to 1st.
Yeah, he got both of those scores in under 5 minutes, so you really can surf a heat in 5 minutes or less, especially when you're as confident and sure-footed as Lucas St. Bill Cassidy. Ice in his veins. He just never seems flustered when he's hanging out on the beach. Just cool, calm, collected, and very mature for a 13-year-old, both physically and mentally.
And not only quite the surfer, but he's going to be an excellent competitor in years to come, too. Here's yellow blocking red on the left. Carr going to fall on the first turn. We're going to stick with blue down the line. Goes for the reverse. Can't stick the air. 40 seconds. All eyes on the surfer on white, Luke Tima. Needs a 9.38. Has dropped some excellent scores so far. A little indecisive on where to go, the right or the left. Strong turn to start things off. Vertical start for him on the backhand. Needs this wave to really stand up and get vertical again. Beautiful second turn, but needs more than this. A 9.38 is required. Trying to milk it for how it is. And I just don't see that score being the necessary one. Blue on the inside now. Lucas. This is just going to be a victory lap for him. So he's going to be moving through into the semis of the boys U16. Don't know if this wave counts or not, but he needs a 7.74, roaring up and riding. Throws the tail at the end and can't ride out of it, so it won't be the score that he needs. It's going to be Lucas St. Bill Cassidy and the local boy Cannon Carr moving through. We got one more heat coming up. It's Jackson Dorian, Angel Jardine, Dylan Young, and Braden Kopech. Don't go anywhere. USA Surfing coming right back.
So Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.
The last heat of day 4 in the water. It's the boys' quarterfinals. And so far, looking great for these young under 16 surfers. A new one in the water. Jackson Dorian is in the red. We got Angel Jardine in the blue, Dylan Young in yellow, and Braden Kopech is in white. 2 surfers from the Hawaiian Islands, a Floridian, and actually 3 surfers from the Hawaiian Islands. Dylan Young also from that beautiful region of the U.S. And Kopech, the lone surfer from the mainland, the Floridian who spends a lot of time on the West Coast too. Heat has just started, and it's going to be a battle for who can get pole position at the beginning of this heat. It seems like Jardine, the furthest outside, But if you look at the scores that Jackson Dorian has posted so far in this event, he is no doubt the person to beat in this heat.
Yeah, you can tell he's from Hawaii because he's been dropping 8s, O's, and 8s. No, I was trying to work that one in there. That was awful. But in reality, yes, Jackson Dorian has been one of the informed surfers of the event. We've called a lot of action today, and I'm finding myself perked up by what's about to go down in this heat.
There's John Daniels, your motion side board riders, one of the coaches to the Stars here. And John, not only a former pro himself, was a former judge at the QS level too, and now turning his time into coaching. Loves to rock climb as well.
I was about to say that. Yeah, also a very accomplished rock climber. And it's a fun sport. If you ever have the chance to try it.
I think I'm too large for that, honestly.
I'm not very good myself either.
So slow start to this heat. The last one was nonstop with waves in the last 10 minutes. Now we're going to the last heat of the day tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. sharp. It'll be the boys U12 semis. And there's the St. Bill Cassidy clan.
Could he be the first surfer to qualify for the CT from Mexico?
Ooh, I think Alan Cleland Jr. has a chance, honestly.
Also, yeah, he's also really good.
Could be Lucas, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian Williams.
Also really good.
If he actually, decides to pursue it, which he can. It seems like he's interested in doing that now. Here's the surfer in blue, Angel, on the backhand. Representing Hawaii. And he's had a difficult time just finding the open face on this wave. Just kind of making it through the motions right there. He's going to kick out instead. Kopech having a look. Going to let that wave go by. And, you talk about the people that grew up at reef breaks, maybe the power's there, and you have the sense of knowing where to sit when a heavy wave is about to break, but you don't necessarily have the notion of where to move at a shifty wave like this at lowers.
Yeah, I was surfing after the event yesterday, and I was feeling exactly what Angel Hardin was feeling right here, which is a lot of lump, a lot of bump, and the wave not really cooperating the way I wanted it to. So I feel for him. A 183 on that occasion, that will not stand by the end of the heat. He'll paddle back out. At least he got the grime from the rocks off his feet in the wax. And, yeah, I'm excited to see what's about to come. Look how beautiful that water is through that drone angle. It's pretty warm. A lot of competitors wearing spring suits or short arms. Maybe some of the Hawaiians are wearing full suits, but you know how it is.
A lot of local surfers wearing full suits, too. Kenan Carr was out there in a full suit. There's Shane Dorian, Mike Parsons, too, and Pat O'Connell. Some 3 greatest minds in the sport of surfing. Jardine with another wave under his belt. A little mistimed that first section. Gets a couple of setup turns in right in the pocket, but that's not going to be a wave that he would like to have in his scoreline once this heat ends. 15 minutes to go.
I like what he's doing, though. He's staying busy. So here we go, get the drone angle on this wave. A little late to the lip on that occasion. That turn was a lot better. And he's got that metronome of bottom turn, top turn thing going. But that wave, not with a lot of scoring potential. But he's probably, calming the nerves. Even when you have a small lead, he's got 2.6 and a 1.83. Even that can give you a little bit of confidence, just hearing the beach announcer call your name in first. But I know that Angel is going to look for a wave with a little more scoring potential once they arrive to the lineup.
14 minutes to go. Kopech, Dorian, and Young extremely patient right here. A couple of surfers getting ready to paddle out after this heat ends. Kai Martin, you see Keanu Asing in the background too. Still supporting down here their friends and family. And a lot of implications right here with qualification for Team USA too. And Kopech was up real quick. So he's going to go down in the priority order right there. Seemed like Jardine was even further down the line too, might have even picked up the wave real quick. But that's going to be a throwaway for Kopech as well. And Dorian and Young are just going to hunker down and try to get the best wave that they can with 13 minutes to go. They're going to be real patient in the way they select this wave too, Jacob, because they know that not only is qualification for the semifinals on the line, but they also want to do well in representations of their areas of origin.
Yeah, you know, the Hawaiian surfers are a very proud bunch, and rightfully so. There's, you know, a small population, but with producing some of the best surfers on the planet.
Right.
John Florence, Chris Moore, USA team members that come to mind straight off the bat. But one thing that I've really noticed about these surfers in this heat is that they've waited now 8 minutes, and I think that speaks more to the deteriorating conditions than patience, because we've seen a couple waves roll through the lineup, but they really haven't had a good quality to them. So maybe something to note for finals day tomorrow is this heat will be held at a similar time as we got live action.
Jardine on the backhand. Engages with the lip well. Carves it back right here. And this wave standing up at the end gets a good finish.
That's
so
better.
Angel on the board. And now split peak, Kopech in white real quick. Dylan Young on the right. This kid's got an amazing style. Good down the line projection right there. Gaining some speed. He's going to look to capitalize on this wave at the end. Beautiful carve right there. Oh, and just a slip as soon as I say that too. Using that carbon wrap board. And it just seemed like he was thinking about a turn when his feet weren't even set in the right place. 11:25 remaining.
That happens, you know. It looked like he got a little ahead of himself at the end. Sometimes your mind works quicker than your body. He was trying to catch up with what he wanted to do on that wave, but I think Angel Hardin, his last comes in at a 4 on that left, so him and Yellow are both going to have a score of note. So he connects well on that first turn. I really like his low bottom turn. It was a shame it didn't give him a better section in the middle of the wave because he finished well. Drifts the fins. Nice wave there for Angel Hardin. And then Yellow up and riding, as you said, beautiful style, Mitch. Really like the way this guy surfs. That snap there was money, and then here's where the slip comes. Oh, sorry. There's 2 more turns in there. There's the slip. And as you said, riding that carbon wrap surfboard by Mayhem. So that's, you know, he's looking spring loaded when he comes off the bottom.
4.83 for Dylan Young in yellow. And boy, I love those carbon wrap boards. I've had a few of them myself. And I actually have to say they're probably some of the best boards I've ridden in my entire life. If I could recommend an actual board to them, Uber Driver. Especially for somebody my size, you know, you still want a high-performance board, but just a little bit more volume in the front and in the back, easier to paddle, and board still reacts well in both fun-size conditions like today or anything overhead as well.
Nice, yeah, and as we do more post-heat interviews for those watching at home, we'll make sure to ask these kids what they're riding, because it is something I'm curious about. I have about 5 boards on my wish list after asking some of the competitors today. And it's just fun because everyone rides something a little bit different, and it really influences the way they surf. So
maybe something here, 9 minutes and 20. Young's going to be interested in this. On the inside, under priority. Kind of mistimes the first section, but drops the wallet on the second. It's going to be a decent backup for Dylan Young. And now Dorian striking up and riding here. Jackson dropped a couple of high 8s yesterday. Throws the tail on the first section. The amount of risk with that. And then just closes that one shut. Just under 9 minutes to go. Waited 11 minutes to catch that wave. And Jackson Dorian on the board. It should be, if not the best wave of the heat.
Oh, easily. That was That was 2 massive turns. Showed really good patience both on waiting for that wave and then on the wave. He didn't rush. You know, there was a couple sections in front of him that he had to go around, but he made sure that when he did that bottom turn, yeah, let's watch it back. All right, first we got yellows, Dylan Young. So, you know, 2 nice turns. Drops his wallet. He's going to have to go to the DMV on Monday. And then here we go, Jackson Dorian. And he drops his whole bank account on that one. Really big snap there. And then, see, he goes around that section and then finishes with a tidy tail slide there, and then here from the drone. So look at this turn. This is why we were geeking out. Huge whip of the fins out the back, and then does well to complete the finish. I think that would go in the good range, maybe excellent. We'll see.
Could be 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Looking to reestablish priority as Dorian Kopic has a couple of small scores. Just throwaways, Young with a 4.83 and a 4.23. There's his father, Shane, filming each one of his waves.
One time I was visiting the Big Island and saw,
Uh-oh.
Brett Simpson. Simpo, he knows he's on. Gosh. Oh, man. That guy.
Now nobody's catching any waves.
Well, now I have to go out if Simpo's in the water, just for the laughter that'll ensue.
So Jackson Dorian drops a 7.33, the highest wave of the heat. Waited for a long time for that wave and gets rewarded with a big score. Couple of strong turns on the open face. 6 minutes and 40. So priority now with the surfer in white who doesn't have anything better than a 0.9. And Dorian just going to look to back up that 7.33 as quickly as he can underneath everybody else's priority.
Yeah, he just set himself very nicely in this heat by dropping that 7.33, and now with under priority, he's putting pressure on everyone out the back to take a second glance as they know that if he's on a wave, he's going to drop a score. He's kind of like one of those Felipe Toledo types. It doesn't need much.
Right, and he's up and riding here on a smaller one. Beautiful setup, kind of that AI style where he does the carve to snap, the layback jam right in the pocket, and he's going to get a stupendous finish right there too. Nope, still has a little bit more. He's going to kick out though. Just under 6 minutes to go. So not only did he start with the 7.33, but now looking to back it up with this mid-range score right here that he's about to get. Might even touch the good range, as we saw Brett saying hello to his father, Shane. Everybody else in that crew, Pat O'Connell. So expect another decent number here for the surfer in red, Jackson.
I honestly, I think I like this wave more than his first. So he does that down carve to set it up. Nice tail whip there. Huge drop wallet there. He really sunk that back foot in. And then kicks the fins out one more time. Not as big of a wave, but I loved the variety of maneuvers. So here's it again, front on. So down carve, you called it the AI snap. I see that comparison. Nice snap there, and then that turn was just huge. I mean, this is a small wave that you'd be struggling to, or we'd be struggling to even get to our feet and get a turn off on. And Jackson Dorian just light-hearted and light-footed with a 6.5.
Yeah, 6.5 for Jackson Dorian. It's a good backup. Just under 5 minutes. Dylan Young still in second, Jardine in third, and Blue needing a 5.07. And Kopech on one wave would need an 8.17. But that's also considering that Young has a small backup right now. So Jackson Dorian in cruise control right now. But it's both a Jardine and Kopech who could still come back and make it through this heat. Remember, in a 4-person heat, unless it's the final, you can still make it through in second place. So you don't necessarily need to go for the win. It's nice to have that, but in the end, what matters is making it through, Jacob.
You know, in college, they said C's get degrees, and in surf contests, second place is just as good as a first in terms of advancing.
You need to come up with a better rhyme for the second places.
Okay.
Second places turn better faces?
There you go. I mean, so as important it is, you know, everything that's at stake, one thing that's really on the line is the opportunity to surf trestles with 3 other people in the water.
Wait. C's get degrees? Where did you hear that? Like, what are you promoting here? Like, let's encourage the kids to go for the A's and the B's the whole time?
Hey, I got a college degree. You know, I won a Hearst Journalism Award. I'm no schlep. Yeah, come on.
William Randolph Hearst?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I won a journalism competition for a
Congratulations.
documentary I produced.
What's the name of it?
It's called Trapped in Heaven. Or sorry, Trapped in Paradise. It's been a while since I was in college. Trapped in Paradise, and it's about landslides in Big Sur.
Huh.
Yeah, I'll show you it sometime.
I'll have to watch it. 2 minutes and 50 to go. Jackson Dorian in the lead with a 7.33 and a 6.5. Dylan Young in second with a pair of 4s. Angel Jardine needing a 5.07. He's in third. And Braden Kopech needing an 8.17 in white. He does have first priority. He is an accomplished surfer, especially at this level within USA Surfing, originally from Florida, but spends a lot of time here on the West Coast competing too. So he is well accustomed to the waves here in Southern California. Needing an excellent score here, though.
Yeah, so if I'm Braden, I'm going on this wave, and I'm going left so that if I do drop like a 4 or something, there is a possibility to get halfway back out and get another wave.
Well, Jardine's not going to let it go either. We're going to stick with him. Needs a 5.07. This wave's standing up well. Carves it back a couple of times. Setting up for the inside. Much better right there. Up into the lip line. But really needs a strong finish right here to make sure that he gets that 5.07 that is required. He'll finish off just over a minute and a half. Priority with yellow, Dylan Young. Dorian has a commanding lead to this one, and he has to let yellow go. Young up and riding, looking to better a 4.23. Beautiful first turn right there. Great projection down the line. Beautiful wraparound, fully extended. And this wave, a little slopey, but he's riding it well. So far, so good. Drops the wallet right there. And let's see if he can just put on the finishing touches and a couple of tags to finish that wave off. Looking good to make it through to the semifinals. Dylan Young looking to better just a 4.23. And here's the heat leader, Dorian. Doesn't want to be left out of the mix. Long elongated bottom turn right there too. Another one up into the lip with the foam climb, and he's going to kick out. Maybe a smart move just to recover position. So we have a couple of waves coming through as far as the scores go. 30 seconds.
So outside of our booth, I can hear the family of Braden Kopech. I don't know what he did on that first wave, but I know that he was sprint paddling out to try and back it up. So we'll see through the replay if he got the score or got close to it, but it looks like the last wave of this heat will be a victory lap for Mr. Jackson Dorian.
Yep, he's going to be up and riding here, and he's going to be in first place by a decent margin too. So Dorian picking up right where he left off, a 7.33 and a 6.5, and could even better right here. Strong wrap in the pocket. And he's just going through the motions right here, maybe even gifting us an air to finish things off.
Please, Jackson, please.
No, he's going to stick to the rail surfing and just come in after this young man. Another great performance by the surfer from the Big Island, Kailua Kona, in the water, in the surfer in red. It's going to be a battle for second place between Dylan Young, Angel Jardine, and Braden Kopech. So we're waiting for the scores right here. It's an interesting one because Dylan Young had a great wave during that exchange, and you'd be thinking that Kopech would have been needing 2 scores to make it through at the end.
Yeah, I think he would have been put in a combination situation.
So this is Kopech's.
Yeah, so Kopech, this is the wave that got his family cheering outside the booth, and I just wish he would have caught this wave earlier in the heat because he did really well on it. 2 big turns to start, and a little down carve there, and big snap in the lip, and he kicked out. So that was like what he needed, but he needed 2 of them.
So Dorian gonna take the heat win right here. Might even better his situation with his last wave. He ended up way down the beach. I mean, he's almost close to where we're walking in to come back to Lower Trestles. He's stoked.
Wow.
Running back up the point. That Slater design's looking good. So Kopech's wave comes in at a 6. He was only needing a 3:07, but that was before Yellow's wave. And look at how good in shape this kid is. He's running up the point after working through a couple great scores all the way down the point. So it seems like it's going to be official. Dorian and Young moving through. Tomorrow will be finals day. Tune in, 7:55, 8 a.m. start here at Lower Trestles for the 2022 USA Surfing Championships presented by Pliable. See you all tomorrow.
Pliable started in 2014. We had done a bunch of traveling and a bunch of surf trips, and we had acai bowls on a lot of our travels. We decided that we were going to bring acai bowls back to the Jersey Shore. At that time, there was really no healthy options when you were at the beach, so we knew it would be a really good fit. We started at a small stand on the side of the road in Belmar, New Jersey in 2014 with a limited menu of just acai bowls and smoothies. From there, we grew along the Jersey Shore, and now we're expanding across the country.